Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home or back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm a villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm a villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Straight to the top like a new fade. Come for your neck like a hoop chain. Wish all you want like you blew.
And it's better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. 'Cause I've had enough. You better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. I need to keep you around. With my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day, again. Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, turn it 2 to a 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Sorta with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why. It's not a second to waste. They're ticking away.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Am I learning my lesson? Never running from wreckage when it's getting too close. A million reasons to turn, a million ways to get burned, and still inside it I go. I'm caught inside the fire again. I'm caught inside the fire again. Follow me into the depths of hell. Maybe we're already in it and too close to tell. In another life we might be playing it safe, but not here with fear. Now we're playing with fate. Don't be fooled or mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hothead looking for a reason to break. I'm the wizard of death. I'll come visit you next. Whisper my name on the next till your very last breath. I'm caught inside the fire again. I'm caught inside the fire again. Fire again. I'm caught inside of the fire again. I'm caught inside of the fire again. Follow me into the depths of hell. Maybe we're already there and too close to tell. In another life we might be playing it safe, but not here with fear. Now we're playing with fate. Don't be fooled or mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hothead looking for a reason to break. I'm the wizard of death. I'll come visit you next. Whisper my name on the next till your very last breath. I'm caught inside the fire again.
been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That winner's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the odds and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time that you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got a franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm washed up in TT, hey. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts.
Yeah. Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the up, brought the chop, this a K-Walk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit him top, let him take shots. 007 on the block, hit the aim cock. Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the up, brought the chop, this a K-Walk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit him top, let him take shots. 007 on the block, hit the aim cock. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, no. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop, bop, bop. Yeah, my boy said don't do it, I said bop. Yeah, my boy said don't do it, I said bop. Call you up like what you doing? Ride around with the squad, no losing. Link you up with the Reaper, keep it moving. Yeah, they can't do it how we
Welcome to VALORANT Challengers EMEA Stage 2, everybody. I hope a little bit ago you blocked out your calendar for a week for 7 days of absolutely insane VALORANT, because that's exactly what we've got for you. My name's Twiggy. I'm going to be hosting this VALORANT Challengers EMEA for you guys, and I'm joined by MP today. How are you doing, brother?
I'm doing so good. We are back. It's Challengers League number 2. The first was already a banger, but there's multiple new teams, some old teams coming back as well, and I'm so excited to see what these new teams have in store. And are the old teams kind of pushed away? Is BBL Pacific still gonna be on top, or what is gonna be happening throughout this week?
Well, we will find out over the next 7 days. The first 3 days for the group stage, and the rest of it is going to be the playoffs. So let's take you through the teams and the groups that we've got going on, because we've got a lot to get through today, and that's the best way that we can prepare you for all of the action. So here are the 4 groups that you're going to be seeing. The top team from each group is going to be making it through to the playoffs. And here they all are. I mean, 1 team from Northeast in each group, and then everything else divided up between all of the other regions. What are some standouts for you, MP? Obviously, I mean, BBL Pacific are the team that won Stage 1, and by quite a landslide. So what are you looking at here?
So for me, I'm looking at the teams that were at the first Challengers EMEA. There's only 4 of them, and they are CGN Esports, BBL Pacific, Enterprise Esports, and Focus. For me, when I saw those names, I was like, yeah, sure, I'm expecting them to come back, but I was expecting so many names that were already on the first season as well. But for me, I'm surprised. Well, I'm kind of gladly surprised. The Spanish teams, they have taken their region back. It seemed like last time it was the Italian teams. HGE was really good, really prominent there, but now it's Movistar Koi Phoenix and UCAM Esports. But for me, I think it's really interesting to see which group is gonna be the best, who is gonna go through in each of these groups. Group C, for me, I think that's the group of death. If you look at here and you see CGN Esports, BBL Pacific, oh, those 2 teams, they are scary. The teams that are returning, I think Pixel Lumina, they are gonna have hard time here. But Twiggy, I kind of want your help as well in terms of deciding who are gonna go through these groups. Group A, for me, I feel like that's maybe biased for me, but I think I'm going Bitfix Gaming there.
I'd say, yeah, okay. You know what? I don't mind that pick. We're yet to see, obviously, a lot of the teams are so different from, as you mentioned, we've only got 4 teams from Stage 1, so that's a completely new group for us. We don't know how those teams are going to be coming up against each other, but Bitfix Gaming, as you say, were very impressive in Northeast, and I think Koi is definitely a standout as well. We don't know how ULF are going to be playing. I think that's just a stacked group in general. It should be really interesting to see what happens there, but either way, those are going to be some absolutely banger matchups. None of those today on this stream, but we will see them later on, I'm sure. Other than that, I mean, look, the fact that CGN Esports and Focus are both back. Focus made it to the playoffs last time around. Honestly, there's so many really good, like scarily good teams in this group stage, so it's going to be difficult to separate all of them.
Yeah, it is for sure, but I'm gonna do a flash check here. I'm gonna make quick predictions for me. I think Group B. Tell me if you agree with me with these predictions. Okay. For Group B, I kind of go. Okay, Focus, they're great. Zero Tenacity, it would be easy because of the bias, but Carmine Corp Blue Stars, I think they are gonna go through Group B. I'm really heavily expecting that. For Group C, I think BBL Pacific, obviously great, but CGN Esports, last time they couldn't quite win against BBL Pacific, and I think this time around they are prepared. I think this time around they are gonna beat BBL Pacific, and CGN, they're gonna go through Group C. And Group D, I'm going biased here. I think Enterprise Esports look great. They're going through there. What do you think about that?
Okay, I agree with you on Group D. I do think, unbiased, I think Enterprise Esports will go through on that one, just because they are a quality team. I'm really yet to see a lot of Valiant, so we will see how that one works out. I think it will be a toss-up between Valiant and Enterprise Esports. I do think Enterprise Esports take it. We should take a quick look at the format, obviously. It's a very interesting prediction for you on Group C, because only one team can get through to the playoffs from each group, and we'll see them all go into the playoffs here. Getting into the playoffs gets you 3 Ascension points as it is, but the further you get into it, the more Ascension points you earn, with a maximum of 9 to be gained for first position. And obviously it's double elimination, so it's not the end of the world if you do lose a game once you're into those playoffs. Actually, it's probably more devastating to lose a game in the group stage than it is in the playoffs.
Oh yeah, if you lose one game, that might mean that you're not gonna get past your group, and that happened last time around. It is a tough situation. Obviously, the format in the group situation is not easy. It's not forgiving. So a lot of these teams, they have to step up instantly, and that's why we have already banger matches today as well. But I do think it's a good format. I think Challengers League, obviously a great situation. A lot of these players trying to make a name for themselves. A lot of these teams try to go for the ascension, so I think it's already really interesting.
Yeah, well, you could sit here and listen to us for a little bit longer, or I could throw it over to Billy for one shot away.
The road to Ascension continues as the best teams from each regional league have qualified for Challengers EMEA Stage 2. In Stage 1, both Turkish representatives faced off in the grand final. With BBL Pacific continuing their win streak against Eternal Fire, they were crowned our Stage 1 champions. However, a new wave of talent continues to rise across EMEA. These are the names that you need to know going into Challengers EMEA Stage 2. Kicking things off, we have 2 returning powerhouse teams from DAC Evolution. CGN Esports are in their revenge arc, and coming into Stage 2 is the first seed of their region after winning out that grand final 3-2. Aiming for a 3rd year of Ascension playoffs is Davi, as he continues to be the consistent support of CGN. Narrowly losing out at that grand final was Focus. They've struggled to get back to the form they were in at the start of Challengers EMEA Stage 1. But Mystic has been rolling back the years with his most recent Omen performances. The question is, can they make it to playoffs again this time round? Now, let's look at France. 2 new teams to Challengers EMEA for 2025, but definitely not 2 new names. Valiant qualified as the #1 seed from the French League, with JD's crisp 4K and Roxy's solid plays already turning heads. They're not just here to play, they're here to win. Joining them is KC Blue Stars, with a standout 4K from Ease and some flashy moments from Severe. They're backed by one of the loudest fan bases in the league, the legendary Blue Wall. The Northeast region is sending 4 teams again, but only one of them qualified for the previous stage, so the stakes have never been higher. Enterprise Esports are no strangers to the spotlight. After finishing 10th last time, they're climbing fast. And with legends like Zeke and Kayleys, both world champions with Ascend, plus Doma delivering some crazy plays like this ace, they might just have what it takes to go all the way. Speaking of Ascend, Zero Tenacity returned to the stage after picking up Pyrol, former player for Ascend last year, who has led this team to Stage 2 of Challengers EMEA. They have the momentum and something to prove going into Stage 2. Then there's Bitfix Gaming. Featuring the core of Lamely, Martix and Syntex, these 3 have been playing together since the start of 2024. I can't wait to see how that synergy comes together against the greatest in EMEA. Pixel Lumina rounds out the group. A new organisation to Challengers, but the team is made up with the old guard from East. Maniac knows what's on the line, having been at Ascension with Barca in 2024. And with Simply jumping onto that secondary duelist alongside him, they're looking sharp.
Pixel Lumina out of nowhere!
After an all-Italian showing last time, the Spanish teams have climbed back to claim their qualifying spots in the Spain Rising Series. Poi Phoenix lead the charge after securing the top spot in their league. With Gardy, a fan favourite and one of Spain's most beloved players, this team has the fire to match the hype. Following closely behind, UCAM Esports come in as Spain's second seed. With the VCT bound stars Flickless and Ara departing from the team, and UCAM's group consisting of the Northeast and French champions, they're going to have to give it their all to represent Spain. Finally, from Turkey, the reigning champions are back. BBL Pacific dominated Stage 1 and now sit at the top of the leaderboard with 13 points. They've already said it, this year they want to win it all. Their IGL Rose is hungry, and the whole squad is focused on the endgame, making it to VCT. Joining them this time around is Ulf Esports, and their story looks all too familiar to BBL Pacific's from last year. Coming up through Premier, battling through the promotion and relegation tournament, and now finding themselves on the road to Ascension as they have made it to Challengers EMEA. New names, new fire, and they're ready to shake everything up. Different regions, different styles, same goal. They've earned their spot, and now it's time to prove who really stands at the top. No one is safe, not in a tournament this stacked. Let us know who you think is ready to rise, and who you think is just one shot away from Ascension. It all goes down from May 19th to 25th, and don't miss it, because this isn't just a new chapter, it's a whole new wave of the next talent in Valorant.
Alright then, now you know how things are shaking up. We can keep talking about what we're going to be seeing later on this week. So first off, I think we need to just touch on quickly roster moves. There's been quite a few moving into this tournament, and quite important ones as well. So MP, why don't you take me through what we've prepared today to show everybody what's going on in terms of the rosters here?
Yeah, I mean, one of these moves are going to be crucial for our today's match, our first match as well. As you see on the top right, Chris is now playing under Pixel Lumina. Laser Tusk got replaced there. But I think one of the most important parts, one of the key parts of why Challengers EMEA, why these tier 2 circuits are here, is because of these upgrades that you can have, especially Monster, going from Koi Phoenix to the main roster. Then you have Ara and Flickless, who went to Giant X from UCAM. I think those are insanely brilliant. Vegas as well, going to Gentlemaids, got replaced there as well. So I think it is brilliant to see a lot of these teams right after the stage 1 has concluded picking up these tier 2 players already into their rosters and seeing whether they can actually shine in the tier 1 circuit. And I think it's one of the most brilliant things, especially with these academy teams. Monster, prime example of that. Obviously a lot of new shifts here. I think Chris, one of the players I highlighted, that could be kind of tremendous move for Pixel Lumina, because I think Chris is one of the most prominent names in Northeast, one of the better Killjoy players, if not the best Killjoy player there. A lot of firepower. We're gonna talk about Chris a little bit later on as well, but these roster moves are incredible. Obviously it makes a shift in the team. It could sometimes not be the best timing right before the tournament, but sometimes it could absolutely work as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think identifying whether you need that change or not right before a big tournament like this, one with so many ramifications, especially going in towards Ascension now as we're halfway through the year, is an important thing to do. So with all of that out of the way, all the exposition for you guys so you know what's going on now, we can talk about what we've got going on today specifically. 2 best of 3s for you to start things off from 2 of the groups, and it really is the kind of the DAX showdown that we've got going on at the moment. This is what you're going to be seeing. These 2 games on stream are Group B and Group D. CGN Esports versus Pixel Lumina and Focus versus Zero Tenacity are going to be what we're seeing here today. And these, I think, are really, really important games. I think we highlighted a couple of these teams as the ones that are going to be really contending for playoffs. So, you know, what are you thinking about these first 2 games? I mean, obviously the first one, CGN versus Pixel Lumina, very, very important game, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, it's the winner of Dark versus fourth seed of Northeast. So a tough game for Pixel Lumina. Obviously, Chris added to the roster. I think it brings a lot of importance for the roster. They maybe have a better shot, but I think it's still a rough situation for Pixel Lumina. It's not gonna be the easiest. CGN obviously a great team with great experience, a lot of great backing on the coaching side as well. You have Capio and Shesh there. Incredible performance throughout their season as well, and they got that revenge arc against Focus as well. So it is gonna be a banger match in my opinion.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the group that involves BBL Pacific as well, so it's so important to get this first win under your belt, so that at the very least you've set yourself up well for what will probably be your toughest game for both teams. I mean, we're all going to be looking at BBL Pacific as the winner of Stage 1 with the highest expectations, and kind of for these two teams with maybe the highest fear, right? You're looking at that one and you're going, okay, especially for CGN Esports, who that was kind of their barrier before. They couldn't quite break down the wall of BBL Pacific. It was close, but not quite there. It's going to be an important one. So let's take a look at this match now for CGN versus Pixel Lumina. Take a look at the two teams because, yeah, they need to get this win under their belts, both of these two.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like you said, this is the group with BBL Pacific, the previous winner of Challengers EMEA Stage 1. They are leading the Ascension points as well. They are on top. And if you want to make your name in Challengers EMEA, that would be the best way of doing, crowning yourself as the champion killer or whatever you want to say. BBL Pacific would be incredible. But this is the matchup that we're gonna see first. Pixel Lumina, CGN. Interesting rosters as well, wouldn't you say so?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, CGN came out of Stage 1 as the second seed from DAC and didn't quite make it into the playoffs, obviously, as we mentioned earlier. Now they're coming out of DAC as the first seed. They beat Focus there in the finals. And yeah, this is a really, really good roster. This is a roster that we should be seeing put up a lot of numbers. And I think today, you know, against Pixel Lumina, it's not like any team in this tournament is a bad team. But when you're seeing the first seed from DAC against the fourth seed from Northeast, you're expecting a pretty amazing performance today. And if we're not seeing something like really one-sided, I think on the side of CGN Esports, it might be, you know, there might be things that need to be improved before they get up against BBL Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, CGN, this roster has almost 1,000 games between each other, and Wolfen, one of those players that is incredible, 21 years old and doesn't lack experience. He's been in Spain Rising for 2 seasons, VCT under Koi, multiple appearances in Challengers or tournaments similar. Wolfen is one of those key players that you have on your team. I think Wolfen kind of has an upside and a weakness in a sense that he tends to play that Cypher a lot. That it seems that is his MO this year. He's been spamming that Cypher 25 times in the past 90 days, but I think that could be good. If you can't break that Wolfen, then it's gonna be incredibly hard. But then again, we have Pixel Lumina on the other side, the team that kind of has to prove everything. The Polish trio of Almostix and Maniac, they kind of got that fourth into that, which maybe feeds into the synergy as well of the Polish roster. Obviously, you have Simply there, not Polish, but still, I think Chris being fourth part there kind of ups that synergy for that team as well.
For sure. I mean, we'll see how that comes into play today, of course, but it's a tough stage for them right there. They're coming in as the fourth seed. They had a very, very long season in Northeast, coming up from the lower Swiss stage where they came first, having a bit more of a tough time in the upper Swiss stage, coming into the teams that were doing well in the last season for Northeast, and then in the playoffs did well enough. They immediately got knocked down to the lower bracket by GoNext Esports, you may remember as being the second seed from Northeast in stage 1, and you know, managed to kind of squeeze their way into that fourth position, and then lost to Zero Tenacity to be put up as the fourth seed here, which is why they are playing in such a difficult group.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Pixel Lumina, they have a lot of experience backing them as well. Like, you can kind of compare them to CGN as well. Like, Maniac, he's been there in VRL finals, obviously with Barca and Ascension as well. Styx was in that roster in VRL finals as well, in 10-star. But I don't think they can quite in this form that we saw them in Northeast match up against CGN. But like we talked about Chris, that is one of the key parts of this roster, the new addition, the youngster, 17 years old. And obviously these stats, they don't seem that great. But Chris, I think he has been improving later on. He was incredible in Go Next. Obviously Go Next kind of dropped the team. Chris went to looking for a team and now found himself in Pixel Lumina, at least for Challengers EMEA. He's a young player who has a bright future up ahead if he continues with this pace, and I'm kind of keen to see how he has been able to adapt in the new team. He's kind of looking for that redemption for the last Challengers EMEA that got left short for Go Next. Only 2 games played there. Obviously it's not gonna be any easier group for Chris, but I'm still really excited to see what he has in store.
Yeah, as you say, it's not going to be an easy group, right? And I don't think we're expecting Pixel Lumina to come into the playoffs here, but regardless, they have a couple of games to play in the group stage no matter what happens, and we have to see how they will do, how they'll perform on this one to see how they'll progress. And obviously, if you do come second place, you still get 1 extra ascension point. You get no ascension points for coming in 3rd place in the groups, but you do get 1 for coming in 2nd. So there is still stuff to play for, even if you know you're not getting into the playoffs, and they have entered into a really tough group. So that might be what they're aiming for. I'm sure they're aiming for, obviously, the playoffs as well. They're going to give it everything they've got, but I am interested to see how they will go about this one, especially, you know, since they're kind of ramping up. Well, I mean, are they ramping up? They're playing against 2 of the most difficult teams in the tournament.
Yeah.
But, we'll start with the map veto. We'll go from there. What are you thinking coming into the map veto? Obviously, CGN Esports probably knowing that they have the kind of advantage here. I'm sure they've watched some Pixel Lumina games and seen what they're coming up against. What are you thinking?
So for me, Fracture going out and Sunset coming in is actually crucial for this matchup. I think both of these teams, they kind of like playing Fracture, CGN, more than Pixel Lumina. I'm not quite sure whether Pixel Lumina actually wants to go for a new map or Haven. Yeah, well, that is quite easy to go. CGN, maybe Pearl is something that they could go for. I think Sunset could be something that they could explore. I'm really excited to see which one is it gonna be. I guess there could be a situation, well, there couldn't be a situation where it's Lotus. It's gonna be Pearl. I think this is gonna be really exciting because now we have the next 2 map bans. Is it gonna be Sunset for the decider, and are we gonna go all the way there? Because I'm quite a big fan of Sunset. Are you, Twiggy?
Yeah, I you know what? I enjoy Sunset. I don't think we've seen a lot of it. Oh, there we go. We are going to be seeing Sunset for our float, for our veto, for our decider here in this best of 3. Yeah, I do like Sunset. I think it's, you know, that classic kind of 3-lane map style that I do enjoy quite a lot. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that if we do get there. Obviously, it's going to be a tough climb for Pixel Lumina to get to that 3rd map, but if we do get there, I'm excited to see what they bring out on that one, because obviously with a new stage, a new map, one that we haven't really seen in the respective regions group stages, it will be interesting to see what they bring out and if they can, you know, bring out anything, because Northeast, look, we know a lot of the teams on Northeast for having interesting compositions, interesting strats, and being able to bring out performances that we might not expect from them. So there is a world in which Pixel Lumina do surprise CGN here.
Yeah, and I think one of the key parts is this Haven. Pixel Lumina, they haven't lost a single Haven this year, 5-0. Sure, someone can question, have they been tested well enough? I'm not quite sure. They played against Zero Tenacity. I think that's a tough team. They played against Sweden Sour. That's a tough team in Haven as well. So I do think they're kind of playing this funky composition of ISO and Yoru that got popularized by VCT EMEA teams. I think it's a really rough composition to play against a really heavy firepower team, but obviously you have the ISO going for the first duels with the shield, so you obviously will always have an advantage. One of the most important things or interesting things for me is whether Chris is gonna pick that Cypher or is he gonna go for the Killjoy. Is this gonna be like the comfort pick, or are they gonna keep with the same composition? And we're gonna see that. Okay, Chris is going with the Cypher. I think that's a good thing in terms of the composition. Chris is not a player that plays Cypher that often, usually likes that Killjoy way more than the Cypher, but I don't think the Cypher is bad on him. Killjoy is just, I would say, way better, way more comfortable. CGN obviously going with the Yoru. It feels like Yoru is the meta right now.
Yeah, it does feel that way, and you know, CGN going with a more classic composition with the breach. Obviously, Pixelumina giving up that breach for a second duelist in ISO, and we can debate kind of how the utility works out for that one and what's better on paper. Pixelumina, however, do have the better record on paper, so regardless of the composition, Pixelumina are comfortable on this composition, and that's really what's important, not the actual utility that you have to use. But you do have to be obviously wary of that breach. The util post plant is going to be devastating for Pixelumina as they don't have anything to counter it, but once we get into the server, that's where it all matters.
Yeah, I'm mostly looking at the breach that Ambi has. How can he stop the enemy duelist? Can they actually combo it with their own duelist? Can they fight with the breach utility well enough? It's going to be interesting to see.
Well, we're going to throw over to our casters now and get started with the VALORANT Challengers EMEA. So take it away, Pavlos and Winter.
You do not have audio of me early on, so now you do. You can hear me. Yeah, we do get things started with the best group of the lot. Well, probably the most deadliest one would be the West way of describing it. Pixelumina, a newcomer to this level of play, but also CGN rejoining Challengers EMEA, but this time as the victors of their league.
Yeah, and I think that that's kind of come back to bite them in the butt, right? We were talking about it before going live of they were unfortunate to get BBL in the group last time. It is a cutthroat sort of format. Only one team out of those groups do proceed. They got up against BBL, who were absolutely dominant in all sense of the word in last split, and now they've come in, won their region, they're the first seed, and yet they still again get BBL. So, but that's the other team in this group. In this matchup, it's going to be against Pixelumina, and this is sort of the mini hurdle for CGN, a little bit of an opportunity to get a feel for the game in this tournament, ready for their rematch against BBL Pacific. But like you said, Pixelumina new on this block, an opportunity to upset, and with a new addition, gonna be eyes on Chris.
100%. There's a lot standing for Pixelumina here. Obviously, a new addition, but they get to play on their best map of the lot. They already put a lot of pressure towards that left-hand side, though. It does show on that mini-map that there is a potential of a hit on the right-hand side as well. A bit of a potential obfuscation of what they originally wanted to go for, but it's a very slow pace, and the only reason Element has got some sort of an understanding of what's going on is because he's so far forwards. He is bolstered up by Davi though, so there's a potential to crouch down on this, but Wolfen's push from Garage is the one to bear fruit first. Here comes the push from Pixelumina though, but not many players remaining, meaning that Manic has to go berserk, and that's exactly what he's done. Spike could possibly go down here with CGN having to play post-plant.
Spike planted. And all that chaos has still left us in a 3v3. Pavlos, two players each going above and beyond, going 2 for 1, and now there's an opportunity for Ambi. They haven't seen him. He gets the first, gets the second, and it feels all these kills have always been backed up by another. We don't even get to see the last, simply falls, and that's a defuse. It relatively clean round for CGN, given how much chaos went in the mid round.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's that early push from Wolfen that did all the difference. Sure, it was a 3v3 at the end, which CGN didn't lose a single exchange in that front, which obviously gave the round in their favor. But this push from Wolfen completely crippled what Pixelumina were trying to go for. They wanted a double-sided attack, and they only were able to push through one end.
Here's a pistol. So let's have a look at what they're going to be going into the second round with, right? We've seen sort of the improvement of 4 spy rounds in the second. It's something that we've been seeing in Northeast in particular, just about even when they have no buy, how expensive they can make these eco rounds. So for the side of Pixellumen, that's sort of the name of the game in this one, right? Do as much damage as you can, especially with the fact that CGN have all rifles across the board. No one's playing that sort of light buy ready to upgrade. Element wants to take the fight early on. It's only good for 1 though.
No, it's just that. Ambi is ready and waiting within the smoke, but does end up going down, but the spike is dropped, meaning Davi is here to see if he can stop CGN from aggressing further. A lot of damage has been done already, and almost all that is left.
And they're split up for CGN. Both players are wanting to contain as much as possible. Wolfen has them if they go sight, Vince has them if they try to reassess this situation.
Does he check his right-hand side? That's a big question. He will, but not able to convert that opportunity into a kill. Instead, Vince is patient enough to pull the trigger and get there first. It's a damaging endeavor for CGN. A lot of kills have gone Pixellumina's way, but a round that goes their way nevertheless.
Yeah, I mean, I literally said at the start of the round, this is a name of the game of how much damage that they can do, and well, they did quite a bit of damage, Pavlos, right? They've come in, they've managed to get 3 kills. Sure, you're going to get that upgrade of the Spectre to the Bulldog, so you're going to have those 2 brought over. You have a little bit of a force bite in from Ambi to get that Stinger out, but still, it's not the prettiest scene for CGN to try and convert this one. Especially with full rifles out for Pixellumina again, putting pressure over towards A. But with that smoke, that's an easy all pickup for Davic, and he's only 1 away now, and this is 3rd round. Should they get it down to the close situations? Do they need to get the spike plant down? There's opportunities to, well, to deny.
Still a decent buy from CGN. Still could do some damage. Element being approached, but the paranoia has caused him to no longer be able to see. Throws in the clone, so he realizes there is further aggression. Thing is, you gotta be wary of this long side, and it's just been blocked off.
That was Vince's paranoia, so Elmo does still have that for as soon as we see the garage push actually start to put their attentions over towards site. But this setup that they have over towards C can be nasty, especially if Vince takes some contact.
Element, how can he get himself to escape here? The answer is he can't. Maniac, great to open, but Vince is the next one to be troubled. And indeed, he is troubled. A bullet finds itself right between his eyes, and Pixellumina have got full control over sight.
It's going through the motions. Not really much left for the CGN players to do, except maybe collect another all point, get your Hunter's Fury online.
Sure.
Return on investment, right? Especially if you're coming into this with the Sheriff, whether you get like an exit kill, you can upgrade. But Pixellumen don't even want to give any of that. All exiting towards long.
Just running.
Yeah, and this round in itself is like, it's not really much if you want to make the massive comparison of, oh, this is how you can see the rest of the game going. It is only the first rifle round for Pixellumina, and it was against a relatively weak buy from CGN. They were only able to save those 2 Bulldogs, but it was this execute realistically coming out of sight. The fact that we still had the Omen paranoia for the site hit itself, the fact that they sat in garage for so long, just biding their time, having a cup of tea really, and waiting for the utility to come back online, making sure everything was ready for that hit itself, left them going into that absolutely flawless, and it's realistically going to be saving them money in the long term.
Well, both Hunter's Furies are now up, and it's the first buy round for both teams. So this is where we start to see the action unfold. The important rounds, if you will.
A little bit of a switch up from Pixellumina. They put a little bit of pressure over towards garage. You even have Chris, one of the new players, looking over towards C, being that stopping point for any sort of exploration from CGN, but they're very happy to just sit and wait, right? You have an Element taking contact over towards short, ability to get out relatively easily. We also have it Daviate, they're ready to support. Pixellumina, they don't look too preoccupied about going anywhere. They want to be taking contact, especially looking at simply over towards short.
Ooh. And he gets away with the first pickup. Element didn't get a chance to react to it. Thing is, Pixellumina are quickly swifting their temper towards the B site. Ambi knows there's a lot coming in this direction. A lot of noise is made, but Manic somehow keeps on being the one winning the 1v1, simply there as a guarantee. hold his teams back out from window. And given that Davi is the only player remaining for CGN, you can call this round over already. A very quick and decisive conversion for Pixelumina.
Hey, I said the round 3 wasn't sort of a preface for how the rest of this game was going, but round 4 definitely is something to pay attention to. This was the full rifle from both teams, and it comes realistically off the back of Simply's contact play up towards short, gets the initial kill, puts the rest of CGN into disarray of, okay, we're looking at an A here, we have a player and coming up short, we've lost a player, we need to reinforce this A site. And at that moment you have the burst out of B with the paranoias, with the TPs, with the recons. There was so much util coming out from the B site itself that you can even see where the players have died towards backside. They're out of position, they weren't expecting it to be that B hit. In their minds they're thinking, hey, maybe a lurk on B. And that's all she wrote.
Yeah, and we get to see the replays as well from the past few rounds. Some good early damage from CGN on the pistol and the one after that, but Pixelumina at the moment, they've had guns, they've looked clean, and Maniac has been the spearhead of that. And the entries, he's been super snappy. Definitely a player to look out for in the follow-up engagements.
Marshall, Vandal, that's really all to speak of for CGN into this round. Money's not looking too great, so it's going to be that half fight to make sure they can bolster up the full rifles going into the 6th. They need to start to switch something up because Pixelumina, as soon as they got the rifles out, they've been looking hella comfortable. Mid exploration.
Ooh, this time Wolfen is not permitted the exit. Instead, gets his head ripped to shreds. And now there might be just an opening for Pixelumina, and that's what they're trying to explore. 4 out of the 5 leaning towards a C-lane position. Thing is, CGN have also boasted this up defensively. 3 players available to them. Marshall Short doesn't quite connect. Pixelumina are going to start to storm the fort. Maniac, great first shot. Doubles it down as well. He is being terrific today. Sheriff shot from Vince. It's good for one, but I'm afraid that's all she wrote. Because Pixelumina are starting to take over. They're not going to fall for any shenanigans. Take every fight hand in hand with their teammates. No risks taken, and Pixelumina are the ones to find the lead.
From what I remember of Pixelumina, right, when we've been casting Northeast, is it was looking towards one of their main strengths just being Maniac, right, on that duelist position. And you can even see it in this round. A TP in, no teammates to help him. Everyone's behind that cage, behind the smoke. Sure, there's utility to come to support, but it's a double entry. Clean and solo onto the site, sets his team up for the best possible situations to convert, and even getting the dimensional drift up on online already fast through Garage can be feeding so much information to his teammates. There's 3 people here.
And Pixelumina were originally planning to hit the C site. They're making sure that Hunter's Fury can find some damage off the pings, but still, CGN are coming out on top. Never mind, 6 doubles up, and now there just might be a chance. Is that enough to break through? There is an extra player now available. But how much damage can he do? Ambi going to the back line. He's been spotted, gets a dink with the Phantom, but it's through the wall, therefore no. Cigar still gets to pick him with the Almo, but Davi's all that remains. This is close. It's gotten a bit scrappy. But we're going into 1v1. It's the minigame, the kill contract. And we're here to see who will be coming out on top. Ooh, it is Davi to do it, but you've got Sticks behind, ready to guarantee the kill wherever that 1v1 went. So Pixelumina, albeit the scrappiness through that round, are the ones to come out on top.
I do hope we get to see the Hunter's Fury in the replay because it was looking great for CGN. Yeah. They got their first entry, even doubled it up. It was a 5v3. Yeah, here you go. And just line up of both Vince and Cypher towards backside is an easy double to pick up and a great way realistically for Pixelumina to equate the numbers. And then even further, as they get back onto site, they're able to isolate the 1 player remaining after that double kill from the Hunter's Fury. And it put them in the situation where they were able to use Simply's ultimate, that kill contract, and really secure the round. And I think that's the name of the game here. When we're looking at the difference between CGN, one of the returning teams from Challengers EMEA of the first split, versus Pixelumina, the new kids on the block, the lowest seed from their region coming in. And sure, it's their map. It's one of their best maps. They're undefeated on it so far, but still, it's the name value of both.
For sure. And for CGN, they are one of the most prep-heavy teams coming into this tournament as well. One of the reasons why they're being so good on their region as well, bolstering up with Zesht as well on the analyst position as they went into playoffs of Challengers DACH. So I'm sure they'll try and see what's the best way to unlock Pixelumen. If that's on their own map pick, so be it. But for now, it's a Sheriff round, it's an Eco round, bit of a shaky one, as Pixelumen have a chance to grow their lead even further.
It doesn't help peeking into an operator early on. On the edge of the smoke, does spot someone out. Yeah, it is rough, right? When you're looking at this from the context of CGN, one of the favorite teams, I'd say, in this group. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's you have to just shake that off. You cannot even read into it. He's just got a huge brain.
That's how it works sometimes. Ah, Element, sneaky man. Maniac is waiting for it. This guy has got an intuition of 500. I don't know what that skill is, but it's great intuition.
Other than the peek from Maniac into A-Long, everything has been from the barrier line. Pixelumina have not started exploring anyway other than an initial peek from Maniac. They've been gifted the 1v1s, and sure, it's an eco round, but still these things that you start to pick up on and look towards the further ones. And even Wolfen exploring out Garage on his own gets picked up by a noisy Sticks running back from C. They are going into Ambi, but it's a Stinger again simply with a shield and a Vandal. So
it's just not fair.
Yeah, it's not another flawless round for Pixelumina.
Indeed it is. And those numbers are racking up. No team has been able to defeat Pixelumina on Haven. By the way, the split, not a single one, completely undefeated. They've been pretty damn strong on this double duelist comp of theirs.
Player standing.
Benefit though, this is a best of 3, so you have to keep that context in mind. It's not like some of the races where they are best of 1s in the group stage. They have an opportunity. Oh, Element spotted out. And that's also the operator spotted out for CGN. One of the win conditions coming into this round, something that they haven't necessarily had before. Spotted out so early on. Might start to cause problems, but look how confident Element is. He's walked up all the way towards A. That's going to allow Davi to possibly rotate off any sort of contact, but Sticks, you can't jump peek that.
Well, that's the only way you get the information you can, but he does take a lot of health off of him in the process.
He's not allowed to jump peek that from the side of Element, right?
Sure, Davi?
A fine death.
He's there and waiting for it. That's a free piece. And now Pixelumina need to figure out what they want to do with this. They do have 50 seconds available. You've got Manic holding down B in case someone appears in front of him, but that's a great stun, and Paranoia. Cage tries to block their vision, but it's just not good enough. Simply was stuck in place, and now this neural theft will reveal where Chris is as well. Pre-fires galore, but Chris still gets ahead with that trade. Wolfen surely should be able to shoot now, and that's exactly what he does. Doubles up against Almo, triple as a whole. And sure, Manic has closed the distance. Sure, he's been insane this game, but Element is able to get himself in the back line and deliver when it's most required for CGN.
You clean up whatever's left.
Wolfen just vibing in that cage, ready, waiting for it to go down. Knows he's gone under the radar, right? Is able to get the kill up onto Garage and even turns his attentions over towards site, supporting his teammates. And yeah, for the side of CGN, again, it was sort of off the back of the initial pick and tag over towards A. They still had the support system over towards Garage to make that trap play, which allowed them to get that double kill, and even going for the triple if you're looking towards Wolfen specifically. There's layers to CGN's defense. Oh. Element didn't want to stick around.
Yeah. Pixelumina do enjoy their push and pulls. And they've taken a lot of space, both in long and short, so this would be quite problematic for CGN if they're not able to deal with it early. You do send in Owl Drone, so it does spot out where Maniac is. And it has meant that CGN have to dedicate 3 players in this right-hand side to Pixelumina readers, simply going for an excursion of his zone, and he's just spotted out Ambi. Thing is, you can't really go for that fight. You just keep on putting the pressure, hoping CGN spread out thin.
And the issue is CGN are relatively, sure, you can talk about thin, but they are reading into the rotations. You even have Davi walking over towards C, you have the TP just to check for information, but it still only spots out Maniac. That's only one player, and an opportunity now to shut that down completely. So the attention should be over towards C. CGN should have the pieces in the right place, but Garage is under Pixelumina's control.
Yeah, it's going to be a double-sided attack, all right. Thing is, CGN have bolstered this up defensively, simply looking to break through, but the Dimensional Drift reveals him. The Rolling Thunder is preemptive, but still Pixelumina are struggling for time. 14 seconds already, and they haven't appeared onto the site. Now they've started to cross through, but Vince is there to stop them. Simply is required to do a lot, but unable to do it. Suddenly, CGN have completely taken over that position, and all Pixelumina can hope to do is take the rifles to the next round.
Cover going out.
Off the back of realistically one kill over towards A, CGN had absolutely every idea of what this was going to be, and even having Element's ultimate come out at the exact right time, coming through B, spotting the players who were trying to explore from Garage into C-Link, it shuts it down so quickly. And sure, you're looking at Maniac, he wants to try and get some space or try and sell the fate for the side of Pixelumina, but CGN quick on the trigger and quick on the rotates back over.
Yeah, well, timeout was forced out. CGN has started to build up some pace, some comfort on that defensive side. Pixelumina unable to break through. You can tell what they're trying to do, though. You can tell they're trying to poke and prod, have a couple of feelers across the map, see if you can find that individual peak, find a chink in the armor and exploit it. But CGN have been... they've changed their own approach. I feel after their own timeout, they started to play a little bit more defensively, holding back and not going for those early peaks.
I mean, for me, the context of this matchup, specifically on this map in particular, Pixelumina haven't lost on it. CGN, they've won once, right? 1 out of 4 is not necessarily the best stat, but also they've been changing their compositions a lot in their regional league over in Dakin Split 2. So it is that sort of a learning experience, not only against an international team from a region that you don't necessarily normally playing, it's also the fact that this isn't the most comfortable map for them. There's an opportunity to at least equal up the round count.
Here.
I know it's found some space over towards long past the trip, so this might be unexpected, but now with the drone, the Owl drone's going to spot it out, and that's going to be warning signals for CGN. You can see the rotates coming through.
Well, here comes the push. What can Wolfen and Davi do? Both flashed up early. Wolfen finding himself within the smoke. Does he choose to pounce? Manic already to the back of the site, and he's causing quite a commotion. Sticks able to deal with Wolfen. He's not going to be falling under the radar anytime soon. Pixelumina should be permitted the spike plant.
Spike planted.
This is going to be a rough retake. You're down in numbers. There's a trip over towards CT. It has been broken out early, but again, there's barely any utility. You have an aftershock and a paranoia.
And it just has to be enough. The flash has already been utilized. The paranoia has to be timed correctly. Kind of hoping that Element got away with the first pickup, but instead Pixelumina have got crossfires galore. Sticks will continue punching CGN players into the ground, allowing them post their timeout to end up getting themselves around.
Just looking at the ultimates across the board for both teams, right? You're looking at Pixelumina, especially on the attack, being a 1 away from the Yoru ultimate. That dimensional drift has come in handy for both of these teams, right? Whether we were talking about the site hits themselves or for the retakes for CGN. And in that round in particular, it was just... there were so many of the CGN players were split apart, right? You had that survival smoke on site, you had players over towards shore, and then also the flood in that they tried to make some sort of space with, end up taking their ones and simply does not lose his.
It's a confidence builder for Pixelumina. So round after round finding themselves with numbers advantage, and CGN have over-rotated towards this A site. Now Pixelumina haven't figured that one out. And by the time they start to make their move into C, there should be a defender around. The thing is, no one's there in direct contact. Therefore, an entry could be allowed. Sure, the cage is triggered, so Pixelumina will be cautious, and it will take time for them to cross. But Element gets a timing onto Chris, and Pixelumina will have a lot of pressure on their plate. CGN haven't slowed down. They closed up the gap completely. A potential double peek here from the center box. Maniac gets some damage through, but it's still equally traded. 2v2. Maniac is stunned. He's going to ask Almo to step in to assist him. And that's exactly what he's done. Ambi now onto the spike, put some pressure onto Pixelumina to swing, but I think they've now realized no one's on the spike anymore. They can just hide into their corners. Ambi knows he has to take the fight, therefore switches to the classic, able to trade it back, but he's running out of time. I think he knows where Maniac is. He thought he was in Cubby last time, but there is time for Maniac to reposition. It won't allow Ambi to even defuse halfway. Expertly done by Maniac. Patience shown as he gives his team yet another round.
And just looking at the timeline, right, it doesn't look too bad of the scoreline, that 4-7, especially when you're talking in context of it being defense side on Haven. But in particular, looking at the rifle rounds, right, in the past 6 or 7 rounds, we've only seen 2 that's been converted by CGN. Everything else has been a sort of a red carpet for Pixelumina to take control, not only of this half, possibly the game and the first map of this series.
Well, another exploration attempt, but it's just to break the util and garage. And CGN will always have to have question marks in that side of the map.
And it's an awkward situation, right? Over towards A. Chris is passed. Oh, and he does get the kill, but are they aware of where Element is? They definitely are going to be now.
Ooh, Element. He's tasked to do quite a lot here because he knows Chris is passed on the site. If he gives the call that it's clear, there's a potential for them to drop into the A site, but instead they do the smarter thing and go towards B.
He's coming back.
And with brute force, they could potentially break in. Element has found himself an upgrade. TP back into the site, and Pixelumina back to even standing with their opposition.
Standing ahead.
And Pixelumina want to go over towards A. They know the known quantity, the known enemy over towards this site. Element trying to get back out onto site now.
Cage gives them a little bit of extra space. Maniac anticipates it. The spray is a little bit rough, but Almo is there to trade. Vince now required a 1v2. Do you know where he's coming from?
Spike planted.
Who's next?
One enemy.
Pixelumina, a very successful first half for them, doubling their score of CGN, but they still have a task on their hands to close out their map pick. Can they do it? Or CGN, can they adapt on time, now switching to the attacking side?
And especially with the context, right? Pixelumina are just lights out right on attack, especially with the fact that they're bringing in that double duelist of Simply and Maniac on the ice. So the Yoru, sure, you have the adaptations of bringing Chris in regards to a new 5th, but it's the same role. So it's not necessarily too shy to see that they have managed to get an 8-4 scoreline, but this is the real test for CGN, right, on their attack. It's not a great map for them, neither on the attack or defense, but this is the opportunity for them to start to climb back into the rankings and also back in rounds for this game. But Maniac's going exploring.
And this time, Wolfen comes out on top. I feel like Wolfen is synonymous with pistol rounds. He's already unlocked his team the first blood, just like he did the first pistol round this game ever saw.
But they still have information for the side of Pixelumina, right? Simply is shoulder peeking over towards short, so they're ready for any sort of aggression over towards garage, and they even put in a smoke out onto B to sort of deter them or even lure them into garage.
This isn't too bad of a setup for the defenders. Pixelumina have got the crossfire and they won't be peeking into Chris here, so there's an opportunity here to get a double kill, maybe even a triple kill if allowed, but Element is not having that today. Spike left behind. That does give Pixelumina some time to close the distance, but the plant is inevitable.
Although Element might actually go down to the shock dart, he does, and you're talking about the plant being inevitable. Now both the rotators are in, there's an opportunity for Pixelumina to disrupt this, but Vince is towards backside.
Smoke fades, so the walkout is simple.
One enemy remaining. Last player
Vince is
standing.
able to distract them, but Styx knows where he has to land his shot. Pre-fires onto Vince, a bit of BM, but I feel at this point it's a point that Pixelumina want to make. They are no team to mess around with. They are no team to slap about. They may be the newcomers on the block, but they're here to give the fight.
We are strong because we
And that's 9 for Pixelumina, and again, first map of the best of one, but it starts to set us up for what we could be seeing is a very interesting series. You're talking about Pixelumina being the upset. Might be upsetting some Daft fans tonight.
I feel like Styx is one of the unsung heroes of today's matchup, and I feel with Pixelumina's success overall. This man is not only IGLing and having to do a very good job on the server as well. He's probably the highest performing IGL across Challengers Northeast. And also he's done it on 7 different agents. Summer, 7. So flexible. He plays exactly what the team needs him to.
Yeah, I think
So,
for my
yeah,
notes,
he's
I've got
ridiculous.
info question mark flex question mark just yes. it is honestly, it is just a yes for this for this player, and yeah, they do it so well. So you have to definitely give props to where they do, right? And even in this one, Maniac just doing the same old as he was doing in Northeast, just being a little bit of a pain when you're looking at these scopes.
Sure.
Weapons, picks up a double kill early on over towards 8. Tries to feed them back over towards C, towards his teammates. Only able to get 1. Still question marks around this round for CGN.
Yeah. You've got to be careful in moments like this, especially with Manic going low. It could be an easy pickup for either the Marshal or the Sheriff.
Any
But
questions?
Pixelumina do the smart thing and group 2 together.
Yeah,
Vince
but
closing the
30
distance.
seconds
same
left.
thing for Pixelumina. They have 2 players who are walking out. Andy's been left
timing.
alone.
And simply just walks in, gets his double kill. A nice happy meal, if you will. And double digits already secured for the Challengers Northeast team.
Hey, we were talking about realistically some of the groups being favorable for Northeast to finally make it towards playoffs and possibly
Sure.
even make deeper runs this split. This wasn't one of them, right? We were looking at this group, and again, for the prefix of Pixelumina, they've never been at challenges before. They had never been in playoffs of Northeast before, and now they're currently 10-4 up against CGN. This seed of Dark, and even Maniac just getting cheeky with a walk down mid, having caught absolutely not looking in the right direction for that gunfight. But there's still an opportunity for CGN. They still have the better weapons overall. They just might not have the numbers to do so.
And I like the trap placements as well for Pixelumina. Potentially Vince will want a TP towards the left-hand side trap, but the rest of them need to cross at the site and will come faced against it. Broken already. Elements able to find the first kill, but Chris has got a bucket in his hands and he's causing chaos. That is pure pandemonium. The whistles are singing for CGN already. 2 players remaining, and they've got to do a lot of heavy lifting because they've got double the amount of players they have to deal with. A couple of players are low, which does make things somewhat doable, but Pixelumina beg to differ. Completely close the map in around them, suffocate them to death, and 2 rounds only remain for Pixelumina to guarantee Haven as their own.
Oh, and it just comes off the back of your Chris, right? It's
disgusting.
It's not okay. He's playing gun game, because even then he upraised his weapon, sticks his sights. Oh, you don't want the back end? That's fine, I'll take it. And is even able to get the last final kill. And this is the second time out for CGN, and yeah, I feel like it's needed, right? They need to get their head in the game, because this scoreline is nothing that you would have expected, not only from us, but also from the team themselves. They were looking at this matchup. We were talking about it being the mini hurdle before you're looking at battling BBL, and now it might be the opposite way around for Pixelumina.
I mean, it's quite a mountain to climb if you're CGN, that's for sure. But last time out, they must have set something right, because the adaptation was fruitful. A couple of rounds did started to go the Germans team way. When I see German team, I probably mean German org. It's a bit of a European mix overall.
Change of buy for CGN. They don't want to let this get up onto 12. This is a do or die moment for them in this map at least. Glass Cannon Vandal for Element. Pixelumina want to get active over towards 8. This is something that we haven't necessarily seen too much from either of the teams on their attack, of brute forcing their A control. It's been very much getting the lurks or getting a TP from the Yoro down long. And working off the back of that, it's mainly been Garage that we've been seeing those trap plays. But there's nothing set up for Pixelumina right now other than that trip that's going to be dealt with early on by Stiggs.
Yeah, and Simply will realize no one's actually crossed into Garage, completely clears it out. And Maniac, the fact that he's pushed so far forwards onto this A side, backed up with a shock dart, double kill, double headshot, and instantly Pixelumina find themselves in pole position for this round. CGN, turn into ostrich and put your heads in the sand. This does not look good. Sure, you've got 2 more maps. Sure, you've got your own map pick, but Haven, Pixelumina looks so damn confident on it, and no answers have been found thus far. It very much felt this round was a must-win for the DAC representative.
30 seconds left.
But I'm afraid it slipped through their fingers.
Although, an opportunity to at least try and make this map 1 a little bit more competitive with the kill from Vince on the flank, and even being spotted out, but there's just no time. They're gonna have to save these weapons over. They put everything in their little piggy bank into this round, and it has not turned out well. They've traded 3 players for 2, but the money on the side of Pixelumina is not a problem, and the round count for CGN is the biggest problem for them right now.
Match point.
Yeah. There are a lot of problems that prohibit CGN from coming back into this game, but they do have some extra cash in pocket to try and keep something of a buy going. But Maniac, how does he even get away with these? Since the start of the game, he said, all right, we're going to this, no confidence. I actually like this from Pixelumina, right? Sure, you've got players like Styx who have been in a position like this before with 10-star, and you've got players that have tried to make it to the top of play for quite some time and have found some relative success to it, but you've also got some younglings here that have yet to experience this, and have come in and said, we'll just give it our all, show them what we've got, show them that on that individual level we can just stir things up.
I'm looking at CGN. We've got a little bit of exploration over towards mid, but Pixelumina have so much control over towards C-Long, and they have a Cypher trap over towards A. So there's so much information for them to work with in regards to they can put their information and focus towards mid, especially after Chris gets the early kill onto Wolf, and that's the Sentinel down. That starts Almo walking. CGN are going to have a nasty surprise when you have, well, Omen quick flank, no matter if they go B or A, and oh, they might have an opportunity to pick off Element.
Yeah, there is a chance, but missed. Almo can hear the commotion though, so he's going to call his team to pay attention towards his A side. Stun comes through, but no one on site for Pixelumina. The name of the game for them has to be a retake, and the fact that they've got Almo closing up the gap so damn fast, that is trouble. Dimensional Drift revealing all of the positions. Hunter's Fury as well, trying to follow Almo through the process. Maniac is already found into that short angle together with Almo, and CGN yet to have found the chance to get the spike into the ground. This is really tough. Vince, he might have just been able to find them a key. An exit from the situation, but running out of bullets will not favor you, and time is not going your way. Pixelumina have been able to close in on Ambi's position from all sorts of directions, and 13-4 will be a very decisive way to put Pixelumina on top in the first map of the series.
Absolutely, you're looking at Pixelumina being the dark horse right now, coming in and realistically upsetting on the first map. Sure, it isn't the best one for CGN, but still you're looking at the caliber of CGN coming in, being the first seed in their region, and having a little bit of a felt start to the series, right? 4-13 is definitely not what they're looking for, but they have the opportunity to bounce back on the second map.
They absolutely do. What a ridiculous showing for Pixelumina. We knew how strong they were on Haven, but look, CGN at least, like you said, have got a chance to bounce back on their own map pick. Let's see what the desk has got to say about this, because look, from our eyes, that was just Pixelumina completely taking over.
Well, MP, your northeast bias might actually hold some weight here, as the 4th seed is currently the only team in this group to have a map. I mean, obviously that we've only played one map. Calm down. But still, that's a pretty convincing victory for what we expected to be a relatively one-sided game in the other direction.
Yeah, I mean, we did bring out the stats of Pixelumina not losing a single Haven this year, and we saw exactly why. That was incredible. Sure, you was expecting more of a fight from CGN. I think both of the casters were expecting more of a fight from CGN as well in this Haven. But 4 rounds is all they got. And that all came from the brilliance of Pixelumina. I think CGN, they kind of played their part in there as well. I think they were kind of shy at the beginning. They couldn't quite get to play their own game. It felt like Pixelumina was all on the board. They just played patiently. They played really slow, finding those first picks, playing contact, and that worked absolutely well against CGN. It just felt like CGN weren't quite on top of their game in the defensive side. I think they should have been more aggressive in terms of taking those angles with maybe teammates, having that aggressive push with the breach, getting a lot of control maybe on A lobby, somewhere else. Because I think when they nailed those down, they usually got rounds. But in the end, those 4 rounds, they weren't close enough at all.
All right, well, before we take a look at how CGN can get back into this one, I think he wanted to take a look at a couple of rounds from Pixelumina to see how they did what they did.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was incredible Valorant played from Pixelumina. This was right after their timeout. They were like, okay, our playstyle isn't quite working. The slow gameplay isn't quite working. So now they're stacked with 5 players towards the A side. Let's play this up a little bit and see what happens. They play this beautiful play that Maniac actually played previously on the map, which doesn't like kind of expose what they're gonna do instantly in this round. The Yoru flash, TP on long, instantly getting that control out of there. This doesn't expose too much of the round plan. And as we see on the map right now, CGN, they are not quite ready to rotate all the way towards A because the commotion that they have heard is not quite enough. And that is gonna play a huge part in this round because Pixelumina, maybe the first time in this match, they were like, okay, we're gonna do a fast execute onto the side. You still see Ambi kind of hovering on the map, not quite ready to rotate. And when there's already 2 players dead, Ambi is there. The late rotation from Vince, it's not quite enough either, and Pixelumina, they get the site. It's gonna be very easy for this strong team to just hold it down. Incredibly hard for Element to even get any picks with that operator. The retake is almost impossible. Let's pause here. Let's rewind it back a bit. Actually, I took it a little bit further away, but this is brilliant sequence. When I was talking about the sequence, this is amazing because Pixelumina, once again, look at this map. We see that there's a split, 2 and 3 players, but what CGN knows here, or what they think they know here, is it's gonna be a fast play. Oh, I'm not quite sure No, now I'm sure where we went. I'm so sorry for that. They know that it's gonna be a fast play, or they at least think, because when we look at these rotations, instantly when the kill contract comes through, there's already one rotation, Ambi is coming, but there's already Wolfen coming from spawn, Element took the TP as well, and now the whole of C site is open. The rotations are incredibly fast from CGN because Pixel Lumina conditioned them to do so, and now it's a free C site. They can just walk in there. Yeah, sure, in the end this round was kind of a scrappy fight. Element kind of gets a pick back, there's back and forth here and there, but in the end the brilliance of Pixel Lumina comes and shines. And look at the ultimate coming from Maniac as well. But one of the most brilliant things in this round was that sequence of conditioning your opponent to think about something, and then on the other round do something else as well, pull out those rotation, and the one who is on top of that is Styx, the IGL. Incredible performance in terms of getting those kills as well, but that mastermind on the team after the timeout, obviously with the coach as well, most likely planning that, but Styx, incredible performance in this map.
Yeah, I think so. Like, not just in terms of kill count, as you said, but so many, you know, like, just super important plays where, you know, if Styx wasn't involved in it, maybe the same thing wouldn't have happened for them. We're looking forward to the rest of this series now, and it's looking more and more likely that we do get that sunset at the end.
Yeah.
If, that is, CGN can answer back on Pearl. That's a pretty heavy, one-sided map. A lot of the times when we see something like that, it does affect the mental, it does affect momentum going into map 2, even if it is a map that CGN are comfortable on, and we know they have the quality to be able to do well there. It is going to be Pearl up next, and it is CGN's map pick. But before we get to there, we're going to throw to a quick break so we can get prepared for it.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us. Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us. Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. We're one map in and it didn't quite go that. I'm not Pavlos. I'm not What are you doing? That's not... There we go, there we go, that's us. Hi, I'm Twiggy, that's MP. And we are one map into this series, the first series of the day, and it didn't go the way we might have expected. At the very least, not in the fashion that we expected. A 13-4 victory to Pixel Lumina to start things off against the first seed from DAC. And we are moving on to DAC's map pick now. Oh, sorry, DAC's map pick. Yes, their pick as a region. They're only allowed to play Pearl here. No, CGN Esports' Pearl pick here. And hopefully they're able to put up a bit more of a fight here. But it's not like they were a bad team on Haven, right? This is a team that has put up good fights on Haven in their own region. It's just the Pixel Lumina they didn't let them in whatsoever. Now, at the very least, Pixel Lumina not quite as comfortable on this map.
Yep, and I think CGN Esports, they should definitely have the chance to bring it back here, but it's going to be really interesting to see how Chris is going to slot into that vice, how is he going to maybe upgrade Pixel Lumina in this map. I'm not quite sure what is going to happen here.
All right, well, let's get straight into things. Once again, Pavlos and Winter will take you through it.
Yeah, there's definitely a real opportunity. We'll be seeing CGN come out with a victory here, but Pixel Lumina have gotten their best chances they could. They're up 1-0 in the series. And look, we already said this is a cutthroat group. BBL Pacific is waiting on the other end for both of these teams to deal with them with their own way. And if you want to have a good chance against getting that top seed, you got to get this win today.
Yeah, it's similar to what they said onto the desk. It's you lose one, your opportunities and your likelihood of making it out have drastically dropped, right? So coming into this one, it is an opportunity now for CGN to sort of do an Uno reverse card to Pixel Lumina, right? Pearl for them is what Haven is for Pixel Lumina. So there's an opportunity for CGN, but with context of the first map, they need to start to bounce back in regards to mentality to make sure it hasn't affected them being put down relatively quickly in that 13-4 fashion.
Well, Element goes a little bit exploring towards the A site, has got the TP to drop back to his own spawn, but CGN have got a lot of pressure dropping through double doors. Sticks will know of this and will try and do some deterrence, but Chris seizes a chance off the util to bounce back with the pickup. So Pixel Lumina start things off with a early player's advantage, but Manny, look at that. He's closed up the gap completely. And while everyone's distracted trying to deal with Sticks, Maniac drops in. This duo continues to reign supreme, even through Haven and Pearl.
And I wonder where Vince has been spotted out by the wall of Chris. So it's just sort of players running it down, trying to find the last one. Not even going to be given a constellation frag on the way out. Almo cleans it up. But yeah, you were talking about Maniac having great timing of pushing out through art, being able to wrap around on mid, be that distracting factor. The only issue is Sticks did not fall. He just stood, tried and tested over towards that connector position, and Maniac was only able to get one of him on that flank. He was greatly timed, but only issue is Sticks got all the kills.
Yeah. Still, nice little way from Pixel Lumina to deal with what CGN initially wanted to go for. Still early doors, still the pistol, but Pixel Lumina, this means they get 3 out of 3 pistol rounds this series. CGN look to bunch up their plays together. 4 out of 5. Now traversing into art. Sticks, close angle taken, but the guided salvos will lure him out of the position. Simply has been called to action, but it's not without a trade. Wolfen has been able to spot out Maniac and make sure that their opponents are respecting this A main presence.
And there's not really much space for CGN to really scale up over towards that. You have seen Sticks back up a little bit, trying to regroup with his teammates deeper in towards that A site, and the drone coming in from Tafish is going to give them the information, but the timing on Almo gets away with it. Oh, they might just think he has a ghost. But if they go through it, they're just going to be met with a judge.
Look how Chris has already rotated over, though. He's got the right call. He's got the right idea. He should be there on time. You're also worried about a potential push through connector, right? So you're wondering if someone's going to just crouch underneath that. Simply, though, is giving the call that the spike is already being attempted to get planted. A couple of guidance salvos left to do some chip damage, and not only that, but they do find a kill as well. So numbers supremacy for the Northeast team. But it's not over. CGN I've got site control. Vince has been telegraphed. Davi drops in on time, and that's a good interruption. Now there's a great opportunity here for CGN. Six is barely standing. He's standing by a thread. He'll attempt to get onto the defuse first. Defuse halfway. Chris is being the gatekeeper. Marshall scoped in position with Davi nowhere to go. Completely nothing to do. Pixelumina double up.
And it's great. Davi going to support his teammate, get the kill onto Almo, but the only issue is Spike's not planted for them. You've only been able to upgrade to a judge. You can't necessarily fight through it onto the site. And it's a relatively peaceful defuse for Pixelumina. And we are playing on patch 10.08, so, well, Teo is still kind of goated right now, right? With those salvos, we saw it getting the initial pick when they came onto that A site, so keep that in mind. Hasn't necessarily been nerfed yet in this matchup, at least.
Well, the Prowler did realize there's some commotion out in mid, so it's got to be respected. Armor holding on to the Bucky. Yeah, no upgrades really for Pixelumina. Just going to play this like a standard bonus. But in the meantime, look at that A site push.
They might just walk into the crosshairs.
Pixelumina at least find one through the chaos, some damage onto Vince, but CGN are the ones to come out ahead from the exchange. They could just simply walk into the A site. Only Almo is there to potentially stop them. Sorry, Sticks.
Well, Almo is on his way around through mid. Only issue is Wolfen might be watching for this, and if he does try to go for the long way round, Trap's gonna be needs. Yeah, that's a bit of an issue. Is able to upgrade.
Finds himself an upgrade.
Yeah.
And if they continue pressuring Chris, there's still a chance that Pixelumina are in this round. CGN should be able to stick the landing here, but they've yet to get the spike onto the ground, and Pixelumina are repositioning. Almo closing in the distance and could be a pressuring factor from Art. And he's got a Phantom now, so big boy toy available. Davi does find the first one, but given that Wolfen is low, Chris is able to clean him up through the smoke. Almo is left in the 1v2. Touching the spike. Knows where one is. No bullets have connected onto Almo though through the spray. Is fast to find element here. You don't want to be running out of bullets, but he does switch to the classic. Guided salvos drop in, but Almo can't make the pistol work. By the skin of CGN's teeth, they were able to win that round.
And what was it that Pixelumina came into that with? A Bucky, a Marshall, a couple of Ghosts. Sure, they were able to, yeah, Guardian, but that got shut down relatively quickly. And still, it's just, again, it's the amount of damage that Pixelumina are able to do on these core buys, right? Whether it's a half buy or it's the full classics after they've lost the pistol, there's always something that you have to watch out for. And yeah, you're talking about it by the skin and the teeth. CGN blessed with the clutch from Savih to at least put one round on the boards. See that what that's done for the money. Wolfen's down onto a Bulldog, players down onto half armor, and for the side of Pixelumina, they've got everything.
Yeah, they know this round is what it's all about, the full investment. Previous was just a bonus. And they did a lot of damage in the process. CGN, though, getting the win. Doesn't mean it's all over. They double back from the initial decision. No longer hitting the A site, but instead wanting to pressure onto mid just a little bit. Seems to me they're going to go into a double door setup. And there isn't really much help for Almo available, so he's going to have to start to step back here.
What does he choose to play forward? With the stun?
Yeah, Element is flushed out. And Manix is the chance to walk out of Art? How does he even get away with that? He's a serial killer, not just a murderer. That is ridiculous.
It's misdirection. They try to pressure Almo. Anta's back with a concuss and a push through the smoke to give those warning signals ready up for Maniac as he explores through Art, picks up a triple. And again, it's the rounds falling so flat for CGN, and yeah, they're able to get one kill so far. Maybe an opportunity for more, but Sticks closes it out. Doesn't let Vince get a little bit too naughty. But still, this initial 1, 2, 3.
The timing on that. He always gets away with that. I don't know how he does it. He's very very smart the way he goes about these lurks, the way he tries to push and pull from his positions. He's done that in Haven quite a bit, and he's doing it again on Pearl.
It's something that you do have that sort of trade-off when you have loads of players looking over towards connector, but you also want pressure over towards A main. Nobody's watching out, and it's a little bit of an oversight.
Yeah, CGN are looking to focus on a lot of their micro plays, their util setups.
Retrieving flash.
May have left a little bit to the wayside and exploited completely by Pixelumina. They've been given space here, but it's not like Pixelumina don't know of it. They've handed this one over freely, happy for their opponents to take control over that. They really can't do much with it. Both extremities under control of Pixelumina.
That's the thing. Both extremities under control. No matter where they go, there's going to be an answer back, especially with looking at the position of Styx. He's even holding down any sort of spawn push through connector into water. Chris is going to be the first line of defense over towards B, but there's a backup from Maniac with that outlaw, which is going to be scary for those CGN players. No armor.
A lot of faith is on Davi here. He's the only one with a rifle, but he's instantly quashed. Sure, the rifle can be picked up, but there are only two remaining players now for CGN. A lot of damage done from a distance of Maniac's outlaw, but Styx is continuing to put the pressure while the rest of Pixelumina waltz in from all sorts of directions. Smoke fades, and Ambi doesn't know what to do with himself. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place, and Pixelumina continue with their dominance.
It is a pistol round. You had the hero rifle, sure, for Davi H coming into that one. Wasn't really able to do anything. Vince had an opportunity, but still nothing necessarily to write home about. But for me, for the side, this is just highlighting how well Pixelumina have been just on necessarily the basics of they wanted to fight for mid. They had the Vise wall and also the flash that they were able to play off. Didn't net them a kill, so they started to back off, and then they readjusted mid-round. Be like, okay, we can let them get to site. That's fine. We believe in our retakes. We believe in the hold of the extremities and the turnaround to fight back onto site.
Double-sided push here for the A site. We're talking about twos. Pixelumina have dedicated two as well to push into Wolfen's angle. So no longer CGN have the availability to put pressure into main. And therefore, the main fight that they have is all in one ball of death. Pixelumina, smart to not check into it. Styx wanting to see if he can prevent it. Sees them in place for now. Guided salvos, putting Styx, forcing him to dance around the site. Davi finally puts him to rest. So an opportunity for CGN to get the spike down.
And even using the ultimate, because they have no space. Remember, they don't have main. The only place that they have is R, and that's even barely being held on. Vince is trying to have any sort of presence there, but the only issue is Pixelumina players are in. And even a from Garden being utilized. Weapons taken off the board. Ambi puts his best foot forward, but there's too many players to deal with. And again, another retake for Pixelumina. This is something that I was highlighting, them being confident in, but also off the back of the early kill over towards A main against the Wolfen, against the Sentinel, which again, on a map like this, you tend to see them on their own, trying to hold down any sort of extremities and be that pressure point. Off that kill, look at how much space they've lost. For CGN, all they have is where the rest of the four players are. They are forced into a situation where they have to push out art. Sure, they get a kill, utilize the ultimate to gain more space towards backside, but then all the space that you have is backside and where you planted that spike. And Pixelumina were closing in fast.
Indeed. It feels like every right foot CGN esports is able to put in, Pixelumina has two steps as well. It's ridiculous. They've had an answer for everything so far. CGN have got a plan, they get a pick, Pixelumina answer back. They've got an ultimate clearing out the site. Pixelumina also have one, but a little bit more impactful. And little by little, this lead is being chipped. There's not much CGN have been able to do. Another timeout forced out. They've got 4 ultimates available, but not much cash left in pocket, so it's not like they can instantly react off the back of it.
Yeah, we're talking about this being for CGN, what Pixelumina was on Haven, but we're not seeing the same sort of dominance that Pixelumina were able to put forward there, and instead they're just carrying on the sort of same storyline we saw in Haven, a 13-4. It was Pixelumina all the way, and now coming into this, it's round 7, and yet only one round has been put on the board by CGN, and that was the bonus. It's looking dire for CGN. They need to get a round sooner rather than later, and even this one seems doomed from the start. It's Sheriffs across the board. They do have ultimates though. There's 4 online, so if they can just get an entry, just get a couple of kills. There's one.
Well, that's the first. That's not too shabby. Simply is holding down the fort valiantly over to the A site, but again, Ambi is showing that he can upset a fight or two. With the neural theft, CGN are given an opportunity. They realize there's only one towards the A side, so they'll try and isolate him, and after that, they'll have upgraded guns on both of their players and site control in the potential 2v2, but Pixelumina aren't giving them a chance to take that fight for now.
I can
Simply
even
vacates the premises.
Yeah, and you can even see how aware they are of any sort of possible CT push, worried about any player trying to gain an advantage, simply popping the ultimate down. Oh, they're going to be forced into main. Forced into its clutches.
It's ridiculous how simple that was, and no pun intended, that was simply gorgeous from Pixelumina, with the Armageddon just flushing them into his hands. And yeah, there you have it. Sure, it was a pissed around from CGN, some damage was done, some entries were found, but you can't help but feel there was a chance to break through that one. Pixelumina completely didn't give them that.
And it's just more of the fail-safe for me, right? Even if Simply wasn't just absolutely a go over towards main, getting both of the kills, with that ultimate, he's forced them into main, and it allows the rest of the team to just flood into site behind the ultimate, knowing that the rest of it's safe, as they've been vacated back into main, and they can play it from that position. But it doesn't even have to get to that point, because Simply's currently 10-2. He's having a whale of a time right now on Pearl, and it doesn't seem like anything can realistically stop him. Whether it's the entry kills or the clutches, and even some great utility usage thrown in there. Just some sprinkles on top of the cake, but right now, CGN's cake is burning in the oven.
Yeah, it hasn't been an easy route. I mean, looking and where CGN have found a lot of their successes in the grand finals again against Focus, Davi was probably one of the most influential figures. He had the most clutches by far out of the 10 players on the server. He even won a 1v4. You know, brilliant on that impact department. But we haven't really seen much of that in this match. And Maniac, again, has gotten away with so much space. It's being checked this time around, so Element will make sure Maniac will be a menace no more.
And at least they've dealt with one prong of the Pixelumina defense, and it's one that was gifted to them. Unfortunately, unable to check the clear corner. Dimensional Drift invested, space gain towards R and onto A, but there's no follow-up. They're worried about main. Now, finally, with the knife, they're going to be able to scale up.
30 seconds left.
Element, again, is able to find himself a frag. And this looks the best situation for CGN we've seen this entire game. This is the best chance they've ever had to collect a round, and it looks like it should be a simple one. Pixelumina are being picked up one by one. Not a hint of damage was actually taken by the Dahog. Pixelumina being caught individually every so often has allowed CGN to just walk into the A site, take it for themselves, and guarantee at least some presence on this attack.
Yeah, and at least a second round, right? Because we were talking about that possibly even the previous one, there was an opportunity, they were able to recover a couple of rifles, it was only a one-man deficit. But at least when they get the full rifles out, capitalize on the wanderings of Maniac over towards mid, which is something, again, they weren't necessarily ready for. And you could have possibly even seen that going the complete opposite way if Maniac checked this corner, right? But it's still around for CGN nonetheless, and it's something that they're going to be holding close to their chest, right? Holding dear, because it's becoming few and far between.
Yeah, this is starting to get interesting now. CGN have found themselves around to work with. Maybe some comfort can start to be brought in. Pixelumina as well try to go for another extremity push. Didn't work out, so They might be a little bit more wary of that. But for now, very slow pace for CGN to begin with. Just a dagger sent towards the left-hand side of the map, making sure Pixelumina haven't aggressed on that side of the map, while taking a lot of presence towards the right-hand side themselves.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a switch up for CGN, right? Like you're talking about finally giving some sort of presence over towards B long, which is something that they've been shying away from. It's mainly been mid and A. So now, maybe a little bit of a change up in this one as the spike starts to head over towards B long, but only issue is Maniac's up and posted with that operator. There's an opportunity for them to cross with obviously that pickup smoke from Astra, but are they going to dry swing this?
Surely they've realized. Flash out as well causes pressure for Maniac to drop back. There is an engagement coming through from double doors, which Chris is quick to react to. There is a Cosmic Divide available. CGN are given a lot of space, but Maniac is denying it. Wow, weaving in and out of battle like a madman. An element is no more. Suddenly, there's a two-player advantage for the Pixelumina side, and Maniac isn't closing down at all. Dimensional Drift utilized. He's figured out a lot of these positions, and he's going to try and help his team maneuver into this side with him.
There's an opportunity though for CGN. They have that sort of layers to this post plant. Two players over towards site. Davih with the salvos should be coming back up online soon enough. There's Nightfall to get them on site.
Vince is able to finally put Maniac to rest, but Chris closes in the distance to the smoke with a shorty. Vince has also realized in the process he was able to find one, but Davi's desperately running out of bullets, and he really doesn't have much to deter this defuse from happening. It's already diffused halfway, so it can be stuck through the guided salvos. Just a little bit of damage taken. Pixelumina get the early picks, but on that post plant were clean as well.
And we are back. Let's go.
We got the sound back.
I know, honestly, I felt like I was like in like a white jacket, sort of rocking back and forth, not being able to hear anything going on. I was losing it, honestly. I need the sound. I need to be able to hear the pixels, but thank you, production, we got it back. But yeah, even into that round, they have the layers to the post plan, and in one fell swoop of a Nightfall, it's been dismantled. Davih hasn't got enough time for those salvos to go off, as well as dealing with 4 players barreling it up long, and doesn't even get a chance for those salvos to do its work, right?
This time CGN are looking at moving to this A side. They have left Vince towards the left, and he does get a pick. Does this change the plan for CGN? Do they opt out of this? Almo pushes past the smoke. Element is there to read it this time around. Okay. CGN with a statement here. They know Pixelumina go for shenanigans like this very often, and they do not fall for that trick again.
But the only issue is, both of the players from Pixelumina have solidified themselves over on towards site. Simply gets a first, it might make Sticks go overlooked, especially now that he's going to pick over towards Art.
For a moment there, I thought Sticks got away with that, but Element is able to secure the final 2 pickups. And CGN are starting to mount themselves a couple. I thought it was consecutive round. Never mind, I forgot about Pixelumina interrupting with a post plant the previous round. So yeah, not quite the streak, but they are chipping away at the lead.
It's the name of the game. Especially when you start off with such a deficit. Starting to regain a little bit of themselves over towards the tail end of this half, but make the conversation of it's too little too late, especially with aggression coming up from Pixelumina again over towards A. And look at how CGN are just corralled into this mid position. They've started exploring over towards B long. With the amount of space that Pixelumina get for free over towards A, they know exactly what's happening. Oh, that
was a
is
great
not pretty.
stun, but Almo couldn't capitalize on it on time. And they've completely avoided the triple player stack towards the A site, so there's a clear chance for them to just walk in here. Chris, backside taken up by him. He was the only defender, and there's no one left available to pick up the pieces. This is going to be a CGN plant, and there's simply nothing Pixelumina can do about it. With 3 players left, it's hard to imagine a retake is even possible.
There's no major ultimates for Pixelumina to work with. We saw how well Sticks utilized hits in the previous. There's so many layers, players towards site. Wolf on the first line of defense.
Ooh, yep. This guided salvo still do a lot of damage.
Find you.
But I'm still afraid that the fact that CGN are able to trade back that initial pick on the Wolfen, there really isn't much of a chance. Sure, there is some cash in pocket, so it's not the end of the world losing most of your players here, but a strong confidence builder here for CGN, getting themselves these entries time after time, has mounted them a bit of a comeback.
Losing that second rifle, though, Outmove's down to 100 credits. There might not be an opportunity for everyone to have what they want coming into this one, right? Almo's the biggest question, sat on 2.5. And yeah, even utilizing a timeout for this one, just for the last round of the half, knowing how different the scoreline can be from a 7-5 to an 8-4. There's leaps and bounds different, especially when you're switching over onto that attack and you can start to dictate the pace a little bit more. Stuff is more on your terms. And with the ultimates, they have 3 ultimates for the last round of this half. Just how are they going to utilize them?
Yeah, they take a time out to figure that one out as well. Take a moment, figure out what are the best chances they can unlock this round in their favor. Because, look, they've had a pretty damn good start to the half. It'd be a shame if they didn't close it in the same fashion. After all, this is CGN's map pick, and they didn't quite exit the gate swinging. But for Pixel Lumina, a 2-0 would be marvelous, and their chances to get out of the groups would definitely be there. Sure, a win against BBL Pacific would be required, and that is a mighty task. That was by far the best team of the previous Challengers EMEA series.
I mean, they won. Has to be the best team, right?
Yeah, but in the way that they did it, how dominantly they were, I think that's the even more, you know, remarkable part of it.
Even dominating in their current region during the VCLs, but yeah, going into this last round and a half, again, is art pressure coming in from these teams, and it's a little bit of a switch up of setup. We got the Vise over towards A this time.
Indeed. CGN may need to respect it. At the same time, talk about respect. Pixel Lumina have taken a few steps backwards. Don't really want to be on the first on that engagement. So good reason. They knew the Armageddon was available, so you don't really want to be in the grasp of that element. Dealing with sticks through the smoke, that's an important pickup. So CGN not only have space control, but the numbers superiority as well. How do Pixel Lumina adapt through this? They place 3 players looking to walk into the spawn. Armageddon has been used as well. Element has got a bit of a gap, but Chris realizes that's a great position where he could pre-fire. Wolfen ends up on top in his engagement, so CGN playing the trade game are still on top, but they're playing art all together, aligned. And sure, despite Defusal is threatened,
nobody peeks.
but CGN aren't buying it. They slowly have to peek into Maniac's angle. The flash is good, but Maniac is clean to look away. That is brilliant. And now there's only one remaining to try and stop this. It is Diffuse halfway. Vince is delivering, getting himself into the back line. You realize you need to help Simply Diffuse, but Davi closes the distance and is there to deliver with a double kill when CGN asks for it the most. A 7-5 half, a lot closer than the previous map, and look to see if they can seal the deal to get the map of their own.
Just like
Well, that's a good way for CGN to breach the gap, get close to Pixelumina. Only 2 rounds are the difference, and with a pistol win, that could quickly be quashed. We have a game on our hands, Summer. I'm all for it.
Oh, obviously, right? We don't want a repeat of the first map, otherwise it would be a quick day for us in the office. But for me, it's CGN coming into the favorites of this series and really having a little bit of a surprise left for them at the door, right? Pixelumina, bottom seed of the region, coming in, giving them a run for their money. But like you said, a pistol could mean everything to both of these teams, and it comes up with a first initial pick. It's a blind peek in for an initial trade comes out from Almo. No TP to safety allowed for Element.
Yeah, he did receive a dink to the head, so that's going to be a little bit worrying when it comes to his confidence in this round. How many fights would like to take head on? But then again, CGN have taken a bit of a gamble here. 3 players towards a safe side, and it just might be the right idea. That's exactly what Pixelumina look to line up their players for.
Wolfen starting to get worried about any sort of mid lurk possible, because that's just an area of space they have not got at all.
Oh, and
Fighting
Wolfen
forward
exits the smoke instead. Almo completely interrupted. Now Pixelumina find out that there is a heavy presence towards this A site and they want to avoid it at all costs. The thing is though, Ambi is also towards the B site and he could do a lot of damage, and there is a camera available. And CGN are sprinting towards B altogether. They realize where Ambi is, but they need to make sure they can unlock this kill in their favor quickly. Wait for Simply to arrive, and it's worked out. But CGN, again, are here already, and the spike is yet to find itself into the ground.
10 seconds left.
Ooh, they'll know Vince is coming in from behind, but the spike hasn't been planted. This is really rough. Guided salvos dropping in, knowing you don't have the time to plant. CGN don't even back away from the fights. Don't care about the risk involved, just want to make sure they can guarantee the frags.
I didn't get why the player came off the spike. What happened? I don't know if there was a stun, because it wasn't the selfies, because that's what denied it the second time. By the way, spike not going to get stuck, gives them no option but to try and fight through, and with only 3 seconds left. Oh, it was a pull out into the open. Thank you, production. Nice util, right? Coming in from CGN, you get the pull to bring them out into the open. You can capitalize off that from a swing from heaven, and when it does come down to time, you can just pop these salvos and lock Pixelumina out of the round.
That's a great dagger. You quickly realize where the brunt of this attacking effort is coming towards. Element is equipped to deal with this. He's got a good bulldog, but this is a bit too overwhelming. Pixelumina completely trample over him, but it's not without the damage dealt. Kriz and Sticks very low, could be simple pickings. Wolfen able to jump in. Almo, that is terrifically good. And now there might just be an opening towards this A site. Pixelumina frantically going towards the site direction. Can Wolfen deny it? No, he cannot. The spike is likely going to go down here, but Pixelumina would like a little bit more than that. CGN, after all, are the favorites here, but the timing is collected onto Sticks. With a spike defusal being threatened, Pixelumina are pondering if they should go in at all. They will, but they'll be interrupted in the process. CGN, great read here.
Great damage again from Pixelumina though. They have just the consistency of being a threat even on very minimal investment. The fact that it was Sticks that was able to connect this kill, by the way, watching just bunny hop out into the open, double right click, and that's an early kill. But they get the spike down. They also get 3 kills. That, for the side of Pixelumina, you're walking away from that like, okay, cool. Good round from us, like good eco, nice damage. And also for the side of CGN, it's sort of that sort of gentleman's agreement of like, we're both happy with this. We got the spike defuse, we got the round, you saved a couple of bulldogs. But this is where it can start to snowball again for Pixelumina, similar to what we saw in the first half of when we get these full rifles out for them.
Sure.
A little bit scary, and the best way to start it is against a bonus of CGN.
And in this bonus, CGN have decided to put 3 players towards this A-site extremity. It is being controlled by Kriz, so in case they decide to venture even further forwards, he'll be alerting the rest of the squad. But Pixelumina have already made waves into art. Kriz wins his individual fight. But I like that Pixelumina don't pull the trigger instantly on the attack, wanting to see if there is an opportunity to break through elsewhere. Almo looking to take a peek, and the 1v1 is won. Vandal is supreme. And with 2 players deficit, CGN need to make a decision on where they want to gamble stack.
But also, Pixelumina, 40 seconds left, they need to make a decision, and that one is over towards B. Ambi, one of the main anchors, over towards this side of the map, so they're definitely going to be expecting him close by, especially with that nade going out. There's so much delay here. Even the salve is being utilized. There's 20 seconds left on the clock.
The dagger's available again, spots out yet another 4 players. Damage through the gap between the 2 smokes, but Kriz is able to participate in those trades. And the thing is, if you're Pixelumina, you're going to not be giving Vince a thing, but he might just be taking it for himself either way. Doesn't care if you're hiding. He'll get you out of your hole, your corners, your crannies, and deal with you individually. The fact that Stixon simply don't have all of their health, the Bulldog still can be damaging. The issue is, only 10 bullets remain. He's going to try and close up the gap. Simply has got most of the health from the 2, but doesn't even need it. Lovely headshot connecting, and Pixelumina find their guns and make them work.
There's so much pressure that a lot of these teams have been putting over towards A on the defense, and then on the flip side, it's the attackers that love to be around and control mid. I really love to see any sort of fight over towards A main or a retake of the space, right? Because especially with the smokes that you can put down as defenders, it can really cut off and isolate the individuals at the front of the pack. But any sort of reclaim of space over towards A, because at the moment CGN have so much information to work with. Sure, they're not necessarily able to convert it, but it's still going further into the rounds when we do have the full rifles like this one. They can make better judgment calls based off the information that they have because of the extremity space.
Drone is down.
Well, the drone will realize the position of 2. So instantly know there's a Teo as well towards B. Pixelumina blocked off as well. But I don't think they mind it. They're going to bolster up this B-long position. And sure, they've got Almo on the lurk, but it feels like the B-site hit is an inevitability at this point.
Double trip, 3 players, and oh my god, Maniac doesn't even get an opportunity. Wolfer wants to be proactive, spams through smoke, gets the first.
This is a deep cosmic divide. It allows CGN to still play into their side. Pixelumina have got no space control. Kriz finally gets the pick up on a Wolfen, but it doesn't mean that CGN are going to respect you. Flash comes through. Both CGN defenders look to peek, and they are both successful on their trade. Sticks is the only one surviving. Sure, he's got the spike in hand. Sure, he might be permitted to plant, but even then, gets startled by the clone, and the round is completely out of hand. It's CGN that are on the helm in complete control, and there's absolutely nothing Pixelumina can do.
Don't stop fighting. You must keep going, even if you're the only one.
It's an opportunity now to take the lead for the first time in this matchup. Tied at 8-8 currently, and it's putting Pixelumina into questions about the money and what kind of investment that they can bring in.
30 seconds left.
And I was making the comments about having so much information to work with and having the extremities being dealt with. It's allowed CGN to be in a position where they can have a cypher with full trips, spotted 2 players towards long, that's about it, but also has 2 other players that can sit with him on the site. So you have 3 players, a complete cypher setup, and then also the flashes coming in from Ambi. You have the stuns, the pulls from Vince, and also the nades coming in from Davi. There's so much utility that CGN had to the disposal on top of the numbers on towards the site that Pixelumina, well, we saw what happened. It was just walking into carnage.
Let's talk maps a little bit, shall we, Summer? Both teams are able to get themselves onto their own map picks on some really strong maps of theirs, right? Undefeated in their own individual regions on Haven and Pearl, respectively. And then the third one is Sunset, a bit of an unknown territory. Neither of the squads have played it this split. And yeah, it's a bit of an unknown. If you're Pixelumina, you're sort of hoping you can seal the deal here. 2-0 would be lovely, but Sunset might just be a risk.
Right there.
Might just be a risk, but right now we're on Pearl and the A site is where they want to go. Walk in and a TP back out, and it's Maniac that falls. That's your entry gone. That's sort of the surprise factor, and you've been locked out at the door. And again, CGN, everyone is here. They've just completely said, you know, we don't need B. Element's now going to TP back over just to pick up the mantle. But still, Sticks the only one with a rifle. Dink through the smoke down to 10 HP. There's nothing that Pixelumina can do right in this round.
Yeah, it's a rough world. I mean, you come into this one with pistols, and CGN have got the right read on where you want to hit and bolster the defense very quickly, that is. So quick rotating from them, as well as not allowing Manic to cross. So that was sort of what Pixelumina are hoping for, but they are really continuing to put the pressure onto the A side. No rotate going their way, and CGN aren't showing any signs that they want to rotate because they've got Element on the lurk as well, knowing that there's definitely no one towards B. Now, what Pixelumina would love in this situation would be if this Phantom carried itself over to this next round. So Chris, the healthier of the two, will start to back off. Thing is, it's not going to be an easy save. Element will be pressuring that backline shortly, but Sticks, let's see what damage you can do. Davi's low, but he's not really the first one you'll be in contact with. It's Vince instead. And even though Chris was ready on the trigger and in the right direction, Element was quicker.
And it's the perfect player to get that kill as well. Opting to upgrade from the Outlaw to the Phantom away. Some of the players will be having full armor coming into the next. Not all, but a fair majority. And again, it's being put down onto the pistols. Your hero rifle is not able to do much. Gets shut down before you're even able to see an opponent. Denied the save. It's similar to what we were seeing on Haven of everything Pixelumina was doing was going right, and now it's sort of the change of that. Doesn't seem like CGN can put a foot wrong, at least in the last few rounds.
Yeah, no, they've definitely fallen into their comfort zone. Showing signs of the Pearl they brought in on Dach. Again, Pixelumina slow and steady, showing revealing at least one's position. That art is being pressured. But that space has been given over from Pixelumina, instead putting a little bit of focus towards double doors. Smoke as well to potentially permit a cross.
But they're aware of it. Look at the setup from CGN. You have David in spawn, aware of the possible position over towards connected can be compromised. You even have the drop back off from Ambi being able to reinforce over towards the B site with Element's position up towards long. And then you look towards A, you have an Astra and a Cypher playing together, a Teo close by with utility to support. It's again issues of utility. Yeah. They're forcing their way onto sites that you don't have any business going into. Oh, look at the damage on Wolfen.
He's so low through the process. Let's see if he can get picked up eventually, but he will take two down with him into his grave. Brilliant stuff. The rotations are also pretty damn fast from CGN. The spike has to be collected and planted, but through the chaos, through the madness, it's Pixelumina to find themselves in the lead.
Element's got the ultimate online, and especially going for the flank. If he's able to get one, they are coming towards him. He can pop it, gather information for the rest of the team. For Ambi to come back into sight. This is going to be the first initial kill. It's going to be important.
Maniac, do you turn around on time? I don't think you do. Element has quashed the lead for Pixelumina. Now it's pretty damn equal, a 2v2. You've got to start to close in onto the spike, though. Both attacking players of Pixelumina don't have it in their view, so it's going to be hard ask for them to defend it, but still get it done off of pure power from Firepower. Chris nipping that one in, and let's be fair, that was awfully close.
Yeah, that was the only right answer that they were able to realistically go with. It's a 3v2. You lose your player towards main. Spike is implanted for you, but you do spot out the player towards backside. That gives you the confidence, or at least the confirmation, knowing your only chance to win this is to swing out. Almo deals with the first, and then the trade is there for Kriz. Can make the conversation about them being split up or going towards up when it's not planted for them. The adaptations on the fly, knowing they have to fight forward, was there. And it gives them an opportunity to be back up onto 9, back up to equal numbers. Now CGN are under pressure. Mid control. Or Pixel.
Yeah, this is a bit of a pivotal round, isn't it? Very important for Pixelumina to maintain the aggression on the attack. That is brilliant stuff. Davi is no more. Still though, CGN have got 2 defenders nearby. Not too bad of an ordeal for them if they can subside all of the util going in their direction. Element doubles up with the Outlaw? That's crazy. So CGN keep close numbers, and now the dimensional drift is used. Let's see how many players you can spot out. 2 in the middle of the side, but a dimensional drift is also used on the other side, so it's not like you can see where Maniac is. He's troubling them.
Time to jump.
There's a flash
from
and a pole.
One basic position.
They're gonna
Now the
know.
neural theft will reveal where every single one of them is. The second tick is the important one, as now the smoke is faded. No one on the spike anymore. That's a great flash, but can it be used to get a numbers advantage? No, it cannot, as Kriz and Maniac drop in position and pop heads.
That's one way to do it. Just fight your way out, and it's again back-to-back rounds in the post plant. Sure, this time they had a little bit of a better step over towards main, but it's a 3v3. All players corralled into A. Main player even being forced to the peak with fragments coming in from Ambi. But the only issue is you forced them into a peak and then lost the duel.
And this is where the pressure's mounted. It feels like for CGN, if they lose this, they might as well lose their hand on Pearl. Flicked off by Pixelumina potentially, as the economy is under threat. But again, these slow and steady rounds with Pixelumina, they've had mixed results.
But it's also how deep CGN are playing. They have a little bit of a switch up now. They want to play forward ahead of the Cypher utility over towards Art, want to try and catch players off guard. Vince is there to support. Doesn't seem like anyone's going to be going there. At very best, Maniac will be taking any sort of late presence, wanting to wait for the pushes, but the main prong of this attack for Pixelumina is out towards main, and there's nothing to stop them.
Oh my, this is actually the freest the A site has been. At least Element is able to shut down Maniac's life, but they still have yet to deal with Vince, and he's done a lot of damage. And it's a dry peek onto the smoke, which allows Pixelumina, well, CGN rather, to find themselves number superiority. They need the picks and they need them quick, and that's exactly what they've done. Davi to the back of the site, who could be a menace. You've got to wonder whether remaining 2 players are, but you don't quite have the spike available to you yet, so you do your due diligence. You clear out with the drone. Spike instantly to be dropped into the ground. The initial sprays do not connect, no damage dealt there. So we're looking at a 3v3 post-plant scenario. CGN close up the gap. It's Wolfen to take one extremity by himself, but it's pressured by 2 from Pixelumina. Almost the only one standing, and can't account for Davi's elevation. CGN are quick to pounce back.
And it's off the back of how expensive they made the initial site hit. That was a free A site. Styx is even confirmed so with the Nightfall, but they were too slow to take the space. Vince able to beat the players coming out of the smoke with the delay from the pull and the stun. Sits in the thorns and is able to get his. And it's just that delay on top of the initial kill that's primed CGN in a position to, well, walk away with the 10th round and a successful retake, with the ultimate being used by Ambi, neutralizing any sort of utility that Pixelumina might have had left. There's a clear deficit in health, utility, and CGN just kind of pressed the issue. And it's also an issue for Pixel Lumina, right? Losing that round in the fashion that they did with the money that they invested into it as well. They've been in a situation now where at 10-10 and they've been forced down onto weapons. You have a hero rifle for sticks. Do you really want to be looking at this player along with Maniac, with that Guardian, to get those entries clean, to be able to upgrade, recycle weapons to their teammates?
It's not going to be easy. CGN have been pretty damn confident on the defensive endeavors. And the fact that Element continues to play Outlaw after Outlaw round is still quite ridiculous. Still, I mean, sure, the economy was an issue this time around. That has to be put into account. But again, CGN seem to be adequately equipped for this defense. 2 players, well, 2.5, given that Davi could quickly come into play. Cosmic Divide drops. Vince tries to take the peak quickly and gets punished because of it. Do you try and go for another attempt? Spike being planted. CGN, they've got to be careful. They've got to be cautious. Pixel Lumina have got the numbers, an upgrade in a rifle for one of the players. Suddenly, this is under their control.
And look at the positions as well that they have over towards Art. This isn't a different plan. This one is for Art and also main. So both of these post-plan positions are great for Pixel Lumina.
They spotted out Wolfen trying to close up the distance, so Manic is being respectful. Wolfen still ends up on top on the fade. A very important one. Spike. Pressured once again, but it's not stuck with. Instead, Wolfen and Ambi come alive. CGN balance the tempo superbly, but it's Wolfen's frags that show CGN supreme in the round. A very important one. Cripples Pixel Lumina economically. Sure, that was a bit of a eco round, a shaky buy for Pixel Lumina either way, but you can't escape the fact that that got close to begin with.
I do love the utility usage on the initial site hit, right? With the Cosmic Divide and also the salvos, which forces the player that was backside to make the decision of taking the damage, running back into a safe position, or fighting ahead and into the art position. Unfortunately, they do fall, but for the side of Pixel Lumina, it's forcing CGN players into uncomfortable positions, even on the low buys, that allows the hero rifle of sticks to be into play in those isolated gunfights. So there's still glimmers of hope, is what I'm trying to say, for Pixel Lumina to close this out into. But again, they won the first map. Pressure is on CGN to close this one out, especially in the fashion that the first map ended.
Flash has definitely been heard. So Wolfen is comfortable to hold that angle and is bolstered up by Ambi. So already Pixel Lumina find themselves at a deficit. Thing is, you realize 2 players were playing out near double doors, so how much defenses are really available towards this B side? The answer is none, but Pixel Lumina don't know that just yet.
I have to go through the processes and even utilizing the Steel Garden to hit absolutely no one. But better safe than sorry, right? Sticks is also still sticking around over towards mid. Not going to be...
That's important.
Hit on the flank. There's an opportunity for timing. It's just when does Sticks peek into connector? At what point?
Ooh, that Cosmic Divide will be an issue though. Sure, Sticks appears from the back line. Davi ends up winning his own individual engagement, but again, the Cosmic Divide being brutal here. Sticks, can you close up the gap? How much pressure can you put on? Oh, that is an important Armageddon as well. It at least is diffused halfway. You just don't have the audio cue anymore. At least Sticks does as he closes up the gap. Davi is able to stop them. Cosmic Divide expires, but Davi comes out on top in every single fight. A triple kill collected and the defuse. CGN just an arm's length away from putting Pearl in their pocket.
Now they draw their very last breath.
An opportunity for individuals on the CGN side to shine. We were talking before going in that Davi's one of the players to watch, one of the players that can pull multi-frags out of a hat. And when it's needed most, is able to connect for the third onto simply puts them up onto 12. Chance to close it out now into this one. And again, an outlaw buy for Element, knowing the economic woes of Pixel Lumina. Well, economic woes or not, Element's going to be falling to a Bulldog, so one of the lesser weapons that Pixel Lumina have brought in. So still an opportunity to make this one an overtime.
Potentially, yeah. Still very much doable. And if Almo realized that he could have gotten away with a spray down pick on to that smoke there, it would have been beautiful as well. But instead, shut down. Forced out onto the open due to the Teo ult. Manic's position telegraph, so you've got to be cautious. But they've realized the substantial presence on the B side. They might as well try and hit A, but it's being defended by Wolfen, who has been instrumental today. And with all the util that he's got available to him, it's not going to be an easy task. And you can see how quickly CGN are sprinting towards the defense of the A site. Still, though, Pixelumina get away with a pick. The spike plant and the space control. Thing is, Davi's closed up the gap, but simply doesn't get caught off guard. He's the one that does the catching out. And 11th round seems like a very real possibility now. Only 2 players remaining for CGN, so they're going to give it the good old college try. They do have some cash available to them, so they are entertaining it, trying to go for the push. Vince gets put to rest, tucked in bed, and Ambi will find themselves under the covers as well. 11th now for Pixelumina. 1 round is the difference between an overtime potential or CGN winning the map.
But they don't have the money, Pavlos. Not everyone, at least. You have 2 players that are around that 2k mark. You have some around the 3. Only 1 player, I think, has the opportunity with the funds to buy a Vandal, half shield, and utility. And having that going into your last round of regulation and possibly giving up your opportunity to convert this map, push us to a 3rd, starts to get a little bit scary, and you can understand why CGN have used their final timeout. It's use it or lose it at this point. And realistically, coming into the last couple of rounds, Pixelumina, I love the fact that whenever they go over towards A, they've started breaking that trip over towards water, the deep one where you like basically in defender spawn, which is something that Wolfen's been playing with over towards A, just for the information, and the rotates will give us a little bit more safer to his teammates so they can play that full rotate over onto A. And Stakes has just been constantly breaking that, so that's a little bit of an unsung hero right now for Pixelumina in regards to slowing down rotations from CGN and just being a pain, sort of just a pain to CGN, that they have to be wary of a position like that. You can even see where Wolfen's put that trip down now. It's the same one that he's been doing the last couple of rounds. Stakes has been dealing with it, and it's been making too many question marks that CGN have been a little bit late to rotate, especially when you're looking at A.
Well, for this round, again, it seems like the trio of Vince, Davi, and Elements towards Arts, spotted by the drone. So you need to wonder if you want to stick around, help out, or switch up the position.
And that's exactly what CGN have done. They don't want to fight for A main anymore. They're not fighting for double doors. They've got a little trap set up over towards Art. 1 player's been spotted out, but there's 2 there to support.
Ambi's found himself a gap between the 2 guided salvos, but Maniac is able to exploit it, pre-firing into Ambi's position. Suddenly, you've only got 1 defending this B site, and it's Wolfen. Again, a very dangerous anchor. A very capable player, but he's got a less than optimal weapon that he's able to use correctly at the first instance. Maybe in the second one as well. Sticks is able to stick the landing eventually in that trade. Kriz spotting out movement, trying to deter the quick rotations, but the spike plant seems fathomable, at least with Pixelumina. Inevitable. It will go down safely, but a 4v3 could go either way.
Spike planted.
We have 2 players retaking over towards Link, 1 from CT. There's no ultimates to speak of, but there's 2 flashes for Element. The only issue is Vince has already fallen. That's brought the Nightfall back online. You know there's 1 player from CT. Where is Element coming from? That's an answer that they need to find.
Well, he's just sprayed out, so they kind of know where he's approaching. That's why Sticks takes the fight together with Almo hand in hand. They peek out of every single corner, and overtime is asked for both of these teams to see who will be securing it. Goodness, this is so close.
And just take a little peek at that scoreboard there. 25 and 14 for the new addition to this squad, who was unable to make it to challenges on going next from Northeast. Roster being dropped, has decided to change his tune, put on some Pixelumina colors, and for a debut on this roster in an official, I don't think you can sort of put any foot wrong.
Sure.
Top of the leaderboard, and also playing a vital part to this team, especially over towards mid. Spots out Element early on those rotates, doesn't necessarily commit to the fight, but plays with the information and also the time to convert this into an overtime, to convert it to a possibility for Pixelumina to again take the lead. Started to slip in the last few. Back on defense. Back with the A main control that they've been synonymous with in the first half.
Anemone. Sorry, I just had to pull that joke out. Well, 2 players have been spotted, so CGN will think twice against pushing that A main angle, and I think they've just found the weakness, the chink in the armor. No one is around to stop them from carrying on their pursuit of B. They've been flashed off, walled off. So there is a delay. There is an opportunity for Pixelumina to bridge the gap, get close. Almo is able to catch Wolfen on his cross into the smoke. That is so far a pretty decent end to the situation. CGN have missed out on timing.
He was the only player over towards B. I was assuming off the back of the information that he was going to retreat towards CT. Well, sure, eventually, but he takes the step forward to get the pick onto Wolf and get the initial kill, put his team in a position where they're in a 5v4 and even simply pushing the issue.
CGN are going to pounce back, though. Element is not going to stand still and not do a thing. He knows his team needs to have space to get the spike down. He's going to try and create it. Brute force. Instead, Pixelumina close in on CGN, wrap them up, seal the deal, and they find themselves a lead, an opportunity to close out this series 2-0.
And this is an opportunity that they didn't let squander when they were on 11-12. They were able to convert this into an overtime. And now it's their opportunity on match point. It's their opportunity to fumble realistically. And it's more looking at CGN. They've had their opportunities to convert this in regulation. They've been on match point, unable to do so. Pixelumina hyping, praying that they have better success rate on these.
Yeah, that at least is the silver lining for CGN. The defensive side has been a little bit stronger. That drone is going to reveal quite a bit. Did it get broken before it crossed out of the smoke?
Possibly, but they do still have a little bit of information coming in from Ambi's knife. Does hit Chris over towards mid. One thing important about this is, yeah, again, Element over towards main. This is something that CGN had been lacking a couple of rounds when they were on this defense. And it's something that Pixelumina kind of need to get, especially with 3 players over towards A. They start to execute in, and at 40 seconds, no space over towards B. No inkling of wanting to go there. Element gonna be stuck here.
Oh,
no
no.
TP. Oh, he doesn't get thrown.
No.
Surely
they're
not.
surely gonna. No! Oh dear! Oh no! Everything has gone awry. It's gone astray. Element can just take over simply. Sure, he's able to trade it back, but that's losing a lot of time in the process, and you don't know where Vince has potentially gone. Sticks, you've got so much heavy lifting to do, especially if you want to get the spike down on time. Simply is able to deliver on one end, but Davi's so close. Sure, you can smell him, you can feel his presence, and he's just jumped in on time. There is no time to get the spike into the crowd, or maybe there is. Never mind, Davi will deny even that prospect. The game is headed to yet another round of overtime rounds.
Overtime.
A missed drone over towards main, and I know it was only 1 kill, but it's also the kill onto your Astra, onto your smokes.
30 seconds left.
And nothing from the Astra player was able to support the players out onto site, out from up. It's like lambs to the slaughter with the setup, the crossfire that they had, especially with the player then being able to slink into main. Just made it that much harder for Pixelumina to try and convert off the back foot. And again, CGN going for main control, but also they're wanting to fight for this east side of the map heavily.
Well, Sticks realizes that CGN wanted to take a facey approach to this. Not baited by the clone, but Element takes a wide swing, and this prey transfer is simply sublime. Now the A site is fully on the eyesight. It's the target. The thing is, Pixelumina still have a couple of players available to defend it. If they can get multi-kills here, it wouldn't be too bad of a deed, but no. A simple trading game will favor CGN. They already had the 2 number superiority. And Almo, all that is left, hoping that he can save the day, but honestly, a really tough ask from him. Well, he takes his first steps out of library. Wolfen takes a few steps of his own, so it's heard by Almo, but it's all a matter of timing, which Almo will not have on his side. The round is for CGN, and they get given yet another opportunity to seal the deal on Pearl.
Yeah, that double kill entry was absolutely nasty, and off the back of it, they just steamroll into sight. CGN ran away with that round realistically, and again, it's the opportunity now back on their shoulders to convert this one. Pixelumina utilizing a timeout. They've been in this position before in regulation. They had to win 2 back-to-back attack rounds, which is something that's been eluding both of these teams. It's something that both of them have struggled with in regards to consistency of these rounds and being able to use the presence that they have over towards mid and that they're able to get relatively free to convert that into a site hit itself. Because even in the previous round where we see Element get that double kill over towards Art, that's one of the few rounds that we've seen such a convincing attacking split of A. And then on top of that, a miss drone on the previous attacking round for Pixelumina. So they need to sort of tighten up shit for them here. They want another opportunity to push this into another overtime. Alvin's got the operator out as well over towards B. That's going to be an issue.
Glass cannon.
It's not something that they've had to deal with necessarily in regulation.
Maybe that's the answer. You've wanted to switch something up a little bit. Pixelumina have had their opportunities to break through, but having that operator onto B-Long might be exactly what the doctor ordered, considering a Pixelumina were thinking of heading early on.
Might be a beautiful read coming in from CGN. It's not somewhere where they've loved to go.
Element finds the timing onto Almo, trying to cross to the center pillar. Doesn't go his way, so CGN start things off with the numbers. That's not too bad of an ordeal, but Pixelumina starting to gain ground in mid, might be able to split the map in 2.
The issue is, again, you have to deal with the utility coming in from Wolfen. You have a trip towards site, towards water, and even a camera towards connector.
Wolfen thinking better of the situation and dropping back completely. Pixelumina have amped up the pace, and you sort of want to let them get here. Spike in an unorthodox position, ends up being planted. The sprays do not connect, and the gravity wells can't quite do the job either. So, a chance for Pixelumina to keep things going, but they're lacking the picks. They're lacking the numbers. Element, it will take a long time for him to approach to be relevant in this fight. The Horde comes through, and off the back of it, Maniac and Chris swing. Vince closes up. How many more can he find? Pixelumina know they've done a lot, so they try and hide, but Chris won't be able to survive the imminent threat that is Vince. A triple kill to his name, and finally CGN through.
Yeah, that is an interesting outcome. I mean, look, for both teams, a hard-fought kind of map there, and I'm sure for Pixelumina, knowing that that is CGN's map pick, that's not going to be too bad of a result for them, but they probably did want to get that done in 2 maps. Now they've got to head to Sunset. A big question mark, I think, for both teams, MP.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We don't know anything whether what is the Sunset meta right now. We don't know what these teams kind of like to run. Is there a difference between Northeast? Is there between Northeast and Dark? What is the situation there? But that was a banger map. Pearl Yeah, I was expecting the CGN for CGN to take this, but Pixel Lumina, they came in hot, incredible first 9 rounds, 7-2 right there, but in the end CGN got it back 7-5, and I think they started playing really well on the defensive side. Element being a nuisance on that B long side with the outlaw operator, there was no chance Almo had any possibility for lurking in there, so that kind of restricted their access to the other side of the map. And incredible performance from CGN, even though it looked really rough. But I want to highlight Chris, like Summer said, their debut for Chris in this team, and 27 and 17. That is incredible performance. 5 first kills as well as a Vice. I think, to me, that's incredible.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if Pixel Lumina win, we might be able to ask how Chris has affected kind of the dynamic of the team, because, yeah, this is a side to Pixel Lumina that, I mean, it's not like we haven't seen them do well in Northeast, but again, we have to stress that this is the 4th seed coming out of the region, and I don't think we expected this against the 1st seed of DAC once again. But I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how that develops into Sunset. You know, again, a question mark for these two teams. We haven't seen it yet, and we don't know. We have no idea what to go for. So this could just be really a clash of play styles that we're not sure about. And on paper, I think right now, Pixel Lumina are looking like the better team. I mean, obviously with more rounds over the 2 maps than CGN.
Yeah, and I do think Pixel Lumina, when they are in game, their mid-round calls are incredible. They have the they dare to do hard plays, in my opinion, like pushing all the way through A main to their spawn, taking that mid control. I think they have that capability. But now Sunset, a new map, technically coming back on the board, CGN, a really prep heavy team. I wonder if there's some kind of trap plays there. What are gonna be the composition? Could it be double sentinel? Deadlock was something that I really liked playing in that map. I think it's gonna be really interesting, but I really want to have heavy emphasis on Pixel Lumina. I don't think anyone expected them to have this kind of performance against the dark #1 seed, but all of a sudden they have come out of woodworks and been incredible. They have had incredible confidence in making plays, and Styx is in the forefront of that.
All right, well, we'll get right back into that in just a little bit. Map 3 is coming up next. We're going to Sunset. We'll go to a quick break before we get there. Alright everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. We're moving on to map 3 in our first series of the day between Pixelumina and CGN Esports. It didn't really go the way that we expected to begin with, and it's continuing in the fashion that these two teams are relatively closely matched, but now we're going to Sunset, which is kind of an unknown quantity for both of these teams, of course, being reintroduced into the map pool. And Pixelumina, they started things off so well, and then moving on to CGN Esports' map pick, still putting up a massive fight. So I'm a little scared for CGN Esports going into, you know, what would you would assume would be a level playing ground in terms of scrimming.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can have that of a decent map or almost even win CGN out of their, I would imagine one of their best maps if we don't count Fracture, which is out of the map pool right now. I think that it already shows brilliance from Pixelumina. For CGN, that could have been something that maybe set the wheels in motion. Maybe they gained some confidence out of that, because it felt really underwhelming from CGN, especially in Haven, and I felt like even at the start of that Pearl they were kind of sloppy. They were kind of dismissing a lot of things, maybe not recognizing the Pixelumina aggression that they quite a lot of the times had. They were doing really aggressive plays. Maniac at forefront, obviously having a great aim, great prowess in dueling. It's really hard to win against that if you're not instantly ready. And Sunset, yeah, it's kind of an odd land. Pixelumina, as we know it, they haven't played a single game in Sunset. Obviously, they have players that have played in Sunset, like Maniac under Barca, playing against teams like Apex. Last time CGN played in Sunset was against Apex as well. Obviously, that was with Benny and Anguist. So it's really interesting to see how the agency like that, we're just gonna see, is gonna sift up. No deadlocks here. I do love Maniac's Neon. I think that is incredibly good. I love every time that we're gonna see Maniac playing that Neon. A little bit different in terms of the composition. Obviously CGN going for a bit of a more information and shutting down that executes with the KO. Then Pixelumina, obviously when you have Neon, you kind of want to have that breach combination, so you can have fault line and the Neon just going all over the enemy place. I'm really interested to see how these compositions play out here. Chris playing that Cypher as well. We haven't seen a single Chris KJ, which is, I think, insane for me, but I mean, who am I to say? He was incredible in the previous map.
Yeah, to me it looks like CGN are kind of taking a similar approach to this as they did to Haven in terms of their composition. Obviously the breach suits Haven more, moving on to the KO for Sunset for this one, and I do think the Neon will suit Pixelumina's play style at the very least. Obviously on that Haven he was playing the Yoru, now moving on to the Neon on a map where, I mean, Neon is also valid on Haven as well, but I think definitely on Sunset looking more like that kind of play style, that aggressive style is going to be super useful, especially with the breach to back it up. We'll find out how that plays out. Either way, we're going to be crowning our first series victor here on Sunset for this stream. So Pavlos and Winter, take it away.
That we will, indeed. It seems like Pixelumina, undefeated on Haven, will remain that way. Same thing for CGN, but on Pearl, but now we enter uncharted territories. We enter Sunset. Now, look, that last map was very damn close. We don't have any history to work upon what's going to happen on this one, but in terms of what we've seen so far, Summer, how do we feel? How's this going? Is there one team you seem to be enjoying more than the other?
I'm gonna be called a biased caster if I start talking, Pavlos, because I have to say Pixelumina, right? From our region, in the sense of we've seen their sort of progression, right, across from Split 1 specifically for you. You've been there every step of the way for this team. You've seen them grow, reach playoffs for the first time, and now into challenges. And against CGN have put up a hell of a fight on their map pick and then dominated on your own. So coming into this third and final map, it is Sunset. It is this massive unknown since the recent map changes. It is a massive question mark. And looking at CGN, I know on Twitter, your boy Lewis from Focus was talking about how well they are anti-stratin, right? And I think that's something that you can not necessarily hold against them on this, but if they're good at anti-stratting, they should be able to cook up a couple of strats relatively quickly for themselves coming into a new map. And I think that's the one thing I'm starting to be a little bit of a hoper and believer for CGN into this matchup. So we don't have necessarily a wipeout for either team, and we have something similar to what we had on Pool, an actual game.
Yeah, you're right, and I kind of follow what you're trying to say about CGN Esports as well, right? It feels like they have a deep investment into the supporting staff of the team, whether that's the coaching staff and so on and so forth. It feels like there is an opportunity here to cook up something fresh, something new, and potentially, you know, catch Pixelumina by surprise in this one. But overall, let's see how this one goes. It is the third map of this series. We know this group will be difficult to begin with BBL Pacific still being in the conversation. But if you get a win here, it makes you the first contender up against that Turkish super team. Let's see who'll be having it. Pixelumina starting things off on the defensive, while CGN will be the ones that will aggress from the get-go. They're the attackers.
I will say I do prefer Pixelumina's comp. I'm an avid lover of the Breach, especially on this map, and pairing it with the Neon in particular, we know Maniac can get away with absolute murder. For someone to support him, it can be nice. But you have Wolfen just being this solo exploration over towards A, sent a shock dart towards B from Savvy H, wanting to try and be any sort of distraction to pull rotates, but Wolfen gets the first pick onto Maniac, but he's locked in this corner.
He is. That's not too big of an issue, especially with Ambi and the rest of the squad approaching. Pixelumina didn't have a chance to respond there. And again, Wolven proving worthy of these pistol rounds. He's been that menace, both on Haven and Pearl. And again, he's the first blood. I think he drew first blood in every single map so far. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but it very much feels that was the case. Still, Recon will not be popping. Spike will be going down with relative ease. And it feels like Pixelumina are falling further and further behind this round, getting much more out of reach by the second, especially with CGN just hiding in every single corner. No util available here for Pixelumina. Sticks needing to take some dry peeks. Wolfen has been put to rest, but the flash is going to be daunting. Davi seizes the chance to swing back, and now they know where the two players are coming from. They can all focus their efforts into holding CT. Sticks will try and go for a dry peek again, but the crash from Ambi took him off guard, and Davi as well seizes the chance to swing yet another time. It's CGN with first blood.
This is something that I've noticed not only across the last couple of maps, but in some of the VODs that I was watching of them in the DAP League, in the regional, is a lot of the times, and I said this before broadcasters, on their attacking rounds, it does all come down, or at least the main oomph of the round comes down to contact kills, whether it's from the duelist or whether it's looking at Wolfen. And it was Wolfen in that round in particular. Contact plays into elbow, gets the initial pick onto Maniac, and then it sort of fumbles out of control for Pixelumina then, and CGN can just walk away, get onto site relatively cleanly, and into that post-plant situation where they can play the numbers, because they had a lot of them.
Pixelumina will realize there's a lot of commotion going out in main, so in mid rather. So B main is the target. This might get caught out. Never mind. Even stunned, he's a threat. Will look to paranoid the remaining players. And that's exactly what he does as well. Doubles up on his kill count in the round. It's a bit of a confidence builder, right? If you're CGN, you want to make sure that you get some quick rounds in. The previous Pearl map was quite chaotic. A lot of rounds went back and forth, came in, you know, clutches ended up being the be-all, end-all. But this looks a little more trivial. No real threat posed by Pixelumina this round.
And that's exactly what you want. Even if it is Vince picking up the double kill over towards main, the Ghost, it's more of the reliance on looking at the rest of the players to make sure that they're not going to be losing these weapons, and especially with Davi H on his own with a Phantom.
Huh. Are you insinuating that there's a potential Phantom upgrade for Pixelumina?
For free. A free upgrade. It's an opportunity, but on the exits, Ambi starts to rejoin with his teammates over towards main. And they keep it flawless. Even though there's a little bit of chip damage, but chip damage, hey, that can be repaired.
Yeah, that's no biggie. That's actually the cleanest CGN could have hoped for. That's brilliant start to this map. Getting a 2-0 without losing any players as well in the second round. It was this Vince round, this Vince moment that just caught me off guard. Being able, even stunned. I think, I don't know actually if that stun expired at the final moment there, the final millisecond. But either way, it didn't seem to phase him at all. Clean start.
It'd be interesting to see, especially as Sunset starts to come back into the map pool. For me in particular, is how well teams are used to dealing with stuff that was relatively simple back when this map was in the pool and it was sort of the standard. Stuff can start to go overlooked when it's new.
Spike down, B.
That's a crazy good entry as well from Element. Sure, Kriz is able to take one down with him, but by taking Kriz down, you've cleared out the B sides. Spike will be dropping in, and the thing is, post-patch, you can't really play the B main execute as easy as before, so you see CGN taking out a very aggressive stance, and Pixelumina, let's see if they are able to expect it. Slowly but surely, you do have the 3 players looking to flood back into main. Paranoia affecting Wolfen here, but it's not like he doesn't have the support of his team. Element ends up on top. The elevation seems to be working like a charm, and Wolfen seizes a chance to swing. Instantly, Pixelumina's attempt on the retake gets completely quashed.
Hey, the support of his teammates wasn't even needed. He can wait for the paranoia to dispel. It has no pressure on him in that position, whether it's from CT or from the players coming in from Garage. But it is a round on the board for CGN, and it is a bonus converted in which they didn't necessarily have the best coming into it. They were again on this more of this half bar. You had the force up from the Vandal coming in from KO and also onto Element, right? And then Wolfen just gets a free upgrade over towards site, gets a double kill, and is just happily just unbothered. An unbothered king on site, right? He gets one paranoia, and that's the only pressure that he's realistically felt the whole round.
So potentially, it's still early doors, but we're at the precipice where we can say that CGN are mounting up some pace. Ooh, felt for a second Element was exposed, but Wolfen had his back. No issue there. Pixelumina yet to really get themselves in a point where they're contending for a round win yet. Sure, this round you don't really expect that to be the case, but you look at the previous ones as well, it's been a bit of a struggle. We've only seen one buy round after all though, so we'll take our time to judge.
It's just silence for CGN right now. They don't want to necessarily walk into a stack. I want to buy the time, see if anything's given to them, similar to how Almo came searching. But this Cypher setup, the Hero Vandal and Maniac as well over into this position. Now it starts to get scary. He gets a double over towards Elbow. Element does trade it back out, but still it's down to a 3v3. 30 seconds left. They don't have to commit.
No, they don't. But then again, you've also got Simply lurking around, and surely he'll realize, no, he doesn't look. He doesn't check his left.
But he is.
They have no idea Vince is there. They've got no clue. And therefore, Vince is able to come out of the shadows, deal with sticks. Element wins in 1v1 against Simply. And that's how the cookie crumbles. As simply as that, CGN denying Pixelumina the chance to upset.
Spike planted.
How does Element get the kill with the ghosts? And it's just timing after timing. Simply, like you said, doesn't look left, doesn't spot out Vince. Vince picks up one of his own over towards the rotating players from A, because well, Simply's like, they're not going A, they're changing direction, they're changing course, it's B. I've walked through B main, they can't be a look. Forgets about mid. And it's a Sheriff against a Ghost, an unsuspecting Element. Still able to convert, and that could have been the way for Pixelumina, not only back into the round off of the back of the double kill from Maniac over towards Elbow, but an opportunity to have an eco round against CGN. Now,
Tripwire destroyed.
Finally back with the rifles out. So this is sort of the second opportunity for Pixelumina.
quietest noise.
The CGN seem to show no respect and get themselves quickly onto this B site. Pixelumina want to continue being menaces, simply denies Element the deep space control, but it's not without Ambi's counteraction. The Hunter's Fury is causing some pressure in the mix as well. Maniac pushes out through his own smoke and wants to go even deeper. Another smoke created, but pushes against that one as well. This time doesn't work out. Kriz might be in trouble. Shock Dart does get dropped to his feet, but not much damage dealt. Kriz wants to close in the distance as Ambi could have been resurrected. Instead, that is not the case. Pixelumina put their stamp on a defensive round.
And even sending a little jet hop on their way back into spawn. It's a manic round for both of these teams. Ults left, right, and center. You can see it in the replay. The TP. Element had backside control. TP's back onto default to assist his team, and realistically, this round is all Maniac.
Okay. Well, we didn't have a tech pause the entire day, so fair enough.
We'll have like we were owed one now.
Yeah, online tournaments and everything. It's what we get. But for now, I'm impressed from both sides. I feel like there's certain showings all across the board that have been good. Sure, Maniac did some stepping up this time, but it wasn't without Kriz's efforts. And mind you, Kriz is the new addition of the roster. He didn't play with Pixelumina throughout the last split. He joined in. You know, obviously he's gotten to challenges EMEA before with Go Next, previously known as Shakmat, but now he does it with this roster. And you know, there's not much time to integrate him. But let's see if it, yeah.
I will say, I think Kriz is not only we were talking about the best substitute to come in and be this new fifth for this Pixelumina side, but also if you had to change anyone, you'd want it to be your Sentinel, especially within a short time frame, because for Kriz, a lot of his work is going to be on his own. Like the timings aren't going to change whether you're on Go Next or Pixelumina. The setups that you'd like to run, specifically when you're tasked with holding down a site on your own, likely not going to change. So it's one of the easier roles I feel to implement into a new team on the surface level. Sure, when you start getting into trying to manipulate push and pulls and calling rounds on the fly, you can make a conversation that it starts to get harder. At least it's not an initiator. At least you're not having to replace someone that timings are so important. What timing?
Yeah. Simply might just be on the precipice of one, but instead Element decides he just wants to be on the other side of the map instead. There's only one real defender towards this A site. Sure, Manic is nearby and could pose a bit of a threat, but CGN, if they opt for this, they will be finding themselves into the weaker of the two sides. But they're slow. They are spreading out a bit of a default approach, seeing if they can deal with any early util.
Real stuff that they are starting to deal with, right? With Element's exploration over towards the door, was able to break down that camera, able to TP out, so that's starving Pixelumina of further information that they have to keep simply there. The door's down, so is the camera, and out of nowhere, CGN have both sort of gotten a double kill over towards A, but the spike isn't here, and yet they're still getting kills.
In the blink of an eye, this round has turned completely upside down. CGN win their individual fights, and now Kriz and Simply are left to do it by themselves. Thing is, they've made the right choice. They stuck around towards B.
They were wanting to
and that's where CGN are planting. Thing is, you just need to act quickly. Ah, the sprays. Ah, yeah, that's a backbreaker. That's a Go Next situation.
Yeah, they were not even planning on attempting for that round until the spike sort of wandered into their area.
Into their sight. Yeah.
Yeah, you could see in the sort of body language of like the players like, oh, okay, 3 players have died over towards A, it's fine, we'll just go sit on B, it's all good, all fine. And then the spike sort of gets hand delivered to their doorstep.
So is Kriz.
Yeah. That's unfortunate.
I mean, I see his attempt, trying to see if he can interrupt any of the remaining players, the stragglers, but they aren't really stragglers, they're thriving. CGN have got all five remain to the next round. It's a brilliant end to that round.
You're talking about the money situation for Pixelumina. you want to go for exits or try and take some down with you as you go, like, just save the rifle. You haven't got much money. Almo hasn't got anything. Same goes for Maniac, but he does have his ultimate to work with. And you're not really going to be doing much economic damage to CGN right now because they have money. They have money for days. They've been investing, right? And this timeout from Pixelumina is going to be a conversation on how they want to invest coming into this round, whether you do try and buy up around the 3 rifles that you can purchase. Maniac utilizing the ult, trying to get something fast and aggressive, especially when you have a breach and a neon. You're not seeing any sort of aggressive early fights from them, especially over towards A, which is sort of the default area I'd say that you'd start fighting. You put a stun, you can get a peek coming in from a neon, or even just self-initiating for Maniac with his own stuns, just fighting for some sort of space, because at the moment, in the previous round we saw a play die towards elbow and then also towards the top mid link over towards A. They are so far and deep into the sites that CGN aren't getting challenged early on, and they're defaulting and breaking utility, trying to take down as much information and much of Croz's setup as possible before they go into the sites. And then they contact into a couple of players of Pixelumina and they're winning out the gunfights. That's the issue here for Pixelumina.
Well, methodical push from mid. And simply will try and interrupt. Instead, he will get affected by a dagger, so no use of utility for now. Maniac pushes through the A-site extremity. They know that no one is around. It's a very real B-site threat, which Chris isn't initially able to deal with. Wolfen reads Alma's push, and all of a sudden, they realize where Maniac is as well. It is really strong, very methodical from CGN, and they don't lose on a single fight. They look confident. Element is able to double down as well by the end of that round, and it feels like Pixelumina can't find the answer.
As much as they try throw different things at the problem that is CGN, whether it's a walk through A, finally trying to be aggressive somewhere, but the only issue is get caught out. Ultimate tried to be invested by Maniacs. Not really much on the return, and now back onto weaker weapons. A heavy investment from Maniac into this one, down to 700 credits.
My ultimate is ready.
Oh,
okay, that's more like it. Hello, Almo.
That's what we need from the side of Pixelumina, winning out the gunfights, even if you're on the sheriffs.
Just a little bit of spiciness in our life. That's what we need. Well, that's what Pixelumina definitely needs. They haven't really been able to succeed with the post plants. Being able to chip away at the attack before it's the end of the round would be the optimal.
Would be ideal.
These famous Wolven explorations.
It's pinged out though. They have to be away. Maniac wants to walk up onto it to be able to.
That was the only rifle for the round, by the way.
Yeah. Oh Almo. Oh Almo. Oh Almo. No.
Yeah, you can call curtains for this one. End this one up. Wrap it up. It's a 7th guaranteed. Sure, it's a 3v3. Sure, a gun can be collected in mid. Sure, there's a neural theft. What are really the chances?
Spike planted.
They have been able to upgrade the Guardian and also the Phantom from top mid.
You're right. Here comes a rolling thunder. Not able to couch out a single soul. Ambi plays it aggressive, does a lot of damage as well as a second. It's ridiculous how he gets away with that. And now Styx is the only one remaining. And there's nothing for him to do. He's used a rolling thunder. The 2 players that were holding rifles, he was hoping that they could do the damage. And he doesn't get a chance to answer back to Ambi either. With 26 points of health, he still gets away with murder. CGN deny Pixelumina a chance to bounce back.
My ultimate is ready.
That is a nice shot though. We have to appreciate that one. Rolling Thunder comes out onto site. The only issue is no one's on site to deal with it. Ambi managed to get an extra 2 kills after the initial one on 26 HP. And again, for the side of Pixelumina, the only aggression we're getting right now is solo peaks. You have an operator out for Almo, who's going to be posting up over towards A. This is the aggression that we want with the Neon.
man. Jump peek from Element, but it felt like he got away with it. Almo, though, gets a shot through the wall. Twice he's been able to show up, this time with an operator. How much more can you do? Dagger. Broken on both ends. Kriz is finally able to double down on a second pick without the trade going in CGN's favor. Almo gets caught, though. He was overstepping in front of the smoke. That has given CGN an opportunity to cross.
And an opportunity out onto the spike, because look at onto the site, sorry, look how far away Pixlumina players are. They're still switching over towards mid. They're worried about Wolfen's possibility of a look.
The new Hunter Shuri was also available, so they also toyed around with getting the spike down. Didn't really want to commit to it, but now Ambi goes for the plant. And even though on a 3v4, they have all the space they need. Operator for Davi, and it's the right position. Misses the chance early. The reaction time's not quite there. Shock dart. Maniac loses half his life without being able to exchange any damage back. Ambi, again, close and personal is the most dangerous. But Maniac continues to put the pressure on. Hunter Fury trying to deny the defusal. It might just be enough, especially if Wolfen is able to get some killing done of his own, funneled directly into Wolfen's hands. He's low on health. Kriz, he's found the damage. He's found the pick. Davi needs to close up the distance, but Kriz, will this allow it? Pixelumina finally able to stick the landing on the defuse and get themselves around on the defensive.
And with a combined 16 HP across the two players, off the back of an impressive shot from Almo on the operator, to fleeting opportunities, especially as this Hunter's Fury came through. VH picking up that operator. And left in a situation of a 1v2.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, finally Pixelumina can be happy about something, but it took them a lot to get it done. And let's be fair, it really could have gone either way. It wasn't a solid round. But if they keep on pairing up these early pickups, these first kills, then maybe they can replicate the success. Sticks, he's got the timing onto Element. Never mind, never mind. Element is all aware.
Revealing area.
Sticks thought he could get away with something. Sat over in Petra, but unfortunately, Element's all too away. But Maniac does have an answer back. At least a kill over towards onto main, but there's nothing else as a follow-up. There's 3 players sat on towards this Cypher setup. Almo seems pretty comfortable with this operator.
30 seconds left.
He does. But he is lured out with a flash. You wonder where you want to be exposed to, especially when you're flashed from the other end and Element seizes the chance to pounce. The numbers have been equalized. Oh, Vince, what a lurk. What a beauty of a lurk. Kriz is being caught. Sure, he turns around, realizes what's going on, but it isn't on time. Element will be able to have the time to get the spike down as well. Finds the cover, gets himself behind the box. Simply, if he punishes this, if he's able to stop it from happening, he will succeed. Gets both players shocked out on one, bullet to the head to the other, and seals the deal with a clutch.
Gun here.
Bit unfortunate. Coming down to situations, Almo sticking around too long over towards it, gets caught between main and elbow. Kriz even getting the audio cue, but it comes down to heroics from Simply.
I can't believe it's just another close round like that, back to back. But a round's a round, and a pick is a pick. But it's not without the trade. Maniac had to give his life for that, and use the overdrive in the process.
But the fact that he got the kill onto Wolfen, that means Sticks is so happy to walk through spawn, can be something of an unaware if they're unaware of this flank, especially with the position Davi Cage is taking up.
The Metro Drift has given some information, and you're right, there is a bit of a lurk, but how soon can it come into play? Davi Will he get caught off guard because of it? Almo finding the elevation to deal with Element on the cross. So Pixelumina have got the numbers, and Styx interrupts Davi's rotate. Sure, there is a from the shadows. Vince is able to cross towards B, but will Ambi be able to join him? I don't think so. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Wherever he tries to go, Pixelumina players are just hiding, ready to get him. But he can't spend too much time trying to deal with Ambi. You've got to rush towards B, because that time is ticking, and that spike will explode.
But he knows Styx was relatively near to get that stun off, so there's at least a little bit more comfort for Vince over towards side that it's only going to be a 1v2. It's still a 1v2. Simply's already onto the spike. Is able to get the connection onto the first and onto the second. The TP up onto the box. The peek
How does he
over
get
the
away
top.
with that? Oh my goodness, Vince! That's a quadra! From start to finish, from the shadows onto site, 1, 2, and 3 on the kills. And a 4-piece altogether. That is simply ridiculous.
And really credit for Ambi, not only netting the kill to bring this down into a 2v3, but also making Styx stick around towards A. So he was late over towards the site, which left his teammate in the ability to get a 1v2. Gets the first, gets the second. TP up onto the box and over for the fourth, sorry. And now CGN up onto 8 against a ragtag buy from Pixelumina. An opportunity to make it 9.
Yeah, there really is an opportunity there, but the funny thing is from the previous rounds that Ambi did a lot of the damage as well, being stuck behind. He was the one left behind. The B side was kind of left quiet for a while, and he was still keeping people busy, getting the picks as well, until Pixelumina decided to not give him any more attention. Element with first blood, and Almo doesn't quite have the timing to follow it up. Your Theft has now found the body, and with that, CGN get info on the setup.
Well, they seem more than happy to at least explore over towards the Cypher's playing, especially with this loot from Wolfgang over towards mids.
Styx. He's definitely been telegraphed. They know exactly where he is. The thing is, Chris needs to be an influential factor. Vince has been able to cross. A lot of damage has been done, but the third bullet will find its mark onto the head. Shot darts from Simply, as well as the Sheriff shot. Suddenly, Pixelumina have made this very close. Thing is, Wolfen is trying to steal the distance, close it up to allow his team to get the spike into the ground. Thing is, Simply, will he allow that? Maybe he will. Low on the health, and Almo is left to himself to clutch it.
He's not near at all, but there's an opportunity to isolate these 1v1s, especially with the position Wolfen's taken up over towards backside. But is he ready for it? No, he's not. And it's back-to-back 4Ks from different members of CGN.
Switching sides.
My eyes are down.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Solid start for CGN on the first half, showing complete dominance. Sure, there were moments where Pixelumina were able to pounce back, chip in some damage, but overall, it was CGN that was under control. They are on the highway to success in this series. A reverse sweep, a very real possibility. Can Pixelumina stop it from happening?
Will be required heroics from them on the attack because this deficit is nothing to shy away from. Believes CGN have been able to build, and Pixelumina want to challenge over towards mid, and look how close towards top mid Maniac is.
He is very close to the action. Wolfen's able to get some pot shots through his smoke. Over towards the main Maniac. He's going berserk. And he's caused for a lot of attention in his direction, so Almo sees the chance to break through the chaos. Maniac ensues his domain. It's ridiculous how Pixelumina take charge on these pistol rounds, and they look to do it yet again.
Spike planted.
It's freebie to the back of Maniac. And another one onto Almo, and another one onto Chris, but Stick saves Pixelumina from an embarrassing 1v4 attempt.
Yeah, it could have gone bad. It could have been disastrous. It could have been the backbreaker to the game, but instead it isn't. Pixelumina can breathe in. Nothing to see here. Ignore what happened. But they can't drop the ball like that. You can't let them get away with those. Vince showing that he nearly had another clutch in his pocket. He nearly did it again.
I mean, they at least threatened it. Where does that dart go? Off.
I must wait a moment.
Onto B side. That's a pretty cool dart. From Simply.
Off the back of the mansion at the outskirts of the map.
Yeah, know your saver lineup, guys. Know your trigonometry. And
you know, R&D bangles. Thing is, Sticks, you don't want to give your life before they take the peak. Davi, very low. Almo picks through the smoke. Chris also joins in. This is looking a lot more confident for the Pixelumina squad. This is a lot more what we'd expect from them on Haven. A lot more drilled, composed, and aggressive. Vince didn't stand a chance. Ambi is showing that he isn't to be messed with. So likely to be respected and a rifle to be taken to the next round, but Pixelumina will be winning this round with their heads held high.
A quick and decisive hit out onto B from Pixelumina, and that's something that you'll come to see with this composition, especially with the fact that you have Maniac on the Neon and the support sort of comfort zone that you have with the Breach and the Sova, that when they do get onto site, they can start to really dig their heels in. And even the Cypher trip over towards Connector, you try to get a little bit of a bounce over and you're just met with a peek from the rest of the Pixelumina players. And this is something that they need, right? For the side of Pixelumina, being able to convert the third round, convert the bonus, and then now have the best opportunity to put 4 in a row on the board and bring up this gap to 2, because the gap is going to start closing relatively quickly if CGN can't answer back. And this round is not the best one. They're not well equipped to do so now.
No. Sort of having a lot of hopes onto Ambi here as he's holding the rifle safe from the previous, but yeah, losing players left and right isn't going to help the process. Again, dropping back to the pistol round conversation, I think Pixelumina won 5 out of 6. The only pistol round CGN won was the first half of this map. I could be wrong. Again, I think at least they've been winning the majority. And they've done so again, but this is the first bonus Pixelumina have been able to convert. CGN did that this first half, so it's a clear match on what the two teams have done on attack so far.
It's the aggression, the pocket aggression that you can get from Pixelumina, and you're going to see exactly now as they go out onto B. No trips to be found, so Maniac is going to start to let loose. And the first kill onto Wolfen, and the second from Sticks through the wall into the head of Davi H.
He didn't see that bullet coming. He did not see where that came from. Doesn't matter now, because he's in the grave. 6 feet under. And so will the rest of the squad. Pixelumina make this a clean one. No survivors for CGN, but everyone alive for the Pixelumina squad.
The gap's starting to close, Carlos. It's only 2 rounds now, and this is an opportunity to realistically equate the scoreboard in regards to winning this rifle round, putting CGN back onto pool money, whether it's a half buy, they're even forcing up the operator onto Elmo, who's going to be running this with a half shields, taking up a similar position to Elmo over towards A, and that's exactly where he's going to get the opportunity. So,
the mid position isn't going to be telegraphed quickly for CGN.
They're relatively happy to leave it. They've popped a couple of trips on both exits from mid, really, that could put any sort of pressure onto them. But now it's time to Pixelum to start breaking these, making a couple of question marks for CGN. All the while, the spike hasn't moved from A.
No, but CGN haven't budged either. They've been smart to keep 3 players available to the defense of A. And you've even got Element posted up with a big green. Duty of a first pickup, but now can vacate the premises with no risks taken. Paranoia also to delay what Pixelumina could have instantly thrown, but instead they put a full stop on the attack. Spike collected again, but Pixelumina need to find an answer, and they need to find it quick. Almo TPs cross the trip. Is this the answer they need? It feels like Ambi is aware of this, and so is Element. They are fully in the know. The timing could favor Almo for a little bit, and indeed it does. Catches Davi on the rotation. Vince ends up being the one for CGN to do heavy lifting, but he needs to do a lot more. He's the only one on the site for now, but Element is able to join in from CT. Suddenly, this is very doable. Simply breaks through. Spike in hand can start being planted. It's a 2v2, but CGN aren't slowing down, and that's your theft. You know exactly what Simply is. You can slowly close in on him, unless Simply is able to isolate the Pix Element. All he has to do is hold down the line, have himself scoped in the position, and flick onto his opponent when the time requires it.
Idiots.
Hyper important round for CGN to convert that one, because like I said, it was toying with the idea that Pixelumina would be able to equate the rounds, get up to 9-9. But they do hit double digits first, up onto the elusive 10.
10 seconds left.
It's really the support system coming in for these trades as well, whether it's Element getting the crucial kill to support his player on site initially, and then over towards the final kill, holding down and trusting in his teammate. Again, it's another triple player outside A. A little bit of an exploration over towards mid, wanting to find where these trips are. And Almo has relative success.
And he doesn't need to TP this time around. He doesn't need to give any audio cues. I think he may have heard Davi
this is amazing
moving.
for him.
And they have no idea. Ambi will be caught pants down, timing superb. Oh no, it could have been fluked, but no. Collected, calm, breathe in, it's okay, but Pixelumina haven't quite pushed onto site just yet, and Element's got himself a dimensional drift. This could be chaotic, especially when Vince has got the information available to him. Spraying across the smoke will do it. And all of a sudden, CGN have taken full control, and they are fully composed. And Almo, albeit he had the element of surprise before, I don't think he no longer has it. Tries to TP away. Kriz has to use his cam, but with 30 seconds, it's a limited opportunity. Spike in no man's land. CGN, all they have to do is watch that spike and keep themselves alive. They have double the amount of players available, and they know the time favors them. They can spray across the smoke as well. Almo teases the potential of the spike plant, but even with that, CGN aren't biting. They don't care. They know they've guaranteed this one, and they can definitely see the series win in the horizon. 11-7, just 2 away from securing the series.
Timeout called, and you've got to be thinking of their mentality coming into this map, and especially coming into this second half of play. After having such a dominant first map, crushing your opponents 13-4 as an underdog, even taking CGN's best performing map to a double overtime, opportunities to close it out, and now you're onto this third and final map, which may be your ticket to 0 ascension points in this tournament if you lose out here. After a 9-3 half or a 3-9 half for Pixelumina, they start to bring it back. But CGN, the gap, the round differential that they were able to build has meant only 2 rounds and they've been put up onto 11. And now they start threatening the closing of this series, still with both of their timeouts left, so they're certainly not feeling any pressure just yet.
Do you hear that, Summer? It's a knock, and it's CGN knocking on the doors of victory. Yeah, sorry, I just had to pull that one out at some point.
I mean, they are though. I think that's the main thing is, sure, first map, not the best. Second map, they were able to actually convert it, and then they get a 9-3 half.
It gradually gets better for them, right? I feel like that's the story, but Pixelumina, they've got a chance to redeem themselves, and it's Maniac trying to use the pace to his advantage, but Element says no. Sit down. Chillax. That's very fast from you.
No zoomies allowed, and that sort of halts Pixelumina's attack. They were really relying on that sort of position, similar to what they had Almo in previously, to be the main pressure point for them to go out onto A. And the only issue is, should they still continue to go out onto A, you have 4 players of CGN waiting. You also have Davi H over towards mid, just holding any sort of top mid pressure. You do have the Rolling Thunder, which is going to be utilized, but can they capitalize off it?
It caught his own teammate as well. Almo is struggling because of it and will end up dropping. But it does account for a couple of kills for Pixelumina as well towards the south side of the A site. And therefore, a 3v3 now, an entirely possible situation for Pixelumina, especially with the ground control. No command used, though. So abilities can't be expended. Not that they have really had any available. Pixelumina have to do this purely with their firepower. Swing out from Ambi, a little bit rough around the edges for the Pixelumina players, but still, they collect Ambi and Davi, leaving Element alone. And I feel the operator isn't quite the tool for the situation. Stun as well, sure, he's not hindered by it, but Styx's crouch was enough to deter Element from collecting him, and Pixelumina hold on to the game.
Not the best gun for that situation, even off the back of the entry.
Last player standing. I know exactly.
Rolling Thunder onto site, able to be capitalized on by the remaining players of Pixelumina. And yeah, once they get that site control, there's not really much CGN had to say about it. It was mainly on the initial push in that they were able to do. You mentioned the Rolling Thunder possibly tapping Almo slightly. Still, it's a round on the board, and realistically, that's all that you can ask for at this point.
I mean, looking at CGN economically as well, it feels like Pixelumina win this, and they're very much in the fight, because then it's a potential eco from the DAC representative, and then we're looking at a very real 11-10. But again, that's with the prerequisite of Pixelumina winning this round, and it's not going to be easy because CGN are fully equipped, and Element has got this telegraph. He's low, he is low, and he's running for his life. He is able to escape. But 1 minute on the clock, and Pixelumina have yet to make substantial ground gains.
But they're starting to slowly go through the processes of gaining space over towards A, and especially without an operator that they have to deal with this time, makes it a little bit easier. And also, CGN have struggled to re-clear spaces. Now that they're turning their sights back over towards B, might have a way back into this for CGN, who are walking into their own Cypher setup.
And it will be late until it's actually audibly heard, but now with the util dropping, there is an inkling of what is going on. Still, you want to make sure you deter this from happening, get as much damage in as possible. Morven is stuck around. He's trying to use the smoke to his advantage. Oh, and he nearly had the timing right. Oh, he's being closed in on. The world is crumbling down around him, and CGN little by little are losing their players. Element is low, so Davi has to do a lot here, and that's exactly what he does. The man has done it again. the clutch maker this time meets his maker. Chris is able to put him to bed. And Pixelumina hold on for a little more. This is actually going to be a very close game.
I was talking about CGN haven't actually had to use a timeout. Yeah, they're not feeling the pressure. Cool one now. Because like you said, money starts to become a question whether they want to force up into this one. Do they play for hero rifle? Is there a pocket strat that they can pull that is useful or is suited to these sheriffs, or possibly a stinger half buy? Because there's a real possibility Pixelumina have an opportunity to get up onto double digits. And we've seen what this team can do already on this attacking half, especially after they start getting the momentum in their favor, because they're starting to believe.
Yeah, not only are they starting to believe, but there are also doubts in CGN's heads. Don't really want that to happen. Look, they've been capable of some really, really strong, close series. CGN have been a part of very close series a lot of times, and they've come on top on a lot of them. So this is not going to phase them. But Pixelumina showing that they are a threat, and they are a Northeast representative for a reason, albeit a 4th seed.
Yeah, definitely an underperformed region, shall we say, in the first split of challenges.
No playoff teams? Disgusting.
With 4 teams representing.
Yeah, rough.
1 in every group.
Stop it! It's not, you're
the
not making things better.
But focusing on to this Northeast team, first time reaching playoffs in regionally, and now making it to challenges, and they're making themselves known. I think that's one of the main takeaways from this matchup.
Oh yeah. Not too shabby of a pick for Wolfen. They've struggled to get the first engagements. Look, it is a low buy, but they have guns capable of damage, and Wolfen is holding exactly onto 1. Sure, the rifles aren't in a position to get collected, and Pixelumina have gained access to the site. Thing is, if Wolfen has more here, they know there's a real chance, so they don't mind using Hunter's Fury, and they found another. Almo has to close in the distance. He needs to do some real heavy lifting. Vince is also closing in on a different angle. Element denies Almo the plant. Chris, what have you got in store for us? Can you deny the rifle upgrades? You've only got 8 bullets, that's it. That is it. CGN, what an upset of a round, and it's all because of Wolfen's first double and Davi's follow-up with a Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, stunned up with a Guardian and still is able to connect the shots. Hunter's Fury, like you said, coming out. And yeah, there's not much more you can ask from Chris, right? He's in a situation, he's the Cypher alone on site against 4 sheriffs, overwhelmed by sheer numbers, not necessarily weaponry. But now that's something that Pixelumina are going to have to consider. Their own. A Stinger, a Spectre against full buy of CGN with the Operator to have the opportunity to make the conversation if overtime is possible. But CGN have an opportunity now against a weaker buy to close it out and put themselves 2-1 in the series.
Well, Ambi's the one to get first blood already. Maniac walks directly into his arms. Almo, though, wants to be a deterrent, wants to be a hindrance. Oh, Davi is showing that he's sticking around and he can play the roundabout game all day long. Sticks, though, keeps things competitive. And he's allowed Pixelumina gain access to the site and Spike to be dropped into the ground. But Element is really feeling it. With the Operator in his hands, he is feeling in control. Davi closes up the distance, a double for him this round, and it seals this round as well as the map, as well as the series for CGN. They go ahead in the matches when it comes to their group. In Group B, they are the victors of the match against Pixelumina.
And for Pixelumina, this is their first time here, and what a fight that they gave to one of the returning teams that made challenges last time, won their position regionally, coming in as first seed from that, and put up a hell of a fight. 2-1, pushing it to the third map and really asserting dominance on Haven to show why that's a map that favors them, and it's just good signs for them going into the future.
It was a gradual increase of performance for CGN, losing the first map, taking things to overtime on the second, and maybe not comfortably, but a much easier effort into closing the deal on Sunset. Let's throw this one over to the desk to give us their thoughts.
Thank you very much, Pavlos. Yeah, I mean, what a series. CGN with the reverse sweep, although a reverse sweep in a best of 3 isn't really. They won both of the final maps. But Pixel Lumina put up more of a fight than we were expecting for sure. But yeah, I mean, CGN, the metal to come back into that one, really, really good. What you expect, I think, out of a first seed from DAC. You, what happened? Oh dear, he's gone. He's gone. It's fine.
Am I back?
It's fine. It's just me. No.
Am I back? Maybe. Sorry, some technical difficulties out here. I thought we were past those, but I guess there's still some technical difficulties.
It's EMEA.
But CGN, I think incredible. That, like, at the end of that Sunset, even at the kind of start of Sunset, it was the CGN that we like to see. It was a good performance. It wasn't still quite the comfortable CGN that I would love to see, especially against Pixel Lumina, because next opponent for CGN is gonna be BBL Pacific. They have to up their game, but still, in the end, it was beautiful performance. That round 21, the timeout there, winning that round from Eco, Wolfen, incredible shots as well. I'm just happy for Pixel Lumina that they were able to compete against CGN so well, but CGN, they absolutely needed to win this map to even have a chance to get out of group stage.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Only one team of the 3 get out of their group, out of every single group. So losing a game immediately makes it almost impossible to get out of the group stage. I mean, we saw it last time with Focus. They barely made it out just by map difference because they lost one of their games. We may see it this time as well, but we'll find out very shortly. We've got an interview with Wolfen right now for that series. Wolfen, are you there? Can you hear me? How are you?
Yeah, hello. I am sick a bit.
Really? It was that tough, huh? Look, I mean, right, there's no avoiding the question, right? You're the first seed coming out of DAC. You came up against the 4th seed coming out of Northeast. What happened at the start there? A 13-4 to start, probably not what you were expecting. Were they more difficult than you expected, or was it just a warm-up difficulty?
Oh, I don't know. We got full shit on. I don't know. We were still sleeping. It felt like we were sleeping.
All right.
But nothing special. We knew how they are playing, but they were like, it is what it is.
Okay. I mean, I hope it improves. I kind of want to throw it back. Last time Haza presented you with this question, like, what is the current IGL situation? You said that it's kind of secret and there is different people calling at different times. I wonder if anything has changed from that.
No, everyone is still calling if they have ideas, but mainly I try to call a bit more. But everyone is calling still.
Okay, sounds good. I think you as an organization, as a team, a lot of people talk about your coaching staff, people behind you. I kind of want to have you highlight them, how important they are, especially in those timeouts, because I think timeouts were kind of crucial in this matchup.
Capu is a great coach. He always knows what the other team is doing. After every timeout, he always reads them. And there is one guy still, assistant coach Zesh, you know, he's helping us a lot also. But they're both great.
Also, okay. But how do I put this? You have kind of drawn the short straw in terms of your group, obviously, in terms of you've got BBL Pacific in your group, and we know how good they are, or how good they have been, obviously. And I mean, you've come up against them before. You may have learned a few things from that performance. What are you thinking going into this one? You need to be winning against them to get out of the group stage. So is there a different game plan? Have you learned anything from the last time you saw them?
We learned, but listen, they are not robots. Everyone is human and everyone can lose. And this is our month where we are always playing against teams where we are doing revenge. So we have to show.
All right. It's a revenge arc. Okay, I like to hear that. Well, thank you so much for talking to us, Wolfen. Best of luck with the rest of your group, obviously. Tough game coming up next, so good luck and congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Congrats.
All right. Yeah, I mean, that's the confidence you need, I think, going up against BBL Pacific. There's no other way to put it. I mean, we will see how they perform, obviously. It's a different stage. We have no idea what to expect coming out of these teams. I mean, take a look at Pixel Lumina. That's a different team to what we saw in Northeast, I think. And I'm excited to see how they play against BBL Pacific as well, both of these teams. Because, I mean, again, BBL Pacific weren't infallible. Let's put it that way. They did lose maps. They did lose many rounds in a lot of maps to teams that you would consider lesser, right? When they won the whole tournament. So I think there is definitely a chance here that CGN come out of this group either on top or at the very least with an ascension point, and I think they'll be relatively happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think there was 2 key points in that interview that Wolfen pointed out. I'm really happy that he was really blunt on the situation that they were kind of sleeping. They couldn't quite get on the server at the start. And the second point, PBL Pacific, they are not robots. All of these players, they are humans. And you just have to find maybe the small little situation where you can break that sense of BBL Pacific, maybe break that cohesion that they have and make them doubt their situations, make them doubt their decisions. And I think that could be a thing. And obviously CGN and Wolfen in the end shouting out the coaching staff as well. I think that's gonna be crucial in that matchup as well. Capio, Shest probably gonna be incredibly crucial there.
All right, well, we'll return to Group C another time, but coming up next on this broadcast is going to be another DAC versus Northeast game. It's going to be Focus versus Zero Tenacity. Focus are one of the teams that got into the playoffs last time around, so they definitely have a mantle to uphold. This time they're in a group with Carmine Core as well, so definitely important to get a win right here, right now. More awesome Valorant action coming up for you very shortly. We're going to throw to a break before we get to our next series.
Where you been? I'm back, let's bump that. Got a phantom in my hand, I'll clutch that. Get an agent on flank, got a loop back. Shall we simmer on down with a 5-step? Where we been? I don't know, going downtown. Got the city lights singing like a ghost town. Got the butterflies hiding all spooked out. Cause we got radiant nature, better bow down. Now, whoa, you from Omega with the oh no. I'm with the Alpha and you know, don't make that ticket spike sound. Put that away, you'll hurt yourself. Be an anchor, let it all come your way. We got plenty for you, boy. Just say we got sheriffs, so starry-eyed boys. Got the banner highs, going to the banner world. Who's there? Know this. When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will dissolve. Bring the heat, bring it on. Watch me ignite. I go inside. No footsteps. Moving into position. Signal. I'ma take you all down like dominoes. I'ma take you out with another spike drop. Overheated, but I love to lock and load. I hear the echo. I hear the echo. Bang bang, run it back. Team with the versatile. Rat-tat-tat-tat all day. Enough with the chit chat. Steady with the one tap. I'ma set it.
Alright everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. We are back with the second series of the day. It's going to be Focus versus Zero Tenacity. And now, I mean, we've hailed Zero Tenacity in Northeast as the King Killers, right? The King Slayers. These guys have taken down pretty much every representative that we saw from Northeast in the playoffs of last... Oh, sorry, not the playoffs. We didn't make it to the playoffs of last VALORANT Challengers EMEA, but our representatives from VALORANT Challengers EMEA, they failed just slightly to take down Enterprise Esports this time around, finishing in second seed, but maybe they can take down the team that stopped Northeast from getting into the playoffs in the first place. Remember that Focus took down Team Liquid Academy to stop them from making it into the playoffs last time around, and maybe Zero Tenacity can carry out that I don't know, what would you even call it? It's not really a grudge. They didn't do anything to them.
Yeah.
Just, you know, maybe there's a little bit of a little harshness.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Zero Tenacity, they are the King Slayers. Obviously, beating Team Liquid Academy, Go Next, like you said, couldn't quite beat out Enterprise Esports. And this Focus roster, yeah, sure, they don't necessarily have champions winners, but still they have incredible amount of experience from tier 1, from tier 2. All of these players, you should already know their name. Hoodie just coming down from the tier 1, Mystic being on that Fnatic roster, incredible player. And alongside this team, there's a lot of talent. Yeah, there's a lot of experience, a lot of brain power, but these guys can absolutely shoot as well. They are incredible on the server.
Yeah, I mean, as we have seen, and obviously coming through as the second seed from DAC this time around, they were the first seed coming out in stage 1, and we saw exactly what they brought to the stage that time around as they made it into the playoffs. One of the few teams in this tournament that are now a playoffs representative, as it were, trying to run it back, trying to do the same thing. It was a very difficult time for them in the playoffs itself, but the fact that they got there was definitely impressive. They are going to be coming up against Zero Tenacity, however, which is a team that has surprised us quite a lot over the course of our stage in Northeast. I mean, as we called them, the Kingslayers, they took down Team Liquid Academy, they took down Go Next Esports, and they took down... Did they take down Metasport? In some way, shape, or form, I think they may have at some point during the season.
I don't think it was Metasport, but Beatfix Gaming at least. That was one of the representatives that they took down as well. And it's an incredible roster. We can't go past it. Obviously, a lot of talent. And I think it was kind of surprising how dominant they were against Team Liquid Academy 2-0. They won against Go Next, especially when their kind of journey was cut short previously in the stage 1 of Northeast. Obviously they lost against Team Liquid Academy, and then Enterprise Esports couldn't quite get into this Challengers EMEA tournament, but now they are here and they're incredible. They're stronger than ever with new addition of Pyro, obviously shown a lot of prowess in Northeast as well, but then you have Kremek, Pretty, a lot of incredible firepower. I think for me, MSH was one of the biggest surprises, who is incredible on the server, getting a lot of kills when that is needed. Sometimes MSH can kind of fly under the radar. He can have those bad days as well, but when he's incredible, it's really hard to stop. But for me, Pyro is the one that I'm fully focusing on. He's the new addition of the team. Obviously, he joined Zero Tenacity after a pretty bad first split with KPI, but he has been taking Northeast Circuit instantly under control by being one of the best players in the league, and incredible throughout these different difficult matches against Sweden, Sour, and a lot of these different teams. I think he has had a quite long career, but this is by far the highest level he has reached, and once again has to prove himself again against the dark number 2 seed. And that's not all about Pyro. Pyro actually has the kill record for Northeast. 43 kills in a match. Or in a map rather. That is insane to me. This map video is gonna be interesting. I think that Pearl Ban, yeah, sure, Focus is gonna take that all the way. Ascent is probably gonna be the next, but I think the maps that we're gonna play are gonna be interesting. Oh, okay. Z10, they don't want to go to Haven. That is surprising,
No,
because
that is uncharacteristic.
yeah, in Northeast, Z10 actually did quite like playing Haven, and they were usually banning Ascent, so maybe they have found something else in Ascent. Focus going for Icebox. I was maybe looking at Lotus and Icebox, and Icebox is gonna be the one decider here. I think Focus is totally fine with this Lotus pick. It's really good for them. They are obviously fine with picking that, but they're already always fine with floating that. I'm quite excited to see whether the decider map is gonna be Sunset again, but I think, yeah, that could be likely. That actually could be likely. It just all depends on Z10.
Chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Silent until we see it. I'm interested. Come on. Oh, drum roll.
Yeah.
It is. Sunset
Okay.
again. All right then. Okay, if we go the distance, we've got another sunset here. So, I mean, look, this is going to be a very interesting series. If you thought the last one was interesting, we've now got two number 2 seeds coming out of their respective regions here. And yeah, I really am interested to see how these two do. Obviously, Focus, we know, have the quality, right? This is the only region that has the same 2 teams coming out of it as they had last time around. So I think that says a lot to the consistency and the growth of the scene as a whole, in that they've stayed, you know, the cream of the crop in their region. So I'm interested to see how they will come up against them, and also just to see how Zero Tenacity will work with, you know, the stage that they just narrowly missed out on last time.
Yeah, and I don't think they went for the easiest map either. Icebox, really good for Focus. They haven't lost a single map in Icebox. That data is kind of skewed. I would say they have only played 3 times, and I think a lot of the opponents that they have played against haven't been the strongest Icebox players or Icebox teams. Maybe they're still sticking with the Reyna composition. I mean, okay. Sure, Hoodie, show me what you got. Zero Tenacity obviously going the Breach Waylay that they actually ran in the Northeast Circuit, which the first time I saw this comp, I was like, yeah, Breach in Icebox. I've seen this previously, but I'm not quite sure whether it's good. It was good, let me tell you. 13-3 against Enterprise Esports is already great. But is it good enough against Focus?
I mean, we will find out, right? This is, again, these are interesting comps, right? We haven't seen a comp like that for, well, I mean, obviously we've seen Focus run this comp a few times, but at the same time, it's not usually a comp that we're comfortable with seeing recently, right? This is a 2022 comp almost, apart from the Teo. No nerfs have come through yet on that one, but then yeah, when you look at the Zero Tenacity comp, you might think it's a little odd. Hopefully they will be able to show some of the same prowess that they did against Enterprise Esports, as you say, where it was very one-sided towards them.
Oh yeah, and Enterprise were running Reyna as well, so there's three same or similar same agents that this Focus roster has: Reyna, Theho, and Viper. But obviously, Focus they went for the Jet and Killjoy, which is more reasonable than Chamber and ISO in my opinion, especially when we talk about Icebox. I think Chamber is really hard to run here as a solo sentinel that gives way too much space for the opposing side, and Zero Tenacity, they took a lot of that space against Enterprise Esports. Whether they can replicate that against this Focus roster, I think, yeah, it's yet to be seen, but I think we have to see something incredible from Woody, from that Reyna. A lot of those op angles maybe denied that Alexei could be holding with the Reyna Lears. I'm really interested to see something that is really 200 IQ from the Reyna. But obviously Reyna isn't an agent that usually is 200 IQ. There's just go aim.
Alright, well then, if you thought Pixelumina looked impressive, let's see if the team that knocked them out of the tournament can do the same thing. We'll go over to Pavlos and Winter. Take it away.
This is going to be a really interesting matchup. I mean, this is our second DACH versus Northeast matchup of the day. And look, this time it's against both the second seed of the region. So a really interesting one. Focus coming into this one back-to-back. The second split of Challengers EMEA yet again. But for Zero Tenacity, they barely missed out on making it last time around. Let's see how much damage they can do on the EMEA stage.
Yeah, what an opponent to have first up, right? Up against Focus.
Oh, yeah.
Previous #1 seed from DACH in Split 1. Now, they've been demoted, taken into Seed 2, but it's not understating what this team can do. And especially with both teams, you hear down the dash a little bit booky comps. Alexic on this waylay already wants to be an issue.
I mean, MSH will be the first issue. Mystic hiding behind the smoke, but as soon as it pops, that's when he comes alive, turns around. Oh, how does he get that done? He barely had any health on him, but still steals alive through the chaos. And now Kamakista is the only one remaining, and I'm afraid he doesn't really have too much time left on him as Focus close in on the distance. Focus show just why they are such a threat.
Yeah, and to preface coming into this one, into this series as a whole, I think this is the veto that is relatively equal for both of these teams, right? Neither of them are awful on ice spots. There's definitely some with it Focus, with the 3 times that they played it, flawless throughout. Definitely found a little bit of a home for themselves, but it's the same thing regarding Zero Tenacity. They've dominated on this map before, whether it's against Pixelumina that we saw previously, or even Enterprise, the #1 seed coming out.
Indeed, there are praises to be sung for both sides. And Pyro actually closing in the distance with the Bucky could be a big threat. That was one of the 2 big guns, well, semi-big guns for this one.
Medium guns, shall we say. But one of them's actually been recovered by VALORANT, and yeah, it's one of the main issues for Focus to deal with, right? Those Buckies, close quarter engagements, especially over towards B long. After getting the first one, could have been baited into a little bit more. MSH was that sort of second layer. But yeah, they're happy with one over towards B. Put their attentions back
just a simple walk in the park as they enter B. They've realized where Pretty is. Sure, there is some damage coming through from Util, but other than that, this looks like a clean endeavor. The DACH #2 seed look like they've entered the server with a right foot forwards. And MSH, sure, with the average sized gun, may choose to not join the next fight.
the chance he might not choose to engage a gunfight in particular.
Sure.
Might want to go down to the spike. But I don't even know if Lewis is going to give him the opportunity. Is exploring over towards mid. How far does he go? Does he actually find MSH?
He might.
Well, they
towards the
won't
end,
they?
he's taking the deep approach, and on that distance, Bucky doesn't really stand any chance. Valorant closes up the gap, a triple kill for him this round. A part of the stats, why not? On a bonus round like this. Well, actually, this is the real bonus round, but you know what I mean? An anti-eco. And let's be fair, going into the bonus, 2 rifles, actually 3 rifles, 2 of them being Vandals, isn't too bad of an ordeal. This is a solid chance for Focus to keep things going now on the attacking side.
Yeah, just look at the money though for Focus and the weaponry that they've been able to bring out. They're gonna have no problem investing into the next. And yet in this round, they still have 3 premium rifles of the Vandal and then 2 Bulldogs to help bolster up this buy. And with a double duelist composition, you're really looking at Hoodie and Zastavida's entry, but Zastek's taken off the ball, but Hoodie does have an answer.
Yeah, there is already a bit of a brawl early on, but you're still having to deal with Alexic behind yellow. And I don't know if Focus really want to do the entire ring around the rosy to figure that one out. Alexic gets away with it. And he's given so much information to Zero Tenacity. It's not a B here. They know.
And especially
But
if he
then
re-clears
again,
long.
No one is really defending the A site.
Well, they might start to now. You see the rotations coming back over. And especially with Alexic walking up B, this is a surefire way to ensure that you have the correct information. Really clearing everything out, but time starts to tick. Focus might start to lose their timing of that free A site. You have Pyral over towards Heaven.
30 seconds left.
Along with Pretty at screens. There's no snakebite to deal with, but those shock darts can pack a punch.
Yeah, Mystic is being super sneaky as well from mid. Currently hiding out. Maybe make his way through kitchen and all the way around and be a menace on the back line. But Focus getting the spike down without too many issues. Isn't a too bad ordeal. Alexic at least is able to start unleash some damage from the back lines. Focus, no, they're boxed in. There's nowhere really for them to go other than forwards and try and win their fights. But there are just so many Z10 players around. It's just too treacherous. Therefore, it's going to be Zero Tenacity with their first round of the game.
And off the back of a lot of the information that Alexic was able to relay to the rest of the team, not only is he able to get the initial kill, the first blood, although numbers were equated relatively quickly, sticking around over towards yellow, noting Hoodie's position, noting that they're not going for that B hit, and then continuing on that flank, providing more and more information for the rest of his teammates to work with, that they can stack up and throw bodies at the issues over towards A. It's a bonus conversion and relatively not really a bonus, right, for Focus in regards to the weaponry. An overpowered one, and the fact that Zero Tenacity are able to overcome that is telling for the rest of the round, especially this one, but we do have an operator out.
You do,
you
and
don't have an
Alexic is
operator.
able to get away with murder. He's been such an impactful player for Zero Tenacity through their efforts in Challengers Northeast, and he wants to do it on a bigger stage as well. Look, so many of these players from Z10 have had the experience of getting to Ascension-like tournaments in the past. They thought, you know, it was a bit of an upset them not making it the previous split, so they kind of found themselves back home. Thing is, Focus are knocking on this A-side door, and they will barge open if there is no response. And the toxic screen might be stopping them, blocking them for now, but as soon as it fades, Alexic joins in again. Is able to refract away. And VALORANT entering the back line. He's able to find a triple kill altogether, a quadra perhaps, and with the lockdown now enabled, Focus are now the favorites in the round.
And with this time, it's gonna be, they're gonna be aware at flank release of its possibility.
Surely they'll know it's a timing chance. But both Focus players are grouped up and they've entered the back of the site, trying to clear, maybe He'd be coming for a spawn. I do not know if that drop was heard. Either way, though, Focus take that fight, holding hands, and it didn't give Pyro a chance to respond. Focus quick to rejoin their winning ways.
Denial of an ace, but they are able to recover that operator. Well, that Zus wasn't even able to shoot. Early aggression coming in. Lexic. And a quick get out of jail free card on top of it meant that that kill went untraded. But you talk about untraded kills, looking at how well Valorant played that round, especially like you're talking about getting into the backlines of backside, just being a thorn in the side of Zero Tenacity, someone they couldn't get hold of. Bit of a change up of setup.
Sure.
MSH started to put utility over towards A, although it's quickly dealt with by the operator shots. Alexic is the one that you're looking at really here, with the only Vandal. Iced up over towards B long on a pixel.
Well, seems like Focus have started to make the call. And the B side being the target, Mystic about to take a 1v1 in which he wins without a damage. Well, he did take some damage throughout it, but minimal. Not too bad. And on that 45-second mark, they start to make their move. Alexic very close by. He's the only one with a rifle, anyone capable of significant amounts of damage, but I'm afraid that will just not be the case. Gramakista could have been given a gift, but instead Hoodie snatches it from his hands.
30 seconds left.
And this looks like a very, very clean and quick round from the DAC representative. Mystic, again, it feels like Mystic has entered a completely different dimension and level of his play. I mean, he is ridiculous. I guess you could say it was a bit of a struggle with Team Liquid the previous year, but he's really falling into zone into this roster, and it looks impressive.
Couple of entries to boot. Yeah, you're just looking at Hoodie in that round, right? Is the one that is able to deal with the only rifle in play for Zero Tenacity, and then following up the drone, protecting his teammate who's trying to dash up on towards yellow. And 4-1, not to get away from ourselves here, it is only the start of this first map. It is Focus's pick. Opportunities capitalized on by Zus.
Deploying drone.
Yeah, you don't want to allow Alexic to run rampant, and Focus know that.
Dead fool.
Okay. Sure, Pyro gets away with a freebie. Through smoke. I'm not sure if he saw his opponent's legs, but he, you know, there was a one-way, but still, connecting onto the head there was very impressive.
I think the only thing that possibly concerns me about this, and possibly how this might start spiraling out of control if Zero Tenacity don't have a way to slam the door and focus his face on these site hits, is the defensive win rate is 70%. The attacking is around 45.
Pyro instantly dealt with, and Mystic, a clear opener again, even on the Viper. He just leads the way. Spike down, and on a deficit, Z10 need to catch up. How do you even do that?
Welcome to my world.
Oh man, even with the Viper Spear, that makes it even worse, even more difficult. Sure shot that damage lands, but it's unconfirmed. You don't know how much you've dealt. It takes to close up the distance. Spray down from Pretty. Zus is low, but he's got the lineup covered with an operator, and you do not want to enter the toxins. You would be walking in blind. It'd be like a deer in front of a headlight, in front of headlights. And sure, Pretty gets a consolidation frag, but that's all it is, because Focus gets away with yet another attacking round win.
And yeah, back to what I was talking about, the stats. It's just a little bit worrying for the side of Zero Tenacity. This is a side that they thrived on previously. Admittedly inflated by the matchup against Enterprise, where I believe it was like an 11-1 defensive half. But still, it's a half of the map that they don't shy away from, and especially when we were talking about Alexic getting online, being able to utilize the Waylay utility to get sort of a deeper chamber pick in regards to you can get in and get out relatively quickly. It's been something that Focus have read into and have started shutting down relatively early on. And yet again, Alexic spotted out over towards B.
Yeah, and again, he's holding one of the most influential guns, and this time, he'll make good use of it. A double kill, and there's no reply from Focus. And if you're Z10, you take those kills and run, because you've given yourself an advantage. Don't give it back.
And it's an advantage of 2 as well. It's not just a one and done. But Alexic wants to stick around on that pixel angle. Does even further damage to Hoodie.
That's crazy, man. He's really feeling it. Look, and it feels like for Zero Tenacity, for the longest while, it felt like Alexic was a must-perform player for the squad. You know, if he wasn't performing, the rest of the team wasn't, you know, rallying up behind him. And I feel like that's changed a little bit. More players are capable of being influential, but it's still very much the same. If Alexic is online, the rest of the team will. That is insane, and it interrupted me. But still, Z10 have got the numbers. Is that enough to quash this attack from Focus?
Don't miss me too much.
Baiting out the ultimate from Alexic, wants to capitalize off it. Spots out there's no one towards site, so that's a little bit more comfort for the rest of the Zero Tenacity play to scale up through. They have to fight their way through this. Alorante gets one bridge shut down early by MSH.
Hoodie is able to find a good answer here. The blaze out from Zus, and they do a lot of job, but they need to get the spike down. I think they just have the timing on it. Alexic, he's gotten a couple already to his name. How many more can he find? Zus takes the wider swing, and it's enough to allow Hoodie the time to deal the spray down onto his opponent. Z10 started things so great, but Focus had to rip it out of their hands.
Yeah, and a timeout after that one almost feels necessary. This half is slipping through their fingers, and look at the replay. Look at this initial double kill entry coming in from Alexic. Even further damage. It's basically like 2.5 kills if you want to give it to him towards the start. They're even able to buy so much time, get space over towards the site so they can fight through when this spike ultimately comes to get down. And it really does push Focus down to the wire in the sense that they had maybe a second to spare. But the only issue is Focus hit the shots when they were provided with the engagements, and then it's left in a position where Alexic, after the double entry, is left in a 1v2 to close out the round. And with a hop, skip, and a jump from Zus and a swing from Hoodie, it's not really much for Alexic to do in that situation, and it's a 6th on the board. Focus.
Indeed it is. The numbers are racking up, and we can see a red carpet now on the score sheet. Zero Tenacity know the pressure is on, and you've got a decision to make here, right? You've got some funds available to you. You're gonna be forcing up, but you know that after this, it's gonna be a hard time. I mean, look, Focus barely are the second seed of their region. It was forced into a 5-mapper. There were overtimes involved as well. I think the final map was an OT. There was barely any difference to the series. I think 5 rounds in total. So this is still a very strong contender coming out from DAC, and given what we've seen from CGN, I feel like Focus could definitely replicate the same level of performance, thus able to escape being killed off early, somehow being able to fly over the bullets.
Yeah, it's going to be influential, especially as he's on the operator. It's not that much of an issue being chunked low early on.
You know what? I lied. It's not 5 rounds, it's 3 rounds of difference in the entire best of 5.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
If you got away with a second there, that would be ridiculous, but Mystic is able to punish. But Focus turned their attention towards A. As soon as Alexic swings, it's Hoodie to win the fight. And now the A site definitely within proximity of Focus. Kramakista closes up the gap, knows he's got to do a lot, but instead has to respect the efforts, drop back, and live to fight another day with his team.
30 seconds left.
Putting up on the elevated angle is just going to be issues and issues. But he can't sit still. He wants to fight forward, but Alorante pips into the post. Gets the 2 remaining Zero Tenacity players that were sticking around, seeing if there was a way back into this one, but unfortunately No chance for MSH to really do anything. 1v4. And again, it's coming in from multi-kills from any specific player. And for majority of Focus, it's not necessarily like a crazy top-heavy. Like we're seeing Mystic and Valorant trade between leading of Frags. Hoodie's not too far behind. And Lewis is, at the moment, supporting Cass because he hasn't had to necessarily do anything. He has 2 duelists who he's enabling via utility and calls. And when you're 7-1 up, you can't really make any comment towards the IGL.
No, you cannot. It hasn't been needed. That's the thing. It just hasn't been required. Yeah. The services have not yet been of need. Let's see how this one goes, though. Z10, a bit of a shaky buy, a couple of rifles, but the rest just with Sheriffs. There are ultimates involved, so if you do give Z10 a pick or 2, there could be contending here.
Ooh. That's the second time. Nuts. That's the second time you've seen a shot like that, though, from the exact same position.
He has rehearsed that flick over and over again. It's muscle memory.
And it pays him well. Another entry for Focus. Squashes any sort of aggression Zero Tenacity had planned. Again, round falls flat, or at least the early aggression. Still an opportunity with the setup that MSH has over towards B. One of the Vandals in play.
Oh, Pyro. Oh, he's got some information. He's ready to pull the trigger, but VALORANT is just toying with him. A jiggle and a wiggle. And sure, Focus may put some more pressure onto the B side. It's enough of a deterrence to clear out the entirety of A. Focus have played them. And Z10 have completely bought it.
30 seconds left.
Other than Pyro, who's tasked with holding down mid, and it's going to be relatively quick to rotate back over towards A. But again, this is the player that you're looking at heroics to come from. One of the top players that we were looking at coming out of Northeast, but he only has a Sheriff. He's going to be stunned up, but dodges it, spots out the player, but it's nothing to be done. A Sheriff against a Phantom.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Mystic completely levels up, low on health, but it doesn't even matter. The composure is miles above currently. This is smooth from Focus, smooth as butter. 8-1, and they don't lose a single player through the process. Sure, it was a shaky buy from Z10. They only had 2 rifles available, but Focus have got no business winning these rounds so cleanly.
Yes, let's get to see this one again. Slow-mo. Oh, even
it wasn't slow-mo.
Even in slow-mo, it just doesn't even... It looks still so fast. And then Mystic just... Yeah, just does Mystic things with the Phantom. A couple of headshots.
They just basically entered the aim trainer there. Viper's Pit used early from Z10. Closh that right-hand side. Focus aren't really debating pushing that. They've got an alarm bot in case anyone from Z10 opts to explore a little further, but you can tell Focus have got their eyes on B.
That's exactly where Lexic is, and for once, Sus gets beaten out on that operator's shot. Not posted up on the angle, gives its own disadvantages, but this is an opportunity now for Zero Tenacity to work with.
They go for the mid push.
Really
Potentially a back push onto the A side. They use the Armageddon towards backside, but the 2 defenders are within the Viper's Pit, and that is a treacherous territory to cross. You don't really want to take over the site when there is so much area gathered from Z10.
Well, you can just plant backside.
But you do?
But you can plant backside. You know there's at least one player there. You can just hold containment. They have to peek out of the smoke or drop this Viper's Pit. Either way, you have Valorant come in and he feeds Pyro with inside the ultimate, but there is a trade back. It's down to a 2v2. Both players retaking from CT. Plant is for them.
That's crazy. This is pure ridiculous. There's a Rolling Thunder available, and both of them are going to be knocked up. This is going to be Focus trying to close in the distance. Gramakista able to find the first one. Your boy Lewis holding on. Rolling Thunder doesn't matter, but Gramakista finds Sky superiority, gains the high ground, and finally clutches things out for Z10.
Lewis making out to be a youngling in that situation. Ramakista does heroics. Sure, the ultimate comes out, but the shot from Lewis to bring it even into a question.
Sorry.
And it was fighting on all fronts in that round. You had fights going on in the Viper's Pit. You had fights going over towards CT. Just look at where the dead bodies are across your map. Those little X's scattered all over the place. But it is a second round for Zero Tenacity, so there's an opportunity. The only issue is awful money. Zus is bought to Outlaw, and Focus have a lockdown to work with as well.
I've got a feeling Focus might want to be opting for a bit of a pace changer here. Dropping very quickly towards the safe site, but they do pull the brakes a little bit, slow down the pacing. They're still in first gear.
Getting this lockdown out, and if they can start to feed kills or even the spike plant over towards Mystic, and possibly see that Viper's Pit get online when they do ultimately go for that spike plant. Just another layer that they're gonna have to deal with. Oh yeah, he got the orb.
Zus has been able to post up on a higher angle, has been spotted out early, so has to respect Focus's attempt to block out. There goes the Viper's Pit, and all of a sudden Focus have got themselves a lot of ground control. Z10, they are on the outside looking in here, but they can't really see. The waters are very murky, but here comes a lockdown as well. That could completely mess up Focus's plan. What do? Do you stick around, deny any pushes? Do you go for the push? Do you drop back completely? You are locked in here, and you need to try and find the answers. Only good for one. On the Hoodie's attempt to escape, he's not able to do so. Mystic gets caught, and all of a sudden, the two remaining players were the ones outside of the lockdown. Valorant able to find two. Out of nowhere, triples up, and now Alexic finds himself in a duel, but there isn't much time. Zus has closed up the distance. Alexic knows that even if he sticks it, there is no opportunity for him to win the round. At least Zus is able to pick him up by the end. That is ridiculous by Focus.
Do you not know? I'm gonna say it. It was not ridiculous by Focus. It was ridiculous by Alorante and Alorante alone. Holy! You talk about magicians pulling rabbits out of their hat. He's just pulled out a double-digit half for Focus on the brink of what I wouldn't necessarily say it was like a massive comeback coming in from Zero Tenacity, because it would have only gotten them a 9-3. But the fact that they're able to get up onto possibly double digits into this half is insane.
Well, how about that? Valorant with first blood. It's backbreaking if you're Zero Tenacity, isn't it? You feel like you have a great chance to take over. You've got all the pieces to the puzzle locked down. You feel like it's checkmate, but all of a sudden, Focus pulls Magnus Carlsen and are just complete dominant on the end game. It is ridiculous.
And even in this round,
props to anyone that gets a reference.
And even in this round, Zus is just so aggressive over towards A. He's even jumping up on top of pipes, trying to get an early pick or to push the lead, because he knows the economy situation of Zero Tenacity is so dire. You have one rifle on MSH. And that's why the exit kill was so important in the previous one, is it puts them down into this situation where they only have one rifle, although that one rifle is starting to make itself known.
Yeah, a lot of weight onto MSH, that's for certain. And I'm afraid that weight will crush him whole. It won't be before Alorante is able to put a bullet in the skull. Gramakista. His moments in this round are short-lived. Quickly put to an end, and by the end of the half, Focus have accumulated a grand score of 10. A 10-2 in total. Focus have completely taken over, showing exactly why Icebox is their own map pick.
No more sober. One enemy remaining. Last play.
A brilliant start for the DAC representative. Focus, the second seed coming out from their region, is completely dismantling Zero Tenacity as we stand. It is their own map pick. This is where they've been confident all season long, and they look to show the Northeast Zero Tenacity how it is done. It looks like this map is pretty much guaranteed, but for Zero Tenacity to stand a chance, they've got to get a pistol.
I mean, it'll certainly help with, well, it looks like an impossible comeback for 2 to 10. Goes well, at least over towards B long, but Hoodie's just an absolute menace over towards mid. The Reyna pistol sheriff bite.
Thing is, Pyro was gone quite deep, and you don't normally expect something like this. It's not going to be checked. Still connects. The second shot will. And Alcon McKister can post up behind yellow. He's been given the chance. He's been given the space. Oh, dear me. Hoodie has found the high ground. Okay, Gravik. Show us how it's done. Show us how to boogie in the 1v2. He's got a stun available, but it doesn't want to give away his position. Hoodie doesn't even need to know. He is ready. A quadra to his name, completely showing off up on the pistol and crushing Z10's hopes in coming back on Icebox.
Do you think Zero Tenacity have the 311 loud locking levels of a comeback inside them? Because at the moment, that's what's going to be required. Literal heroics and a similar copy of one of the best comebacks in Valorant history if they want to have a chance or even making this map competitive. But Force does come through, so they do have an opportunity. Stingers across the board and a Sheriff for Pretty. They're walking as a pack of 5, hoping to overwhelm with numbers.
Thing is, Focus has still got a decent setup. Killjoy util, as well as Hoodie lined up with a lot of other players around. The toxic screen will be the blockade, but as soon as Z10 attempt to cross past it, bullets are there to stop them. Hot lead to greet their faces. And sure, there is some damage dealt by Pyro. Sure, he gets a triple kill, but I think getting more is asking a little bit too much. Maybe there's a chance. Oh, that's crazy. That is just maniacal. Switches over the Bulldog. Hang on a second. There's a chance on the clutch. Sees the chance to close up the distance as well. Mystic hasn't got a clue. But he knows surely there's a timing aspect to this Pyro. An ace, a clutch. It keeps Z10's hopes alive.
That's one way to do it. Put yourselves up for the 311 scoreline. Forced by heroics. An ace follow-up from Pyro. That one's gonna sting for Focus. They've been relatively on point for the most of this map. Obviously, it was a 10-2 scoreline at the half, but mainly on dealing with those eco rounds, dealing with the lesser buys, and the cheeky strats Zero Tenacity might run.
I feel like Z10 needed something like that. Needed someone to just step up and show them that it's okay. We can beat them 1v1. It's not the skill that's the issue. Focus have just looked damn clean. The thing is, the Sheriffs can still pack a punch. But the Viper's Pit here for Zero Tenacity guarantees that there is a minimal amount of damage that their opponents can do. And Alex Sick is able to pad up the stats against the pistols. Triple kill to his name. Nice and clean. Sure, you used one ultimate, but that's as a guarantee. You've got a mountain to climb here as Z10, but at least you've started to walk on the trail.
Yeah, they've taken the first steps. They've parked the car, they've got out of it, and started walking up the mountain. But the only issue is, like you said, it is a mountain and a half.
Yeah.
You require almost perfection coming out from Zero Tenacity going forward. Focus only need 2 rounds. And I think that's going to be in the back of their minds at least in Focus, to brush off what we saw in the last couple. Back out with the full rifles, full Vandal rounds. And it's an exploration towards mid for Zero Tenacity, wanting to insert Electric over towards tunnel. Just be a little bit of an issue. Try and cause disruptions in the rotates. If VALORANT starts to walk a bit too far.
Drone is down.
Yeah, focus on giving them anything. No deep explorations. Sure, you have Hoodie taking a bit of a deeper angle early, but the Aldrone will deter him for taking that deeper stance, and he will join in on it again. He's had some commotion, and that's an easy way to get a freebie, layer out, and that's a 1 for nothing. Zero Tenacity are switching their efforts towards the B side, though.
Arrow is ahead of this. So he might be able to take advantage of the timing, but he's going to get spotted out by Lewis up towards Kitchen. Deal with that player. Now everything is very one-dimensional for Zero Tenacity.
Alexit gets the first one. Your boy Lewis able to trade it back up, and it feels like Focus have got everything under control pretty. He's surrounded. What does he even do? 13 seconds. He's running out of time. Everything is an issue for him. Sprays towards the Spike's approximate direction, and it just doesn't make his life easy. Instead, it makes it quite miserable, actually. Focus on 12. Z10 miles away, and like you said, Summer, no mistakes can be afforded. Maybe that one. Just that one. This one round. But yeah, it feels
30 seconds left.
like Focus inevitably will be able to find that one round and put Icebox in their pocket.
It does feel like it's almost a formality at this point. Looking at the scoreline and looking of what we've seen from both these teams across the board, consistency is the main one of them. We're talking about the previous couple, Parall's ace is exactly what Zero Tenacity needed a player to step up.
My ultimate
An ace is required every round.
Be right back.
Starts to make the comeback unbelievable.
Already see Convergent Pass taking place, but it pays no dividends. Instead, it's Mystic that shuts down the effort, and Focus already start things off with the right foot forwards. Z10 on the other hand are happy to get the spike down, but can they stick the landing? Can they hold on? Focus are already really close to the action. Your boy Lewis with just a mere Sheriff gets so much damage across. Come on. It's just not fair at this point. It's just not giving Zero Tenacity a chance. A complete annihilation shown. Focus. Intent. Illustrated with a pretty damn perfect 13-4 score on Icebox. Show why this is their own map pick, and show they want to grab themselves a quick 2-0.
And it's just more of the respect that Focus are giving as well to their opponents, even at the scoreline of it being 12-4. Lewis didn't have the money to buy up into a weapon, opts for the Sheriff, no armor, gets 2 somehow, and it's still more of the fact that they are playing for the long game, even at this like massive advantage in rounds, and it really pays dividends to the type of team that we are actually seeing coming into this, and what we can expect from them, not only going into Zero Tenacity's map pick, but possibly further on making those deeper runs at these tournaments.
Well, you're right with the fact that there is possibly a silver lining here for Zero Tenacity, given they haven't played on their map pick just yet. But from what we've seen from Focus, they're firing in all cylinders. Let's see what the thoughts are from the desk.
Alright guys, let's remind ourselves that the same thing happened last series. It was just the other way around. The 13-4 doesn't necessarily... No, that's pretty good from Focus. That's a great start. Against the second seed from Northeast, no less. So, I mean, look, it might just be another... It might be another split where Northeast down bad. Down real bad. We'll see. Yet to be confirmed. We've still got a long way to go. We've got a whole week of this. But yeah, not a great start here from Zero Tenacity.
And no, absolutely not. It's not the greatest. Obviously, their Lotus is decent, but Focus is incredible there. This stings for them. This is not great for the momentum. Obviously, Focus already getting great showing here. Pyro got a great ace there. Alexic, I think he had a couple good rounds there, finding multi-kills as well. But I think other than that, Zero Tenacity couldn't quite get on board. And Alexic, 4 first kills. 4 rounds for Zero Tenacity. There could be some correlation there, but it just felt really flat in the side of Zero Tenacity. Focus, they were just on top of the game. Hoody's Reyna was actually brilliant as well. A lot of those dismisses that came through was brilliant from Hoody because it allowed him to reposition but also find those entries and just get out of the dodge instantly. I really liked how Hoody played that Reyna. It was almost picture perfect. And sure, there was no maybe 200 IQ stuff, but I mean, that's how you play Reyna. You just go and shoot, and Hoody, the Finnish brother, did that.
Well, now with the rest of the series coming up, it is going to be Zero Tenacity's map pick. They are comfortable on Lotus. I'm not going to be too surprised if this is a good showing from them. Obviously, last time in the series we saw a 4-13 and then we saw an overtime game. So, you know, swings and roundabouts. We will see how it works out. Sometimes a series is not just one map. We can't judge too harshly based off of that. It's not over just yet. And Zero Tenacity, we know that they do have the quality to be able to come up against a team like Focus and bring it back against them, but they're really going to have a quick talk and figure something out. We'll give them some time with a quick break.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, if it ain't got style, I ain't with it.
Hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. The first map of our second series of the day is over and done with, and Focus really went in. 13-4 to start off with on Icebox. It was their map pick. We're going to be moving to Zero Tenacity's map pick of Lotus next. And I mean, the last series we watched started in a similar fashion, but the other way around, right? Our Northeast team started 13-4 up against CGN, and then it turned around quite quickly off of that, a overtime second map, and then a relatively decisive third map in their favor. So we have no idea what to expect just yet, and again, Sunset is our third map if we do get there, so a lot of question marks to come up from here on out.
Twiggy, what I'm hearing from you, if the script writers are correct, this is going to be an even map, and Zero Tenacity is going to take it, and then we go to the third map.
Yeah.
Okay, I do love those odds. But from this agent select, we should see a mirror composition, but we are actually not gonna see. Focus are gonna drift away from that Viper comp, and they are gonna bring Cypher back into the composition. I think Alorante is one of the better Cypher players, so no wonder that they're gonna go for that. That obviously kind of leaves the A rubble control for a lot of these breach the whole Euro compositions or combinations to take from, but Cypher here and there can maybe go with the cages and take that rubble control. With the Viper, it's usually so much easier on the attacking side, but it's gonna be interesting to see where their focus is actually gonna move from the slower pace that they kind of had, at least at the start of the Icebox, to a faster pace with this Cypher, and not play more defaults that they would with the Viper. They were brilliant on the defaults, especially in Icebox, but it's gonna be interesting to see how this comp shift kind of shifts their gameplay as well.
Yeah, for sure, and obviously they're going to be feeling pretty confident off the back of the first map. Zero Tenacity hopefully have had a little conversation about what went wrong there, because it's not like they weren't shooting. I mean, cast your mind back to that Pyrol ace. I mean, that inspired something in the team as well. They managed to get around after that, even though they did have better economy. I'm hoping to see a little more of an answer from them. We'll just have to wait and find out. I think we're ready to go to our casters. So, Pavos and Winter, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, this is looking and shaping up like a really cool matchup, and Zero Tenacity's way in back into this series. However, this map has not been as dominant as Icebox has been for Focus earlier, right? So we'll have to wait and see how that transpires. Winter, any thoughts on how things should go here for Zero Tenacity? Is there some individuals you like to see step up more than before?
I think on the individual side, like, we obviously saw some mini highlight reels, right? Obviously we had the A's coming in from Pyro. Gramakista had his moments as well, but coming into this map in particular, it is Electric and Gramakista, that sort of duo that I'm looking to really sort of start hitting the ground running, especially in this map, coming in as it is their pick. It's one thing about these two teams is like they were saying on the desk, this isn't a map that Focus shy away from. They've played it about 4 times. They got a 50% win rate, similar to Zero Tenacity. So that, for me, for Zero Tenacity coming into this, the main thing that sets them apart is the fact that they have more reps.
And let's see if those reps pay off for now. Early aggression coming through directly into mid. And it feels like Focus aren't quite prepared for it. Sure, they've got Mystic on one end and the rest are turning their attention back towards it. But Alexic being so deep into this corner is a hard position to sniff out. Alexic can hear so much commotion, but sees the chance to pounce, and he's already delivered with a double. What do you do if you're Focus here? Gramakista also showing his ground, so it's not like he can go ultra aggressive onto Alexic. He just uses a flash, TP, and he's out of dodge.
And that's 2 free kills for the taking. 2 of the main pieces as well for Focus on this attacking side. You take off the Yoru and also the Breach. Should be an easier way to close out this round. There's still opportunity. Looking at Valorante's position over towards B, it's looking like they were wanting, possibly toying with the idea of going into this B split, especially if Valorante can get an early kill onto Gramakista.
Valorante, he's being pressured a lot here. He's got to respect what's happening. But your boy Lewis will assist in the efforts to break down this B-side defense. Focus might have just been given space, but it's an illusion of control because Zero Tenacity slowly will be closing in on them, crushing the walls around them. Alexic already with a triple. Your boy Lewis hiding, but the fact that Valorante was turned in the same direction as his teammate, no one was checking at the back line. Z10, a simple endeavor, all off of Alexic's initial efforts.
An oversight from Focus, punished on it. Yeah, you can even see in the replay, Alexic had so much information, even if he didn't peek, just to feed over towards his team. Takes the peek, gets a double, and like you said, it's just like a flash and a TP out. Nothing too crazy, just wanting to get back to safety and play the numbers, and that they did. Spike does go down for Focus though, that's why you're seeing a little bit more of a invested buy into this one. Stingers, an outlaw even on Zus. We've seen what he can do with the scoped weapon. Just nasty, you're gonna have to watch out. This is a heavy investment for round 2, just off the back of winning that, getting that spike down in the pistol.
It's a big investment. It's a full force for Focus. I'm sort of hoping it can work out in their favor, but again, an extremity exploration allows Z10 a lot of real estate. The thing is, no one is there that they could find to collect. TP. Oh, Valorante, has he spotted it? I think he has. I think he's aware, and he's called the Mystic to try and help. Viral's just trying to get out of there as quickly as possible. Funneled into the outlaw. Again, the flash comes through.
Zero Tenacity, we were talking about them being able to come into this map, hit the ground running, start to get a pistol, then follow up, and hit the ground running, start to get a pistol, then follow up, and try and see how dangerous they can be on bonus buys and get themselves into a position where they're leading. And yet they fail at the second step. They get the pistol, but they're unable to convert off the back of it.
I think we can start having the conversation about how clean Mystic has been looking recently, how leveled up his play has become, and how big of an instrumental aspect of Focus he is. He's done some big work for him, but as soon as I speak of him, Cast the Curse appears. First player to drop. Thing is, Z10 don't really have more rifles to throw at this, more guns to make this work, so some pot shots through a smoke, and the fact that they were grouped made them easy pickings.
Yeah, they're not even able to get to safety behind the guys of MSH's wall. An outlaw shot and a couple of bulldog sprays, and that's all she wrote for Pretty and MSH. But there's still an opportunity for Zero Tenacity just to do a little bit more damage, right? It's not necessarily looking at them to be able to convincingly take this round, especially with the positioning. They have the right read of starting to inquire, be inquisitive over towards C. And the issue is, Focus might have beaten them to the post just as they start to arrive to slink out onto site. Focus will be here.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, Focus able to avoid any sort of confrontation early on. Zero Tenacity playing catch-up, but obviously you don't expect much from them here. They do delay the spike plant, that's something at least.
10 seconds
But
left.
that's all you can hope for in a moment like this. Let's see how many picks they can get through the process. Let's see how much damage they can do. Smoke is blocking their efforts to close up the distance, and the unblocked position is held by Zus and Alorante. So this makes for a very clean hold for Focus. Very clean indeed. They only lose Mystic, and that was right at the start of the round. After that, it all fell into place.
Last player standing.
A lot cleaner for Focus dealing with the ecos, dealing with the pistols. And a couple of full-stop weapons from Zero Tenacity, but this is the important one. And even into this one, Hoodie hasn't actually upgraded into a rifle. Neither has your boy Lewis. They're opting to keep those weapons over, build up their economy. And look at the Extremity players, so Zus and Alorante. Be the main damage dealers in this one. Anything that Hoodie has to be worried about is like only one of the players on the side of Zero Tenacity actually has half shield, so it's not gonna be a one-shot body kill.
Ooh, pot shots through the smoke. Alexic gets away with the first kill of the round.
That's also the spike hitting the floor as well. They're gonna.
Yeah.
That's gonna be an audio key. That's why you see Pretty being rotated over as well.
And with that, Focus are scratching their heads, thinking of what's the next plan. And it does seem they are attempting to poke and prod on both other entrances to both other sides.
That's also the salvos being used by Grimmy Key, still worried about beaming pressure.
There's this isolated player here, and indeed he can. And he anticipates Pretty to swing as well. That's 2-0. Focus all of a sudden find themselves in pole position. MSH leaves the safety of the A site, gives away that position for Focus. And little by little, Hoodie realizes it's clear, especially when MSH gets caught off on the cross. 14 seconds left, but that's more than enough to put the spike into the ground. Sure, the dimensional drift is being used, but Focus have got the numbers here.
And he was popped so far away, there's barely going to be any information gathered off the back of it. It's more of a repositioning tool. And look at how far away Alorante's playing. He's playing the long game here, and it's mainly one player trying to deal with 2-1 towards site. Pyro's taking so much time to deal with this player, but he's been dealt with.
And now Alexic knows he's cleared out the rest of the site, so they've got to be back site. They've got to be in tree. Hoodie holding down the line, and with the Outlaw scoped in, that's the easiest job. Pyro goes in from behind, finds the first one. Can he catch Mystic by surprise? The answer is yes, a resounding yes. And there might just be enough time to defuse. Indeed, there is Pyro. How on earth did you pull that off?
Clutch.
You forget your place.
It's almost as they've forgotten they opened the door themselves. And that Pyro has legs that he can walk around to utilize it for himself. Sure, the fittest was with the back turned for the second, and the time down to the wire.
That's crazy, man. I mean, I get the idea from Focus, right? They know that the two players are in sight. They don't kind of anticipate someone to be able to run that quickly from behind, and the door masking the footsteps as well. You don't get to hear it that quickly. So they literally open the door for the clutch.
Literally and figuratively. Zus goes down early. It's the problem when you're keeping this Outlaw into the further rounds. You take the engagement with one of the few players on the side of Zero Tenacity that do have those full shields. So MSH is down to 10 HP. And he'll live to tell the tale of the fight against us.
One of the challenges expended. Not quite sure where it landed though, where it got the information. Either way, Focus heavily dedicated towards this A-site attempt. Your boy Lewis did get spotted, so they do cancel from the shadows in the end. Rolling Thunder knocks Gramakista into the air, and it makes things very easy for the entries, but you've let the spike go very deep. And MSH has already dropped, and you've got more Zero Tenacity players to throw at this. Bodies can solve the problem, and that's exactly what Zero Tenacity have available. Pretty lines everybody up with the Guardian. Z10 show up.
Focus not looking as clean as they did on Icebox, right? A little bit of an oversight. The spike being delivered over towards drop. A nice ultimate to get out onto site, but like you said, they can just throw bodies at the problem. Unable to retrieve the spike. Subject to a pretty 3k from heaven. Starts to look a little bit rough around the edges for Focus, and even being put down onto a buy where you have a couple of sheriffs. VALORANT with a forced rifle.
You've got to imagine if it wasn't for the clutch, Focus would have been a couple rounds ahead by now, because they'd forced their opponents onto eco, etc. And this would have been a completely different status quo. But at this moment in time, Focus are trailing behind. And Zero Tenacity defending every single entry. Gramakista posing a massive threat for whoever stands in his way. Sure, Hoodie's got himself the spike. It could potentially find itself in the ground. Ooh, but Pretty hasn't figured this one out. Hoodie does reveal where he is though, so he goes for a quick plant, knows that he can get away with it now. But where do you run, where do you hide? How many more can you find in the process? The answer is none, as MSH is quick to close up the gap. And there you have it, Z10 creating a bit of a buffer now.
Is it?
Forced rifle not really going to do too much for VALORANT in that situation. It's just more of Zero Tenacity being able to have a little bit of variation to what they want to do with the set rounds. It's not necessarily a trap play, but over towards C, they know that they're ready to fight, especially when there's any sort of presence over towards B. Just open the door, and then they're ready to fight through. On top of the one-way being cycled towards the long, they consistently have that pressure that no one's able to scale up from the side of Focus. And sure, it was against a couple of sheriffs, a hero rifle, and whatnot, but it's looking like a little bit of a different Zero Tenacity than what we saw in the previous.
Definitely looking a lot more confident, and Focus forced to take a moment here. Cuba probably talking to the team, giving them a lay of the lands, or maybe giving them a moment to just relax, sit back, because look, it feels like a couple of these rounds could have been prevented. Not talking about the ones on lighter buys, I'm talking about the clutch more specifically. It's not like this is a big difference in play. Zero Tenacity aren't miles ahead of Focus in terms of quality currently. This is still very much in reach, and with a full set of rifles and 3 ultimates for Focus, this looks good.
Looks good, but what also looks better is Zero Tenacity's approach to this round. They've cleared all of C, and they're ready for any presence over towards B. The retake, the ultimates, so much damage is going to go through.
So much is thrown. The Armageddon on one end, the Rolling Thunder on the other, and there are players caught in the middle. Alex Sick and Pyro already shut down, and now another Armageddon is expended to this Pretty backside. He knows he's got to do a lot, and he might just be able to unravel things under his control. Okay, now things are doable. Zero Tenacity, it's a 2v3, but again, heavy lifting required from the 2 individuals. You know where MSH is, and you've got Mystic behind him, so he poses no threat.
One enemy remaining.
So that's the end of that round. Sure, Grammar can look to find some damage. He could have potentially found a pick or 2, but it wouldn't have been the clutch. Focus, very decisive take, very quick, very pacey, and it was exactly what they needed.
But there is going to be a reinvestment coming out from Zero Tenacity. Alexis managed to scrape together some funds to get that operator back online, and we saw how impactful it could be on maps like Pearl in the previous series, and how well we saw Zus run away with it on Icebox. Opportunity for Alexei to do the same.
Indeed, Z10 play aggressive, and it's MSH that is spearheading this attempt. Your boy Lewis denies it completely, having none of it. And the thing is, Z10 have actually peeked out both from C long and B, so know that no one is really close to contesting those sites. Full focus on the defending A.
And that means the rotate coming in from Alexei. This is another
Cutting through.
thing that they're going to have to deal with. This operator over towards A. It can help support Gramakista in his position over towards Hobbit. Focus. They're happy just to insert Zus, get everyone else out of there, get the spike on its merry little way. Turn their attentions over towards C.
Feels like Zero Tenacity are wary of something like this, though. Or not? I mean, you're lacking the players, so a bit of a gamble towards one area is important. And Zus does get sniffed out.
30 seconds left.
And you are
know
giving Zero
someone
Tenacity to
C.
rotate over to C.
Yeah, Pyro will at least have heard the orb pickup. But he's going to be playing offsite. He has no intention of sticking around, although Smoke makes it seem like he does. The only issue is
10
there's
seconds
so much utility up for Zero Tenacity. Once breach, Gramakista and Pretty get over. There's so many ways to deny this plan. There you go. It's over.
Well, you're right. No plant to go focus his way. The util will have it. No reason to go for fights and engagements. It's just use the util to deny it, and that's exactly what they've done. 5-3. I want to see that one again. I want to see how exactly they denied it, because
10
kind of
seconds
missed
left.
that one.
Salvos.
Yeah, guided salvos indeed. Nice angle from the production team.
But that's the thing, is as soon as us falls over towards A, their options are limited, but they still take the time because they're worried about Parallel in these smokes. It's not even going to get to that point. Valorant, he has to sit worrying for what his team are going to do in this round. Nearly pick up by Alexic.
Ooh, Gramakista is really capable of catching them off guard here. 3 kills to nothing. That is ridiculous how clean that round looked. A flawless round from Z10. And that was a full enforcement for Focus. They put their hands deep in their pockets for that one, and it just doesn't go anywhere for them.
This version of Focus is looking completely, starkly different to the very first map that we saw. There's oversights going left, right, and center. Whether it's on the utility that players have left, on the side of Zero Tenacity, or just positions that are going unchecked, uncovered, like we saw in the previous. A player sitting over towards Mound able to get through. But 6 on the board for Zero Tenacity. At least secured an equal half, hoping to push it further with the buy that Focus coming in with. But seeing as we're the way that they put the first round on the board for them, so maybe it's the way they get their 4th as well.
Ooh, a lot of damage done. Zero Tenacity not allowing Focus to cross in.
1 enemy remaining.
Pyro taking over again. Alorante, he's finding some damage with the Sheriff. You've got to respect it. Yep, but at some point those bullets are going to run out. And Zero Tenacity will walk over. From Focus's perspective, you need to take that round and say, we did a lot of damage on the eco. That's pretty decent. That's not too bad. We've got a couple ultimates available. But for Z10, you've still yet to be interrupted on your streak.
That's the important thing. The streak is still going. And on top of that, 7 on the board for Zero Tenacity. And it's just more of taking it as a snapshot of the last 5 or 6 rounds. Focus have been able to put 1 together. So the momentum definitely is swinging in favor of Zero Tenacity, and especially with MSH getting a Viper's pick up over towards C. Focus already starting 3 players there. It squashes any thoughts for them. But they are able to pick up a couple of all points. Now they have 2 ultimates to work with. Valorantes and Hoodies.
Well, this time Focus a little bit more careful about how they approach A. Dedicated drone to clear out their corners.
I like playing up close to the door in tree with an operator with no TP out.
Scary.
He does change any sort of position. They're actually rotating off A. With doing nothing, Focus has managed to deceive Zero Tenacity into reinforcing over towards the C site, where they have a Viper Spit already. They just have to get past Alexic.
And Alexic might actually let them walk past. Armageddon used. Stun as well. It's faked enough to lure the attention of Zero Tenacity away from the A site, so Focus should be able to walk in scot-free. That's exactly what happens. So Pretty does end up with the pickup onto Mystic. Spike does go down, but look at Hoodie. He doesn't have a lot of health on him, and he's the one that needs to shut these rotations down from coming forwards. And he's not quite able to do that. Therefore, 5v3, a very real chance. The only thing that Focus have got that could catch them off guard is Zeus. On this far distance angle, the smoke fades, and it doesn't favor Zeus at all. You're sort of hoping that your boy Lewis can do heavy lifting, but he's shown where he is. They know exactly where he stands. Might be able to find one pick, but the team of Zero Tenacity will be able to allow Pretty to defuse without any issues. Zero Tenacity look very solid on defense.
Last round in the half.
One last round for Focus to make their case on this attacking half, and with what we saw in the previous, it really does come down to individual engagements. Sure, a couple of double swings coming in from Zero Tenacity. There's a clear difference to the shots that we saw Focus hitting on the first map over on Icebox to what we've seen them do so far in this map.
Pyro. There's a lot of hop, skip, and jumping in front of him. But somehow able to find a trade through that chaos. Alexic breaking the trip to make his opponents aware. MSH stuck. There's no way he could have gone. Focus could double down onto the push towards C, but they still have a minute to work with. The world is their oyster.
And they're also aware that the trip has been broken over towards A. Might maybe want to try and re-clear that, but do you know who is also re-clearing? Alexic. Just fake Yoro clones out to C, knows that there's zero information, there's no players there, TP's back over towards A, and that's why you can see the Zero Tenacity players rotating back over. This again might be an issue of time for Focus in the sense of by the time they get there, Zero Tenacity are ready and waiting.
Alexic having to walk out of his corner, given the util in his face. He does find one in the process, but Focus are starting to level up. This is the final round of the half, and they will shut it down with a bang. Focus won't go without a say. 4 rounds able to be collected by the end, 8 for their opponent. Zero Tenacity, a solid stance, something very much required after the show on the first map. Let's see if that's enough to draw us to a third and deciding map.
Enemy remaining. Spike down. B.
8-4 is the score as Zero Tenacity, the Northeast representatives, lead 8 with 4 rounds of difference. Focus trying to play catch-up somewhere in the middle. Sporadically, they've been able to find rounds of their own, but it hasn't been as confident as it looked in Icebox. But let's be fair, it looked pretty unreal on that map. Can Focus bring that level of performance now on the defensive side? Look at that. Early mid-fight. Mystic comes out on top. 2 kills to his name, but Gramakista squares things up. Z10 need to rethink how they want to approach this, especially with Hoodie being so close to this fight. It could be dangerous.
Especially with the support system, Valorant started to rotate over. There's a trip towards C. Same goes for a camera, so there's no worrying signs of any sort of gap that Focus have. You have Lewis over towards A and double up from Hoodie and Valorant on B. Likely to see a fast rotate after the shoulder peak spot someone.
Those are some good guided salvos, but they don't really do much damage. But they do separate pretty from the rest of the roster, but by the time Focus have got a chance to close up the distance, so will the remaining Z10 players. Stun coming out and tree unlocked by 2. Your boy Lewis looking across, but he needs the right timing. He needs Focus to lure attention in his direction. Pyro doesn't fall for it. Instead, goes for an extra wide angle peek of his own, and now he's bolstered up pretty safe position. Valorant and Hoodie both line up their shots, miraculously finding themselves on top in this round. Focus get away with a pistol.
Starting to close the gap, and the only thing is Focus needs to have a little bit more success rate than Zero Tenacity about converting these, specifically from what we saw Focus do with those stingers on the second round. If you guys can remember all the way back then, there's a full spy up from Focus with an outlaw even. Doesn't even look like Zero Tenacity want to go for this, aware that they're ahead in the round margins. They can let this one slide and have a full investment coming into round 15. But it doesn't mean that they can't do any damage. Lexi does have a sheriff on hand, and they're walking around again as this pack of 5 can very easily overwhelm these players on C site.
But still, the defensive lineups from Focus look so damn good. So damn clean. Yep, I don't think Focus got overwhelmed at all there. So I think it was the complete opposite.
They can I take it back, they can very easily be snapped like Thanos off of this server if they go towards C.
Fair enough. Yep. That's more like reality and what happened. So Focus walk into their bonus with 3 Bulldogs, 2 Spectres saved.
I will be the
yeah, absolutely not even a single lick of damage coming through. So it wasn't an investment from Zero Tenacity, it was only a Sheriff and 4 classics. So they're gonna have everything they want coming into this one. Doesn't matter if you have a Vandal in hand, Gramakista, you're dead for the count.
They know Alexic is crossed. The paranoia is good, so it allows Valorant to close up the distance, and he finds the right timing onto his opponent as well. Oh no, things have not gone to plan for Zero Tenacity. This was the round they were supposed to win, and currently they are lacking 2 players.
That's also an upgrade. Valorant over towards C. Pressing the Vandal in hand. Just they're starting to explore over towards A, but there is a trip for sight. The door's still closed over towards B, so really the only gap that they have is being watched right now by Lewis. Spike's been regained by Pretty, but looking towards this B site, possibly hoping his teammates can fake towards A, regroup through the door, back over towards B, but there's still a trip on main, and an Alorante with an upgraded Vandal to deal with.
30 seconds left.
Z10, they've made the call. That B might be the best effort. Get some cinematic scenes as well. Focus, they stay grouped. They know their strength lies in numbers. MSH closes up the gap as Us awaits it. smoke phase, but it doesn't fade him at all. Pretty looks to be the stand against the rest, but he'll shortly fall, as well as Pyro. A very quick 1-2 focus. 2 rounds back-to-back, but this round, it shouldn't have been this one-sided, especially considering this was their bonus.
Flawless.
But it was like a semi-bonus, right, for focus.
Yeah.
It's not really giving the bonus energy we're used to, right, in Valorant, right? When you're talking about maybe a couple of premium rifles, a couple of sheriffs, sure. But this one, it had 4 bulldogs, a Spectre on Lewis. Yeah, it was off the failed TP in to see the isolation of Alexic, capitalized on by Valorant upgrades, and even letting them plant the spike just so you can play for that retake. You can put your pieces in the right places, giving them space only to rip it away at the very last second. Focus put themselves up on 7 and into this one. So it's nasty back on a weak bite. Good for 1 though for Alexic. But weapon's not really recoverable, and it's still looking dire for Zero Tenacity.
It is, but you know, at least they might be getting sight access, right? Your boy Lewis Shaw will be spotting them, and he's blind, so it's not like he could deter them quickly. He could quickly get overwhelmed. Valorant joins in, but gets his head ripped to shreds. Your boy Lewis is holding on, but switches to util, doesn't matter! Gets his gun out on time, and suddenly Gramick is all to himself. Spike, far from his hands, but Sheriff, very much feeling accurate. Mystic doesn't really want to take the chance. He's gone silent.
So
both of them have. Gramick is
They're playing 5D chess, mind games.
30
but
seconds
Gramick
left.
will have an opportunity to upgrade and regain the spike. But he's doing his due diligence, wanting to clear every possible angle.
The thing is, if
Hasn't
Gramick is to
managed to
get
pick up a
himself into
weapon.
a safe position, he's also got the Armageddon. That's
He's got
pretty much a
everything.
guarantee on the post plant. Okay, he knows where his opponent
10 seconds
is, the
left.
potential positions he could be
Spike
coming
planted.
from. Oh, Mystic,
Heaven.
that is so
It's
smart.
5D chess we were talking about, the mind games. In what world do you think he goes heaven?
Surely he must think there's a timing here. Surely he must think Mystic could have gone all the
What
way around.
world
No,
does
he
he go
doesn't!
heaven?
Mystic! What a 200 IQ play! That is ridiculous. Averts the crisis of Z10 winning a pistol.
Winning an eco round. Sheriffs galore for Zero Tenacity. Thriving in the chaos of what was this A-site hit. And with all the utility to work with. Gets outbrained by Mystic's wrap around to heaven.
I mean, who does that? Who does that? There's
Mystic,
no way you
Mystic
expect
does that.
That's ridiculously smart.
And it's after, again, Lewis, the Welshman, standing tall, getting a triple kill solo on site, to then the answer back from Zero Tenacity, getting a couple of lovely headshot kills to 5D chess from Mystic.
Yep. That was a crazy round, that's for sure.
Normal day at Challengers EMEA, guys.
Ah, yeah. Standard stuff. What you can expect, action-wise, the next 7 days. Oh, I'm looking forward to the best of the best, the regions, the sub-regions of EMEA can offer. And
Right
it truly
now.
makes for exciting Valorant, doesn't it?
Yeah, the only thing is, nothing's happening right now. There's a couple of jump peaks, couple of spots from these players. It's a very quiet default. Starting to pull some of these players over towards Z just by a jump peak, and even gifts an entry to Zus onto that operator. But the spike is starting to head back over towards A. This is something that, for the side of Focus, they've been relatively clean in the retakes in particular, not necessarily the site holds. We'll forget what happened in the last round. But it's more of they have the ultimates for the retake in regard for Mystic. You also one-off hoodies. And especially with Gramikista's one online, you don't necessarily want to be playing on site itself.
You do not.
Spike planted.
From the shadows used for a quick rotate. Z10 considering if they want to close up the distance. And this one way from Pyro could delay Focus substantially. Armageddon thrown in, and then they might just be walking directly into the hands of Pyro. Gramakista's Armageddon works out for the first instance. He is able to back it up with some shooting as well. Rolling Thunder does a lot, and it allows Focus to roll over Z10, trample right through them, and they are starting to net a significant streak.
And this is, again, getting themselves back into the lead, but also the fact that it was Hoodie that got the kill, gets the Rolling Thunder up on online, and that's probably the worst person you could give a kill to in this situation on this retake. Great Armageddon over towards Heaven, and even some delay over towards Stairs. But the Hoodie kill over onto MSH, sorry, is really the undoing for Zero Tenacity in that round, because it gets the Rolling Thunder online, and it's just a free entry into the A site off the back of that ultimate.
Oh. It's now 6 rounds in a row for Focus, 5 in total this half. Zero Tenacity have yet to say something on the attack. They've got a bit of a shaky buy their way. Sure, they've got 3 rifles, but a couple of Buckies as well. This is an odd one. Alex Sick! Oh, the moment you thought he had something there. A flash, a dimensional drift exit, Bucky point blank. Completely denied by Lewis.
He was even stunned. There was everything that he needed, but Lewis just keeps living. Finally goes down to Pyro's Bucky. Or is it too little, too late? MSH now falls. Sure, Pyro's got the spike.
The rest of the cavalry has now arrived.
Spike planted.
Pyro, he is a dead man walking and doesn't even know it. As flamboyant as that. Take your pick as a highlight moment that round. Take your pick. A few of them might come to your mind. But double digits for the second seed of Dach.
I'm back.
Oh, it was perfect. The utility itself was perfect, but you just can't account for the cosmetic stun from Breach onto your boy Lewis. And take a peek at that timeline, Pavlos. This has been a... Not only has Focus regained the leads, but it was from an 8-4 scoreline.
Yep.
They've now gotten to 8-10. Something isn't adding up. Zero Tenacity haven't got an attacking round?
It does seem like it. It definitely does seem like it, and the alarm bells are ringing. Timeout coming through from Z10, and they know they're on the precipice of potentially losing the series because they already lost the first map. Icebox was pretty much one-sided, and we are seeing the same level of play we saw, at least, the same level of play that we are currently seeing again. Focus have brought it back. That timeout must have done a lot. Those couple minutes where they could sit in silence and envision, manifest how they wanted to play, and indeed they have reached a pretty high level with Zero Tenacity having to play catch up. Every round feels like a force at this point.
Does indeed. Zus has even been able to nab an operator, so that's going to be up online. Benefit for Zero Tenacity's. There's only really one ultimate you have to worry about, right? And it's Thus's. And that's mainly for those retakes. And since they're heading into his site, might deny him the chance to use it. Alexic, you sneaky boy.
He's closed up the gap entirely. And Zas, I don't think he's got a clue. He hasn't got an idea. Oh, it could have been a bit of a jump scare moment, and Zas was ready for it. It felt like Alexic just put his head directly in the middle of that crosshair. And Z10 aren't backing out. Instead, are doubling down onto C, and it just might be the wisest decision because Focus have completely dispersed, left the site.
They're happy to wait for any other kills coming other places. MSH spotted towards main. That's at least the trip dealt with for Atlantis, so they're gonna have to keep an eye, or at least be wary of possible lurk Ruby. Do you know who else is lurking? They're just having a little bit of a stroll through C at the moment.
Indeed. Push does come through. MSH does seize the chance to try and shut down the rotations. Doesn't bear any fruit though, Hoodie. In the smoke is able to win that scrubble against Pyro. And all of a sudden, Zero Tenacity know they've got to do some heavy lifting. The two individuals make that one, having to put their teams on their back now. Pretty, oh no, it doesn't help when there's a dimensional drift and the paranoia. And there are a couple of flashes from Zush remaining. Doesn't really come to be the case as VALORANT closes up the gap as well. Focus continue their streak, their winning ways. This is very decisive.
This half is very decisive. I think it was just a complete opposite story when we were looking at the first half, but as soon as Focus have come onto the defense, they've genuinely just sort of taken off. They've flourished. They have not let a single round from Zero Tenacity be posted. Even after the back of a timeout. Just remember, Pinks can get onto the mic as well. The Romanians supporting this Focus squad. That seems to do its trick.
Oh, well, Pyro wanted to catch his opponents off guard, but instead they are getting picked apart. Oh, piece by piece. Oh my word. It's just like picking out grapes out of a fruit bowl.
Nice try.
Focus are making this look simple. But Pretty, he wants to bring it back. He knows, look, they are close to Focus. They just need one round. They just need one way back in this game. And Pretty will try to be that answer. He's got a Rolling Thunder available. MSH is one away from the Viper's Pit. If he can get that spike into the ground, there is a chance.
An opportunity. Again, is he going to be able to survive? You have Zus into Draws drop.
Last player standing.
Oh, Pretty isn't able to escape. MSH all by himself, and he's walking into Zus. Hello, one bullet required. That's all it is. The pellets rattle on MSH. And just like that, Focus find themselves not only on map point, but serious point. And what a grand start to their Challengers EMEA venture that would be.
And it's just in the fashion that they're doing it. It was, dare I say, poor. It was a poor first half from them in comparison to what we're seeing now. Talking about how some of the shots that they were hitting on Icebox weren't being replicated when we first saw them on this map, and now switched onto the defense.
Portal closed.
A complete new breed.
Silver lining, Rolling Thunder still available. And there are a few rifles. Yeah.
They have been able to get the spike down 99% of the time. And that's important for them still having money, and that's why we're still seeing, even again, it's full loss bonus, but they're still having like a little bit of extra money coming in to make sure that they can get a couple of premium rifles out. You have a Stinger and a Lextic, which isn't too bad, right? It's on your entry play. You can get a couple of TPs in, try and get some close quarter engagements. But with the door opening, Zus outside B already got his first, walking up for another. That's the spike down, and he's TP'd back to safety, Pavlos.
Yeah,
it feels...
and Z10 have to put themselves in reverse, and you can finish that sentence. It feels miserable.
Wrong.
And wrong.
It feels wrong. An 8-4 scoreline to what feels like it should be an 8-13, and it's only a formality. There's 2 players left. They have to pull it out of the hat. MSH and Pyro, everything's on your shoulders to not only stay alive in this map, but in the series.
All right, MSH, Pyro, what can you do? At least you make the first step right, blinding one of your opponents. So the cross is allowed, a potential spike plant again, but Focus no. They will be playing the post-plant game. They know they'll be playing the retake game with all 5 players, all 5 pieces of the puzzle available to them, and Zus is having a world of a game, a world of a series. Stun doesn't quite land on an MSH. He is able to find a couple of kills through the process already. Paranoia dropping, but doesn't quite affect him. Can't quite account for the 2 players crossing onto a screen simultaneously, 2 different positions entirely. Focus do not allow Zero Tenacity to breathe on their attacking side. A complete flawless half, and that is 1 way and a half for Focus to get themselves their first win in Challengers EMEA.
Yeah, and what a statement as well. Like, even in the context of the first map being so dominant, we thought we might be having a game. They were down 4-8, Pavlos, and they decided, okay, we've had enough of losing. Let's just win. And that is exactly what they've done. Into that into that defensive side, sorry, have just been lights out. Everything on the board was red for focus.
Well, as it stands for the day, DAC 2 Challengers Northeast 0. Yeah, I hope that history doesn't repeat itself in the next few days. But look, great play from the two DAC team. CGN and Focus do a superb job. Let's throw this over to the desk to give us their their thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's starting to look more and more like we might just have a repeat of last stage where we didn't get a single team out of the group stage. Unfortunately, that's just what happens. There's 12 teams, only 4 spots. There's only so many that we can have, and with the quality that we're seeing here, it's more likely that we see an NE team in playoffs than any other, considering we have double the amount of participants in any other region. But hey, here we are. Yeah, it is. I mean, it looked so good for Zero Tenacity at the start of this map, and they just couldn't close it out.
Yeah, they couldn't even get around on the other side. Focus was incredible on the defensive side, and I think it all started on that round 3 on the second half, when I think it was Mystic who got the entry there. They snowballed it out of a round. They got that bonus round dialed down. Then Mystic clutch on round 16. I think that was the one where it sealed the deal. Focus was pretty much just picking out all of the Z10 players out of the boards like they were just measly pawns, and Mystic was playing like 5D chess. Whereas Zero Tenacity, they were playing checkers. I'm gonna be honest, I think that was one of the best clutches I've seen in terms of how Mystic thought about that clutch, how he actually played that. Yeah, it was an incredible 5k there, but he was absolutely on top of that round the whole time.
Right, well, we have an interview ready for you with your boy Lewis. Are you there? Can you hear me? How's it going?
Hello, yes, I can hear you.
Lovely to hear. So, I mean, look, walk me through that, because what happened in that timeout that suddenly you guys just awoken? Was it the second half defense was just better for you? Was Zero Tenacity even a roadblock to begin with?
No, all the issues were on our side. We had some issues on attack. I think like it was more of, I think there was a bit of pressure there, but also at the same time, I think it was more of like it was like a different dynamic what we're used to.
Right.
So not against the team we were against, but our badge, you know, like it was just a different start to what we're used to, even from scrims. So it took me some time to get into it, and then I mean, defense, I don't think they caused us any issues. So our rotations were good, like everything was good. So yeah, I felt like as soon as we went to the second half, we were always in control.
Oh yeah, and it showed on the server. You kind of talked about pressure already, and that's one of the things I kind of want to ask about you. Obviously, there's many new teams in this Challengers EMEA Stage 2, I think 8 to be exact, out of those 12. Does that kind of create any pressure for you, since you are one of those teams that came back to this league and now you're the second seed of Dark, or is it just the same situation as it was at the Stage 1?
Probably say it's just the same. It's interesting playing against different teams. I don't know. I think the pressure is not necessarily about the moment, because we're not a pressure team. Like we are very big games. We are there every single time. We had some issues in Split 1, but we are way more prepared this time. I think that's like the biggest difference. But no, I don't think the new teams have any sort of impact. I think probably I don't even know what the level is compared to last split, but I think not having like Eternal Fire in there this time, even mandatory, it kind of lowers the level. So yeah.
Okay, interesting to hear that. Well, I'm gonna take this second question a little bit lighter, or however you want to feel this. So you've been at it for like 5 years. With that experience, I think you have a lot of things like dialed down for game days. So I want to know what is like a game day routine for you. What are the things that needs to be on check so you can be the GOAT IGL that you are? Do you need to have that 8 hours of sleep? Is it a banana smoothie on the morning? What is those things that you need to do?
No, a lot of it is just the same as what I do every day. I don't want to put too much stress onto it. I think I warm up a bit more than I normally do for scrimmages or anything, obviously to be a bit more prepared, because I also need to put the numbers up, except for my Icebox today, because everyone was just shooting. So, but no, it's just as long as I wake up 6 hours before the game and I get enough sleep, I'm all right. I just go for a nice walk in the morning, and then same breakfast, same everything.
All right, then looking forward, you mentioned that without mandatory in here, you feel like the level might have lowered a bit. I mean, Carmine Core Blue Stars, they beat mandatory to get to where they are right now. You're going to be playing up against them later on in the group stage. Are there any thoughts going into that game, or is it just going to be the same, just play your own game as you did against Zero Tenacity?
I think they're a very different team to Zero Tenacity. Preparation's the same. Like, we approach the games the maximum that we can. Look into them, also make sure we're ready on our maps. But they're a good team. They've been good the whole split. Even last split, they were pretty good. So yeah, I mean, we're going to expect the game from them. But yeah, we just play our game.
All right, great. Well, thank you so much for chatting to us. Congratulations again on the win. Hopefully you guys will carry that momentum through into your game against the French representatives. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much, you too. Thank you.
All right, yeah. I mean, casual, right? Just play their own game. And I mean, look, here's the thing, right? If you have one timeout and suddenly you win every single round after that, it's like, you know, we weren't playing our game. We had a timeout, and now they didn't even put up a fight after that. I mean, that's one hell of a way to put it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's easy to be that calm and collective when you have the roster that you have alongside you.
Yeah.
Obviously, a lot of individual prowess, a lot of experience, and you have Hoodie popping off with the Reyna on Icebox. I should have actually asked about the Reyna. Maybe that's for the next time. But it was interesting to see the new comp. Well, actually, we can't say the new comp because that was played back in like 2021 by Ascend. That was actually played in Northeast as well. But it's like the old new comp that is somehow coming back for some reason, the Reyna, and it's working, at least for Focus.
Yeah.
It was interesting to see.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think they have a very, very good chance of getting through at this point. Obviously, we mentioned earlier on today that Carmine Core are definitely a force to be reckoned with, and as your boy Lewis mentioned, they're a very different team to Zero Tenacity. But I mean, we're kind of yet to see how they'll play. They went 2-0 against Valiant in their own playoffs and then lost to them 3-0. So maybe a little bit of a, I don't know, kind of a flip-floppy team. We'll see what happens. But Focus are looking strong right now, so I think they're definitely well in contention to get out of the group stage. Do you have any more thoughts on today's games?
I mean, I think today's games, even the games that we didn't have here on stream, looked quite incredible. Obviously, the groups are already kind of shaping up. We can already see some wins, some losses here. I think it's always sad to see for us that Northeast doesn't quite get a win, but there's still Big Fix and Enterprise Esports that do have to play. They haven't quite yet played their first match, but I think it's going to be incredible to see what is happening tomorrow as well. And there's going to be plenty more Valorant, right?
Yeah, indeed. I'm not actually 100% sure who we're going to be watching tomorrow, so this is news to me. Okay, it is Carmine Core versus Zero Tenacity, our first game that we will be watching, and then we get to see our first seed, Enterprise Esports versus UCAM, who did win 2-0 against Valiant just today on the other streams. And other games that are going to be going on, Bitfix Gaming are going to be playing their first game against ULF, who did lose to Koi Phoenix earlier today, and CGN versus BBL Pacific, the reigning champions, the defending champions of EMEA Challengers. So really, really important and exciting games to come up tomorrow. And we've got a whole week of this going. It's not just a few days of this. We got 3 days of group stages, and then we've got 4 days of playoffs. So you've got plenty of action to watch no matter what day you're able to tune into. So I do recommend coming in tomorrow, because we've definitely got some awesome games for you. But either way, you're going to be spoilt for choice in terms of the games that we're going to be seeing. So thank you guys for watching today, and I hope to see you tomorrow for more Valorant action. Goodbye.
Don't be foolish.